Magic Effect. Well, good morning and welcome from Thunder Valley Raceway in Noble, Oklahoma, as we're here for day 3, I think, of Drag Week 2014. My name is Brian Loans. That is David Freiberger, and you are watching the live broadcast of this race presented by the fine folks at the Pep Boys Speed Shop, and we are in for another great day of drag racing here in Noble, Oklahoma. A lot of news happened between the time we went off the air yesterday afternoon and when we just came on the air this morning. And David, where do you want to start?
I don't even know where to start. You say this is day 3. I think this is about day 7 for most of the guys if you count the hours awake. It's been amazing. Our road trip last night, we took off with, how many cars did we lose yesterday? Another 15 or so?
I believe so.
That's about right.
Yeah.
So that puts us, we finally dropped below 300 cars. We're probably looking at about 275 cars left here in Drag Week. The others have their guts splattered all over the Arizona highway like a frog in Joe Barry's grill.
Yeah, he caught one of those, didn't he?
Yeah, it's been pretty bad. Guys are breaking down, but they're fixing stuff, and that's the spirit of Drag Week, is keep on going. And why don't you talk a little bit about how our hero, Larry Lutz, is keeping on. I'm sorry, Larry Lutz. I'm used to always saying Larry and Lutz shootout because the thing I was writing about last night is that the Larry and Lutz thing is back.
Maybe.
Okay.
It's potentially back, and here's why. When we went off the air yesterday afternoon, the last thing you saw was Jeff. I'm going to call him Jeff Larson now. So the last thing you saw was Larry Larson make a final attempt to get down the racetrack, which he did. He went 670. They took the truck into the pits, started to go through their routine of swapping the race equipment over for their street equipment, the suspension, the doors, the cooling system, all the stuff. Somewhere in that process, they decided or discovered or discussed the fact that they wanted to change the torque converter out of the transmission. So that added another whole level of complexity to their program. They ran into some issues there. They were there for a long time. So long that they noticed that there was a weather front coming in. All of us had left hours before this weather front was coming in. They knew that they weren't going to be able to beat it because the direction the weather front was moving in, they would have been driving through it all night. They made the decision to sleep in the garage at the racetrack. So Larson and Chad and whoever else is there slept in the garage at the racetrack in Topeka. They left there 3.5 hours ago, and they need to make a very long drive and get here on the racetrack before 2 o'clock. I should note the garage they slept in belonged to Tom Bailey. Tom Bailey, we told you he cracked a cylinder head in that thing. Well, they did a further investigation. The cylinder head was cracked. They had one coming from Michigan, and then they found out the block was junk. Tom Bailey's done. He packed it up and he left home. His departure left that garage space open, and that was Shay Larson last night.
Tom Bailey, of course, being last year's Hot Rod Fastest Street Car in America. It is that sort of gold-colored 1969 Camaro, and it was leading yesterday. It had pulled a 652 day 1, and I don't recall what he ran day 2, but it was
like a 60. I mean, yeah. he was averaging a couple tenths ahead of everybody.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he was owning the situation, but he was definitely out front, and with him gone, it automatically put Lutz in the number 1 position with Larry chasing just a little bit.
And things didn't go exactly according to plan for Lutz either, did they?
So Lutz is driving 2 black 57 Chevys, one of which is the old steel car, one of them is a fiberglass car, and they're driving in the fiberglass car with Alana from Hot Rod in the passenger seat, and the thing's starting to overheat. Long story short, the last time he ran out at Topeka yesterday, they pushed a head gasket, and they changed it at the track. He was talking about how Jeff Jr., bam, pretty much an hour to get the head gasket changed on that deal.
Amazing.
But when they do that on these big turbo cars, it can pressurize the cooling system. You get on the head gasket just a gap in between the cylinder, where there's pressure, and the cooling system where there's water, which leads to the radiator, which when it's aluminum and when you're bypass capped, you know, the thing ends up looking like Brian Lutz.
Overinflated, yeah. So they balloon the radiator, so they're going to have that repaired today. I believe he said he has one of the Street Outlaw guys coming by with a radiator that he's then going to cut up and make fit in the car. So there's going to be a metal fabrication class going on out of the pit somewhere today.
Although I think he's going to run without the
Well, I was
radiator.
just going to say that. He's going to do that before he gets on the road. He's going to run the car down the racetrack without the radiator. How could he do that? Well, he runs the car in alcohol down the racetrack. He can get away without the cooling system. And he told us without the cooling system of the car, he's run as quick as 430 before. So it's not like he's never done it. In the 8th, exactly, in the 8th mile.
And if the track is waiting for us here, we're ready to go hot. I would fire these cars up so we can get to action here at Drag Week instead of looking at our mugs again, because it's getting more and more bleak as the days go on. Brian and I both stay awake in the middle of the night and blog all night long. Him on Bank Shift, me on HotRod.com. And I went to bed at 3:30 last night and was up at 6.
I went completely cross-eyed at that time and just had to throw it in. So
yeah, some of your best stuff written at that moment. You'll want it. The best thing to do is
it's like Salvador Dali has written it. There'll be something about a camshaft, and then it'll go off on a unicorns and ponies or some dream that I started having.
Right, which will look a lot like the live feed today as well.
It's going to be a Picasso in words here.
Cars we've got lined up, it looks like our first pair is going to be the Model A and Studebaker Gassers. That is a little Lark.
Yeah,
right?
a little 1960 Lark. That's Andy out of Pennsylvania. He actually lives in York, Pennsylvania, the home of the famed and now long gone York US 30 Dragway. And Andy will be coming around the corner. Andy's an interesting guy. He's built a lot of cool stuff over the years, always very budget-minded. He's done the Top Speed Challenge stuff, been a land speed racer guy. He's been
a Studebaker.
Yes, and a Studebaker. He's done a lot of stuff with the like Grassroots Motorsports. He participated in that $2,000 challenge deal they run.
Right.
And he put this gasser together for Drag Week last year. Didn't make it to Indy. One of the funny stories was Alana and I pulled up on him. He was on the side of the highway, and he gets out of the car and he says, man, you know, blah, blah, blah. And he looks at us, he said, I just sent my wife down the highway with 2 men I've never met before to go see if they could get me parts. I was dying, we were cracking up, and his wife's back with him this year, so it couldn't have been that bad an experience.
Yeah, because Drag Week.
Because Drag Week.
Yeah, it's pretty much what happens. He was also here last time we went to Great Bend, Kansas, which we're doing tomorrow. He had his Henry J gasser out there as well. And there's a different Henry J that is running here this week. I believe that thing is in 3rd place because the gasser class is hot this year.
It is really hot this year. With Dan Chisholm, who was the leader in the class last year, has taken a 2nd place position this year behind Dennis Taylor. Dennis Taylor in that great little Ranchero, been running hard down in the low, I call it the low 9s, I guess, down in the 940s. And we were joking about this before we went live. He had what we would call a full throttle deceleration situation yesterday. Was making a lap, was on the wood, and the thing got to 1,000 feet, and it was like somebody put a fishing reel on it and started cranking it back in again. The motor lugged way down. We then saw them maybe an hour or two later. We had left the racetrack. They were pulled over on I-330, whatever we were at in the middle of Kansas somewhere.
Yeah.
So
that thing was like a Marlin struggling against Don Schumacher there as he was trying to reel in. It's one of those deals where it's like,
no, he wouldn't struggle at Schumacher. I think when he hooks one of those things, he hands the reel to Hagen and says, handle this.
Handle this situation, muscles. Yeah, exactly. When I was over at Schumacher's place, you didn't get a chance to go inside. They've got a CNC deal there where they're cutting away on all of their cylinder heads. They get the cylinder heads as a billet. They're pretty much rough cut, and they put their own tune-up on it with the CNC machine. And they also make clutch levers, all sorts of little things. I didn't realize that they're actually supplying Keramacinas now, too, which is interesting. But yeah, to completely derail my derailed conversation, he once in a while will walk in the door and tell everybody, stop what you're doing, I'm going fishing. And they'll load up some like tungsten and crazy stuff, and they CNC these fishing lures that apparently they were telling me have $20,000 worth of metal in them, which I can't put 2 and 2 together on that. There's no chunk of metal that's worth that to me, even if it's assembled into an actual running automobile. So I don't know how that works. Look, we're gonna go hot.
Fuel stations open. Lanes 5, 6, 7, 8 are open for all categories except Daily Driver. Daily Driver, you got your own dedicated session coming up. Lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8 are wide open, and we have cars around the corner and opening us up a pair of gassers. A little on the ironic side is we're going to open up with some of our pair of our older cars here, but this is the newest track we're going to run on. This place was opened up in 1992. Been around celebrating a couple decades of action here at Thunder Valley Raceway. And
I'm ready.
It hosted, as I was telling David last night, this track used to host, or maybe hosted one time, one of the most unique events ever, which was the King of the Concrete event, where racers ran from the shutdown area towards the starting line.
Now this, because we have no Model Ts here this year, is the oldest car in Drag Week. That's a 1930 or 31 Ford Model A in the right-hand lane. and he's of course going against a 59 or 60 Studebaker Lark in the left-hand lane. This is our gasser class, which has become really popular. I believe we have 10 entrants this year.
Yeah, Andy's car and Keith's car. Keith had run this car previously with a supercharger on it, naturally aspirated now.
And that's my fault for some reason. I don't remember exactly what the rules glitch was that made him do that. It used to be black for, I'm going to say, 3 or 4 years in a row.
At least. Andy's going to hustle it down the top end first, goes 11.25.5, 117, and Keith Fox goes 13.40 with a deuce at 100 miles per hour.
With a deuce? Where'd you pull that one out?
With the deuce?
Yeah, that's some. You're breaking in some new material on me here.
We got to do something.
57 Ford in the right-hand lane, and the Fox Body Mustang here is on a scholarship program to be here at Drag Week. There's a guy who's run for several years, and I believe it's a Factory 534 Ford, isn't it?
Yes.
He's the guy who's a black 34 Ford looking thing, always had a big Drag Week decal on the side. He couldn't make it this year, and so he said, you know what, I'm going to fund somebody else's trip, which was extremely cool. So he laid some bucks on this guy in the white Fox Body and paid his way here to Drag Week.
Nice, clean little four-eyed Mustang, and Mike Moore over there in that 57 Ford. Moore goes 324 on the tree and is going to have enough horsepower to stay ahead of the Fox Mustang. See Moore going down the top end. 1260 with a 7.108. Mustang goes 13.32.8 at 105 miles an hour. And Gear Vendors is proud to be the presenting sponsor of 2014 Hot Rod Drag Week. Gear Vendors overdrives are the highest horsepower, handling overdrives for racing and performance. Gear Vendors sponsors Drag Week because all over the world, performance builders want what's successful by Hot Rod Drag Week participants. With cars over 2,000 horsepower driving on the street, ripping off 6-second passes at the strip, both proof of the strength and reliability demonstrated in the overdrive product manufactured by Gear Vendors. To both the fans and racers, Gear Vendors thanks you for participating in Hot Rod Drag Week, the world's most absolute demonstration of speed and street-proven drivability.
How did you memorize that 2 hours of sleep?
I'll tell you what.
Uh-oh.
Major League tire spin. I thought that guy was running that car in slicks. He could have set it like radial TAs on the back of it there. Those are traction free. 11.035, 123 miles an hour as the Pontiac goes down 13.32 with an 8 at 105.
Do you remember that accessory you could get on a 69 Camaro where to spray the de-icer on the rear tires?
Wasn't it super limited though? Wasn't it a very short run type deal?
Yeah, I think the problem were people were loading it up with ATF to do good burnouts.
And bleach and stuff?
Yeah, GM probably thought that wasn't the best idea.
Between that and then there was the short-lived, if they even made any, but they advertised that the vacuum-operated exhaust system on the 1970 GTO. They ran that famous commercial during the Super Bowl where they called the Humbler ad, where the guy pulls into the drive-in and pulls this thing out and it goes to the open pipes. It had vacuum-operated cutouts on it. And shortly after that ad ran, the executives said, General Motors said, "What the hell are you guys doing over there?" They canceled the option.
You know, we got fired up this morning actually without getting a copy of yesterday's results, which I think Brian's working on right now. Actually, Tanya, if you can hear us next door, it'd be nice if we had a couple copies of those results so we can speak mildly more intelligently. Now this Super Bee that you see in the right-hand lane heating up the tires being warmed there are actually bias ply Goodyear Redline reproduction, just like this thing would have rolled off the showroom floor in 1968. That is a fast class racer. The thing looks bone stock. And watch it go down the track. I'm not even going to warn you what's going to happen here.
Those tires were cutting edge when Alan Shepard was navigating space.
Driving Corvettes. It might be a tad rich, but
either there, it's got a Cummins in it. Super Bee goes 12.06 with a 2, 123 miles an hour on a bias ply.
Now that is a very disappointing pass for him. That car ran a 1080 on day one on bias ply tires. And you know, for a guy who's been through a lot of these resto muscle car shootouts and seen factory Hemi cars running in the low 15s, you know, which is just kind of humiliating, it's fun to see that thing looking bone stock and running a 1080.
This is a drag strip that does have 2 lanes. I'm not sure why we're just running singles out here, but we can run these babies side by each. And is this Kurt Johnson coming up here in his Mustang?
I believe it is. This Mustang has a 632 big block Chevy in it, and he is pretty much trampling the big block naturally aspirated class at this point.
Yeah, it is an absolute runaway. Again, naturally aspirated 632 in here. When you watch him head down the racetrack, no nitrous, no blower. Just a whole bunch of cubic inches.
I mean, number 2 behind him is pretty much using binoculars to figure out what he needs to do to catch up.
He's using the binoculars, not the binoculars. And Johnson, beautiful watch, 132 short time, 120 at the 8th mile, and Kurt Johnson goes 9:04 with a 4.
He keeps putting down those 9.0s like clockwork. I really want to see that 8.99 out of that naturally aspirated car. In the right-hand lane here, Glenn Sheely. I believe he's got the number 2 slot in his class. He has been to Drag Week a number of times with this Corvette. Bad luck last year, and we're looking for him to finish up the week this year.
Absolutely. One of the Corvettes, Travis Raid, is not going to be able to continue. He's the guy from Massachusetts, had a major league fuel pump issue, and that put him out of competition. He was working with the guys from Aeromotive. He did not have an Aeromotive pump in the car. They were trying to help him out. Just didn't work out, so he called it quits yesterday.
And which car was that?
It was a silver C5. I believe it. I don't know the engine combination, but he was unfortunately not a factor in his class at that point.
The Corvette contingent is thick at Drag Week this year with late models, C5, C6s. In fact, there's one C7, but not having the best luck. I think the first one to go down was Joey Greer, who's been at a whole bunch of Drag Weeks and top speed challenges, and he broke a rear end a couple years ago, came back this year and did a repeat performance on that scatter job.
Well, as you excitedly pointed out the other day, that is the first C7 to run on Drag Week. I mean, that was a moment for you. That was like Al Michaels' Miracle on Ice. Do you believe in miracles? Yes!
No one likes you. You'll see the joke starting to get retreaded as Brian runs out of material on day 3.
Oh, wait. I have not yet begun to fight, my friend. So Glenn Sheely.
Do you have another one?
No, this is the one I have from yesterday. 10:40 with a 3, 1:31 for Sheely in the Corvette. And a good running pass again. That thing has been consistent. Like you said, he's having probably the best year we've seen him have on the road here.
Okay, how does it happen where there's a Fox Mustang pulling the lanes that I do not recall having seen before?
Yeah, where did this guy come from? The car in question, car 291H, that belongs to Greg Lemos. It's a 1993 Ford Mustang. The color is described as being pumpkin spice.
Okay.
Which I agree with.
He's looking like he means it, too.
Yep. So Greg Lemos moves ahead. And we had the GTO with the tiger tail hanging out of the trunk and the seatbelt hanging out of the door. He's got the door open now.
Video, Dustin. Could you please request a copy of the current results to arrive here?
And the big Pontiac GTO being rolled out of the water box down there at the starting line, so it's going to be Lemos solo pass. And Lemos running in the Super Street Power Adder category. And running well. It goes 9:16 with a 149 miles an hour, so a nice solid run there for Lemos. Once again, lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. Lanes 5, 6, 7, 8 are open to all competitors except for our daily driver, and we do have a express lane, and that is lane 3 for unlimited cars. If you're running unlimited, you can pull into lane 3, and that will be the lane you're going to run in unlimited.
Speaking of lanes, I would like to mention a slight change in the program this morning that
Yeah.
everybody in the pits is going to need to pay attention to here. We are going to go today. We're going to wait for Lonnie Grimm to tell us when we're going to close the program today. We'll relentlessly let you know when we are shutting lanes for the day permanently. That time does adjust a little bit depending on what kind of holdups we run into throughout the day. When we do call everyone to lanes, we will run everyone out who is in lanes. However, we are going to enforce a 5-minute rule. If we call you to the burnout box and you cannot get there in 5 minutes, we are going to shut you down and move on with Drag Week to the next city. So once again, we will run you out if you're in lanes. Let's say we call end time at 2 o'clock firm. If you're in lanes at 2 o'clock, you will go down the track, provided you can come to the burnout box and get down the track, be fully prepared in 5 minutes. There will be no pulling into the lanes and wrenching on your car for half an hour.
This message brought to you by Vice Principal David Freiberger.
Does that make you the school mascot?
Come on, man. I'm the janitor. mopping up.
If it sets off, maybe you can't run it off with auto start.
Should be. I'm about to go ahead and run these. I'll see if I can figure out something. I'm not sure why.
So lanes 5, 6, 7, 8 open to all competitors but daily driver. Lane 3 open to our unlimited racers. And man, probably my favorite first-gen Camaro rolling into the water box over there. That orange Camaro with the black wheels, the drag radials on it. A set of Caltrax bars hanging down. Very clean and nice car. That is the machine of Ross Galt. And Galt's been running the car in the mid to high 10s, 60s, 10s, 70s. We'll see what he can do here this morning. A little bit of a headwind the races are running into here at Thunder Valley Raceway Park. And so Galt goes through the 8th mile at 104, and Ross Galt goes 10:53, 8:130 as the GTO Judge convertible heads down the left lane and stops the clock 14:92.3 at 94 miles per hour. So it's our 33/34 Ford fenderless Ford Coupe. Old school generator hanging out the side of the motor in that thing. And Bob Guido coming up in his Mustang Coupe. I'm not going to keep reminding Bob of his troubles last year, which actually happened at St. Louis.
Go ahead and remind the audience.
We'll leave those in the past. Yeah, Bob hit everything but the Missouri State Lottery when he was at St. Louis. Cannonballed the car off both the left and right walls. Drove it home. Did finish repairs during the off-season, so to speak, for drag week, and Guido drove 2,000 miles from Western Canada off the top of a glacier to get down to start the race in Tulsa this year. 11:30 with a 3:120 for Guido, 12:85.2 at 103 for the Hot Rod. Was that thing running 1280s yesterday?
Were we talking about the 34 Ford?
Yeah.
No. Might want to go have a look for the nitrous bottle in that thing, because I don't think we were looking at that.
Is there a way to clear, can we clear our screen here or no? Will it work? Okay, cool. I saw the warning on it. I didn't want to push it. So the GTO issues squared away. The Pontiac going to stage up next to the nitrous-fed Malibu. Nice wheels up block from the Malibu, running to like a 295, 350 grade. A beautiful hook on the Chevrolet. 114 in the 8th mile, and the little G-body going to sprint down that left lane, the statewide lane. 941.7, 141 on the Cunningham side. The GTL goes 1076.5 at 132 miles per hour. Doug Flynn rolls up on the right side of the racetrack on the Cunningham side in his red Chevy Nova. Mentioned yesterday, Flynn works for Holly Performance, software guy who majored part of their EFI program. Last year, Doug ran both the Holly LS Fest and then came out with us in Drag Week as both events started from Bowling Green. You see him purging the nitrous. Now he has nitrous and a turbocharger on that car. Using the nitrous helps spool the turbo. And so Flynn's going to come up here, and that is, I believe it's an LS motor in there as well. So I believe a LS motor is the basis of that combination, of course, running Holly EFI. Lined up next to that good-looking four-eyed Mustang on the statewide side. Mustang, one of the many gear jammers we have out there. Boy, Doug Flynn took his time leaving the starting line, but once he left, he did it with purpose. 117 in the 8th mile for Flynn, and the Nova goes 934 with a 3 at 146 miles an hour. That is a great pass for Doug Flynn. Statewide side, the Mustang goes 12-12 with an 8, 116, and here is a car that David and I annoyed this guy on the highway for some time last night taking photos of him. I was following him for a while until we got a break in the traffic, and I think the guy was getting annoyed with my headlights, but once we pulled up and David pulled out the bazooka-sized camera and started aiming at the guy's car, his attitude changed considerably. One of my favorites out there, this is a small block in the front of the Challenger, and Rick Anderson, another Holly employee, running that Mustang. That Mustang doesn't look like a whole lot, but wait till you see what it does off the starting line.
You've actually got Rick Anderson in that 79 Mustang is in 3rd place in street race, small block, Power Adder. He calls that color light chamois, which looks a lot better when he's running 913 at 151 miles an hour.
Mitch Horn's the guy driving the Challenger that he calls cream, so we get the cream chamois out there on the racetrack. Chamois-colored Mustang is having no trouble running down the Cunningham side. 929.1 at 142 miles an hour as the Challenger with the small block goes 1080 with the 6, 123. Glenn Shealy going to make another pass with his Corvette as a beautiful first-gen Camaro rolls in through the water box. We got our program together and got here a little bit earlier. Well, it wasn't really a little bit earlier. We just came up to the tower, I guess, a little bit later than we normally do and able to run down to the pits because of the layout of this racetrack, which is great. The pits are right around the corner as opposed to Heartland Park, where we actually took a shuttle tram to get to the pits. Dennis Parsons coming up in the 1967 Camaro, the blue paint job with the white stripes. You know, we sent that carrier pigeon over there for information to the pits yesterday, and it never returned. Never came back.
The layout at Topeka is amazing that way.
Well, you saw the Camaro kind of turn the tire, hike the front end a little, whereas Shealy's Corvette just dug in and went. 103 in the 8th mile for the mustard yellow Corvette, 10:34.5, 127 miles an hour on the right side of the racetrack, and 11:31.0, 121 for the Camaro.
You know, at Drag Week, we always say that the road trip is part of the competition to include the trip from the pits to the staging lanes at Topeka.
I'll tell you, that was an added 90 miles for our competitors yesterday. Martin in turn. Here comes John Weishman. Boy, Weishman was a guy that did not perform to the level we used to seeing yesterday. We're used to that car just racking off 8-second laps, left, right, and center. He blew the tires off a couple times, and admittedly, the track was actually great at Topeka yesterday. There was very few people that spun hard, but he was one of them.
A past winner, of course, in Street Race Small Block Power Adder. Did you mention the small block Chevy in that Mustang in the right lane?
Well, no, David, I didn't, but thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Oh, baby. Still having trouble putting it together.
Where is Weishman in his class standings right now?
Street Race, small block, Power Adder. Wow, he falls down into a number 6 position, walking into today with a 922. Imagine that. We've got 6 cars in that class, and he's down to 920. Actually, we've got
Street Race Small Block Power Adder, the quickest average ever set in that category, was set by John Weishman last year at 82. And where are we trending right now on that?
We have 15 cars averaging in the 9s in that class, and 1 in the 8s.
Kurt Johnson in the Double B, the big block naturally aspirated car with the Mustang we talked about, he set the quick average of all time in his category last year at 909. He's trending quicker than that this year as well. Malibu, custom parking job last night for the hotel.
That red Malibu got actually tagged by the hot rod big toter truck in the parking lot last night.
9 flat with a 2, 154 miles an hour for the Malibu, 1196.8, 113 for the C5 Corvette. And so we are working through things here. Again, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are the staging lanes that are currently open. 5, 6, 7, and 8, those lanes are open as the fans continue to stream into the racetrack here. This is a great crowd showing up here to Thunder Valley Raceway Park. Great part of the country to go drag racing, and we got so many competitors here from this Kansas, Oklahoma area. It's a fantastic showcase for all the great cars out in this part of the country. And, of course, all the racers that are traveling from all over the place, including Australia. The Australians showed up, man. We should have talked about that this morning as well. John Ferrone is no longer in competition. He missed the first 2 days of the event trying to get his car back together. But we walked out of the hotel this morning, and lo and behold, the only 1972 Pro Street style Valiant Charger from Australia known to exist in the United States was sitting in front of us. So those guys will be running down the track in exhibition.
And in the right-hand lane, we've got Jeff Collins. He's running that Chevy, too. He's been averaging 12:36.
1168, 2, 123 as Collins goes 1372 with a 5 at 103. Some issue there. That thing fell way off the pace. Here's one of our leaders coming up now. This is the leader of the modified power adder category. Kevin Clocker rolls up in a 1977 Vega. Very nice car. Actually, a pair of beautiful Chevrolets here side by side. That black little Chevy 2. And Crocker in the modified power adder category. Now, Crocker's average in modified PA.
I'm paying no attention to you right now.
I realize.
Modified power adder, what are we looking at?
Okay, so Clocker is actually second in the category right now. He's averaging 878, about a tenth behind the leader, Chris Oding. So Chris Oding is leading the category down in the 60s, and Crocker going 870s. Again, naturally aspirated, modified power adder. I'm sorry, no, not naturally aspirated, obviously.
2 hours of sleep.
Modified category. There goes. Whoa! Clocker breaks it loose just after the 60-foot cone, pedals it, gets it straightened back out again. Pull along at 115 in the 8th mile, and Clocker goes 985.7 at 147 miles an hour. Not the run he was looking for. We got a little information on the racetrack there, so I'm sure we'll see him back in the pits again. Those of you here at the racetrack that are unfamiliar with the format of Drag Week, competitors, we have a session right now for what we call cars that are in our class cars. These cars are running specific classes. They're going to run down the racetrack for a while, typically until for an hour and a half, 2 hours. We then have a changeover where we run our daily driver category down through. Then we let them run for a while, then we have an open session to end the day. The point of the exercise here, these racers will take their quickest run of the day, turn in their time slip, and at the end of the week, in these different classes, the competitor with the lowest average in his or her particular class will be declared the winner. And over the course of 5 days, they cannot take a trailer, they cannot trailer their car. They can tow a trailer, their car can never touch a trailer. If they do, they're out of competition.
The way the classes are broken down is essentially by the level of chassis modifications, the engine displacement, and whether it does or does not run a power adder. So you look at a class like Pro Street, that's a stock front suspension, a back half car with a modified rear suspension, and a wide tire. Modified is the same thing on a small tire.
And you just saw Bob Williams go 930 with a 9 at 147 miles an hour. And that is a great run for him. He's up a couple mile an hour and he's down a tenth and a half. So his average right now is 946. He just went 930 at 147. Bob Williams currently leading the street race big block power adder category. So great run for him. He's going to be very excited when he gets that time slip.
And this international pickup in the left-hand lane is leading our hot rod class currently with an average of 12.12.
That's a 1948 International KB1 truck. And one of the best parts about coming to this part of the country and going on a road trip is seeing all the cool iron you guys have sitting out all these farms. We've been driving around back roads. I've been drooling all over the windows. Well, I've been licking the windows for a long time, but I've been drooling on them. Look at all the cool old trucks and stuff you guys get sitting out there in the weeds.
It's been gruesome.
It's been gruesome, especially in front of that school. 1086, 131 miles an hour on the Cunningham side. The International truck goes 12:05.9 at 108.
Which would be his best pass of the week so far.
Wow. Everybody's running fast here this morning. Hey, it's Chris Graves and Tara Wendland Graves down there from the Max Cackle Photography. Hardcore nostalgia racers, great photographers. And this beautiful Pontiac Firebird rolls up next to the Fox Body style Mustang on the Cunningham side, the right-hand side of the drag strip as we were looking down. Those of you coming to the racetrack this morning, thanks for coming to hang out with us. And literally the fastest grouping of street legal cars in the world are being put on display in front of you here at Thunder Valley Raceway Park. 11:27 to 1:17 on the statewide side, 12:44.8 for the Mustang on the Cunningham side.
You mentioned fastest street cars in the world there, but you want to correct yourself on that? Andy Frost.
I said the grouping of the fastest
grouping.
street cars.
Okay,
in the world.
grouping. I'll
the
give you
singular
grouping.
fastest street legal car in the world is the quickest is in England.
And let's discuss Andy Frost for a second. He runs, what did he blast? A 640.
640
in that car
yes.
at Santa Pod, I believe,
yes.
in England. And of course, he's the guy with his target on the back because he claims to be and is, in my opinion, the quickest street legal car in the world. A lot of people are looking for our drag week competitors to knock that down, and I'm saying at this point in the week, Andy's probably not sitting at home sweating. What do you think?
After what he's seen this week, probably not. So his best, 640 with a 3 at 229.31. Interesting thing is, mile and hour wise, our guys are getting close. We got guys going 225, 226, but ET wise, we have not had anybody in that neighborhood yet. A 52, but when if you're talking about a 1352 to a 1340, it's a completely different kettle of fish than talking about going from a 652 to a 640.
It's amazing how more and more difficult those tenths get the faster the car goes.
A huge space shuttle launch burn out there for the Nova as the S10 step-side extreme pickup rolls up on the Cunningham side of the racetrack.
The Silver Nova is Ralph Hoke, and he laid down a 989 on day one and a 10.0 yesterday, so he's got a 999 average. I'm thinking he's going to want to keep that average in the 9s right now. This is the street race small block power adder class.
That car is virtually, on the outside anyway, identical to a guy named John Manast, who won this event a couple years ago, a guy from Massachusetts with a Nova that could have passed as a dead ringer for that one. Better reaction time to the Nova, 999 with a 0, 135 miles an hour as the pickup truck goes 1297.1, also at 105, and they can continue to come in as Jeffrey Lutz now. You see Jeff's on the second half of that evil twin team. That is the Steel 57 Chevy rolling in the front gate. His dad's already here with a lightweight car, and there is Jeffrey with no hood on it, roadkill style, rolling into the pits.
We can't turn that printer off, is the problem. Apparently everybody at home is listening to our printer on the live feed, so we've got our video guys up here in the booth trying to solve that situation.
Yeah, inside baseball here, one of the fun things to do with the CompuLink timing system was all based off of DOS. It's a DOS system. And so when you have a DOS system, you need like Soviet era equipment. And we have that printer back there is like a gas pony engine running it, which is the same as any other line printer you'd find at any other drag strip using a CompuLink. It's no different than anywhere else. But if you can hear that screeching noise, it sounds like 1986. Well, that's what's going on behind me. I got a Tears for Fears album going to be put on here in a couple of minutes. Casey Cunningham headed down the racetrack right now. Okay. Cunningham heading down there in that Dodge D100 pickup truck, 1241.6, 107 miles an hour. 1181 Niner at 118 for the Pontiac in the other lane.
Did I hear a Niner in there?
Niner. Oh, I love this Mustang. This guy's been a one-hit and fly-away type guy. The story on this Mustang, you see that NASA sticker on the front fender, not the the space organization, but the road racing organization. Then we have it is basically a road race style car that they've set up to go drag racing with. You see the Grassroots Motorsports deal. They run that 2014 challenge. This is a low buck effort. It's got no windows in it, which, man, that would have been an interesting scenario if we ran into that hellacious rainstorm that came through. But these guys are having fun.
You'll see, as a result of the no windows, he is running a window net in that car. Even though it's an 11-second car, NHRA is going to require anything without windows or a Roadster to have that net and arm restraints at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, basically you have to treat it like an open car at that point. The thing hikes the front wheels, and those of you Ford fanatics out there know that the front wheels in that car are the aluminum spare tire style wheels that were used in the Mustangs of that era, the 4-lug style wheel. 1136.0, 121, 1294 to 111 miles an hour for that Pro Street style El Camino.
What's interesting about the Mustang that just went down track, he is competing in our unlimited class simply because there's no place else that he fit.
We talked about this on the way in here this morning. It's fun to see the guys that are just here to have fun. It's fun to see the guys that show up and the only thing that they're trying to do is live and go as quick as they can.
Now, if Joe Barry has made his way to the drag strip this morning, he will be pleased to hear that the package he's been waiting for is up here in the tower. It's in the room closest to the pits up here on the second floor of the tower. A lot of people FedExing parts in to try and save their day, and Joe Barry, if you are here, that package is here as well.
Man, that Mustang is a buzzsaw over there in the Cunningham lane. 992.7, 141 for the Mustang. 1291.4 at 95 miles an hour on the statewide side. Another benefit of our location up here for the announcers booth is we can hear stuff a lot better than we could at the other racetrack. So that Mustang sounds great. And David, here comes a car that no one, including you, didn't see coming this week.
George Gallimore in that Monte Carlo. I'll tell you, you don't mess with this guy. I've seen him at the land speed events, and he comes in pretty unassuming. These guys are making some steam in this thing. We were talking to him this morning. It's a 555 big block Chevy with a couple of 98s on the thing, pushing 36 pounds of boost. And this ran 191 miles an hour.
Gallimore is a red hat and jacket away from a mall Santa job. The kid who built the engine looked like he picked him up from 6th grade and came down here last night. And the thing went 192 miles an hour. Watch this. Watch him feed the power in. It's a 315 radial on the back of a huge car, 150 in the 8th mile.
No, get out!
766 at 190. 190 miles an hour. And the dude that just threw the thumbs up, he's all unassuming, just like, yeah, this is how we roll. That's the engine builder for that thing. It is a big block Chevrolet with a pair of 88 millimeter turbos. I would sell one of my children to have that car.
And listen to this, 767 on day 1, 770 on day 2. Average of 769, which means he walks out of here with an average of maybe 768.
I will never in my life get tired of watching that car run down the racetrack. It is a thing, it is a thing of beauty.
And he is promising a show to everybody on Friday. Once he secures a number on that thing, he is gonna lay the wick to it. And it's, how fast can that thing go?
Well, the best thing is we're talking with the pitch, we're like, man, it went 192. He goes, yeah, I knew it would go 190, but it hit the rev. It's like, what?
Keith Harrison here in the left-hand lane. This guy was one of the lucky few who got into driving in the very last second, signing up right there on site in Tulsa. He had driven 1,500 miles on the chance of getting to race at Drag Week.
1164 119. That car has developed that bog. He saw that bog on the starting line. That's something that started for him a couple of days ago, so he's going to be fighting through that. 1260 19, 105 miles an hour on the other side of the racetrack. Lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8 are open for all competitors outside of Daily Driver. Lane 3 is our fast track lane for our unlimited competitors. Once again, lane 3 is fast track for unlimited. Lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8 are open for all competitors outside of Daily Driver. Daily Driver, you'll have your shot in a little while. You know, I see the Buick back there. We went and stopped and looked at the Buick GS. Both of us crept up on it with our eyes wincing to see if it had a Buick engine in it, and it does. So it's a 460-odd inch naturally aspirated machine. That'll be coming around the corner here momentarily. If you're like your Datsuns equipped with V8 engines and a stick shift and a guy who has no mercy on the mechanical components, then this is your car over here in the Cunningham side of the racetrack. And that 1980s El Camino going to be rolling up on the statewide side. I use that Cunningham and statewide sign. Those of you listening at home, Cunningham side would be the right-hand side of the track and statewide on the left.
You're really going to want to watch this 240Z because it is fairly hilarious going down track when he bank shifts this thing. It has a Mustang Cobra IRS in the back of it.
Watch it shift. The anti-squat is not part of the program. And the Datsun goes 110 in the 8, 10.07.9, 146, 10.48.5, 130 miles an hour.
Pulling into lanes, look at this pair. In the left-hand lane, that is a real 55 Chevy Nomad. That is not a two-door wagon. He found the body of that car out in the woods and bought it and a four-door parts car for $2,500. He says he's got $7,000 in that car. It's pretty much a stock 350 in it. He is living in that car this week, literally sleeping in the back of it. And in the right-hand lane, the 32 Ford Roadster. This to me is one of the most impressive cars at Drag Week, and I hope he's going to show you why right now.
I'll tell you, that looks like the most aggressive launch he's had, where the tire actually, well the tire, they're like about as wide as a bicycle tire, but it's stuck to the racetrack. Little flatted in there, it's 70 at half track. The dude in the Nomad just going to put a fender on him. 15, 18 with a 5, he's getting there at 86 miles an hour. We are 1 60-degree day from a 14-second pass out of that thing, I swear.
He has consistently improved. And here's what's impressive about a 15-second car. It's a flathead Ford, and that car has been around since the 50s.
We talked about the history of street legal racing the other day, and I just got a text with a couple of those. We talked about that Cars racing team.
I shot that photo.
That photo? Well, you may have been standing next to the guy that shot the photo. James Sisk is a photographer. I know he's a drag racing guy, and I think you guys were maybe shaking hands or something when he fired that one off.
A couple more gassers going down the track. The Henry J we're looking at, Mike Fox. hunting for another 9-second time. What's he do?
A couple years ago, it was Keith Fox that had the upper hand, but it is Mike Cox this year. 10.052, 131 for that high-riding Henry J. As Fox goes 12.71 for 101 miles an hour in the Ford Coupe. The Cougar Eliminator rolling up on the statewide side with that Cobra Jet style hood scoop that is on steroids. It's picked up a couple inches wide, a couple inches tall. That is tough looking stuff in that grabber blue color. That is a really, really neat car.
Gavin Lusk has got a Pro Charger small block in that thing. He's been running 946 on the first day, 964 on the second.
It's got a that is the quietest Pro Charge car I've ever heard. We got to find out who does the muffler work on that thing, because normally you get a Pro Charger on it bellows. And the beautiful Chevelle on the Cunningham side of the racetrack. Got to give kudos to all of our tracks so far. These tracks have been prepared expertly. Every place we've showed up this year, we've had a great surface to race on, and it is looking even better than it has been for years past out here. Thunder Valley's hooking hard. 969, 5139. Cunningham, 1118, 8, 120 in the Chevelle on the Cunningham side.
And now the genuine Buick-powered Buick is rolling into lanes that we were talking about earlier. This thing is simply a 38 overboard 455. It is running in the 1070s. On motor, no nitrous on this thing, no boost.
E85 is the fuel he runs through it. It's a 12.8, 12.9 to 1 compression Buick engine in there. Aluminum cylinder heads on it, TA intake manifold. Really neat piece. And just, you know, to me, it's like a cool, old school, just kind of blunt force trauma car.
We need to line that up against that 68 Roadrunner and relive the Hemi Buick shootout. Jerking the tire.
And the Buick is going to pull the Camaro down the racetrack. 1071.8 at 123, 1229.7 at 113 miles an hour as the sound guys are building a blast shield behind me, apparently.
Another bracket racer there with that Buick. He laid down a 1071 with a 9 before, and what did he just pull? 1071 with an 8.
And the Pro Street style El Camino rolls up next to that 1948 International pickup truck. Pickup truck running in our hot rod category.
Leading our hot rod category.
Pro Street naturally aspirated is the category or the class for that great looking El Camino that looks, and I say this in a positive manner, it looks like it jumped right off the pages of Carcraft or Hot Rod circa the mid-90s.
I'll give it 1988.
You're going 88?
Yeah. Hey folks in the grandstands, tell your friends at home or at work that if they couldn't be out here today, they can look at a live video feed. Check hotrod.com for that, or the Motor Trend channel of YouTube. Pulling up to the line right now in the left-hand lane, the cream-colored 1970 Dodge Challenger is our leader in Super Street small block, naturally aspirated. Now watch this thing go down track. He's been running mid-10s. W2 headed 420-inch small block Mopar in that thing.
And that is a really neat car. We saw him going down the highway last night. You know, it's funny. Some of these guys that are running to gear vendors or guys that are running a multiple speed overdrive transmission can boogie down the highway. He was not one of those guys.
No, I'm going to call 513s in that thing. Oh, look at him pull both tires. Nice, pretty launch.
A gorgeous car. That little Chevy too. Looks like he's going to have just enough. He got a 4/10 head start on him on the starting line. He's going to use it. 1090 with a 5 on a whole shot. Gets to the finish line first. 121. 1069.9, 123 for the Challenger. Again, these guys and girls are not racing each other heads up. They're running the clock. We will have a heads up shootout down the road in Tulsa on Saturday. If you want to see these cars actually lined up, banging on each other, hitting each other with bats, that's going to happen on Saturday. So that is going to be the Battle Royale heads-up shootout going on all day on Saturday at Tulsa Raceway Park. So if you want to come out and check that out, we'll be just down the road.
Because once again, what we're doing here is essentially time trials. The cars run 5 times at 5 different races. We average their best ET from each track, and the guy with the quickest overall average is the winner in each class.
Well, Bob Williams just stuck his face in here, and I noted that Bob Williams made a fantastic 930, almost 150-mile-an-hour pass. Last year, he was leading his class, and the thing ate the transmission up. This year, he just gave me the thumbs up and said, I made a pass on day 3. And a lot of times at drag week, that's what it is. It's getting a little bit better than last year, and those personal accomplishments. And in Williams' arena, he's leading class, so he's got a lot in the line.
Here in the left-hand lane, Danny Morrison, who has competed and finished at every single drag week. He's been in daily driver for, many, many years. He's coming together this time with a street race small block power adder. I almost said Nova when I meant Mustang. He ran 10:57 the first day and 10:73 the second day.
We got a roadkill situation going on behind me.
You have got to see the contraption we've got here to try and quiet down this printer for you. Danny rolls a 10:56. That is his best run of the week, improving slightly on his 10:57.
I don't want to know where those towels came from or what's on them that they just laid over that thing.
He's now wrapping it in a roadkill jacket.
It's a biohazard sticker on that thing.
Keith is making a lapse in the 55.
He is. Maybe he's getting that carburetor tuning issue or whatever's causing that bog off the starting line. Maybe he's got that thing handled. Ooh, a couple of our faster gassers in the stage lanes. That's the Dan Chisholm driven 1955 Chevy down there, and Jim Forbes at his great altered wheelbase AFX Chevy 2 also in the lanes. Really neat to see Jim build that car. He built it by himself at home, and did the real deal, built his own kind of Bill Thomas style clip on the front of it, and really cool piece.
I'd like to take a moment and point out the video feed is presented by Pep Boys Speed Shops. They are on site here at Drag Week the whole time. They have a trailer full of parts helping people out. Bill Fowler told us that he actually pulled a high-performance electric fuel pump off of Pep Boys yesterday. Pep Boys stocking Aeromotive stuff. Kind of hard to believe.
Very cool. 1184.1, 119 for Harrison, 1545.8, 87 miles an hour for the Chevy Coupe. John Weichman coming back up. Weichman, unfortunately, the unfortunate honor of being the only guy we've seen so far that smoked the tires on the hit of the throttle, and the Black Plague gasser.
He did pull off an 884 yesterday, so he's looking to improve. He's got a long way to go to podium in this class. He's running street race small block power adder with a turbo small block Chevy.
Look at that!
That's looking like he's putting that
Wow,
together.
Weichman dead out the thing and carried that left front tire 150 feet down the drag strip. Look at him go now. There he
does. Best of the week.
865, 9, 160. And you see somebody with John with the pink shirt on. She's clapping her hands, got her hands out. And she says, hallelujah. He got the number right there. Wow, that was cool. Boy, he stuck that thing. I've never seen the car carry the front end like that before. Just stuck it to the racetrack, and he was off to the races quite literally. That was awesome. There was foam padding involved. This is some sort of odoriferous situation. We will never hear that printer grab. What's going to happen is that structure you've constructed over the printer will collapse, ultimately breaking the printer and causing us a giant problem.
Now, in the left-hand lane here, we've got Charles Barber, and he has taken up the 3rd position in street race big block naturally aspirated. Now, how does that Corvette have a big block in it? I'm thinking it is a Stroker LS motor that is exceeding the small block limit of 428 cubic inches.
So what was your definition, or why did you go to 428 Pontiacs, or why did you go to 428 on the small block? Well, I guess the Pontiacs are the same. What was the deal on 428?
Well, we had to make a cubic inch break to identify big blocks and small blocks because there's so many ways you can get hinky with a 396 cubic inch big block Chevy. We don't call that a small block. In addition to the cubic inch
break,
break,
be the engine family.
I also establish engine families. Any Chrysler Hemi goes in big block. Any big block Ford goes into big block.
NOS is proud to be the official nitrous system of Drag Week. Be sure to use your coupon to get 1 free bottle fill up this week, compliments of NOS. And be sure to discuss your setup with NOS technical representative Monty Smith this week. Monty is a racer himself, chassis expert, as well as one of the world's foremost experts in nitrous tuning. Monty will be cruising the pits, looking to assist you with your setup. Compliments of NOS, the undisputed leader in nitrous.
We got to get Monty up here and let us know how many mother bottles he went through yesterday, because day one he handed out 4 mother bottles full of nitrous oxide, and I'm sure that program did not slow down yesterday, and he's here today. Make sure to go see him at the Gear Vendors trailer, and he will hook you up.
I said, man, I put like 5 more bottles in it. My Monty impersonation.
Monty knows we kid.
A couple of school buses full of, looks like Tech high school students rolled in. Welcome, guys and girls.
Wow, Mid-America Technology Center, it says on the side of these school buses that have just arrived, they are dumping out students coming here to see Hot Rod Drag Week. That is pretty cool.
Those are different because the ones I went to high school in had steel grates over the windows.
They are painted gray.
And they were 15 feet shorter. They only had 6 windows on each side. Well, here comes Mike Cox. He is in search of a 9-second time slip. Went 10:05 or 10:04, somewhere in that low O area in that Chevy 2. It is a big block. The first time we saw this car was last year. Fun fact about the Henry J, you could buy these cars out of a Sears Roebuck catalog. It was called an Allstate. Kaiser sold them and Sears sold them. 10-12 with a 130 miles an hour for the Henry J. I would argue there are more Henry J gassers now than there actually were during the gasser era.
Oh, it's unusual to see them in bone stock condition.
Yeah. Well, it's also unusual to see them in any sort of volume and any sort of old historical photographs and stuff. I think just in general, they're a cool looking car. We like them. But I think pound for pound, there are more gasser built Henry J's now than there actually were during the golden days of the gassers.
We'll tell the story about, in the right-hand lane, this 1967 Corvette is really cool. The guy has owned it for 35 years. He's had a whole bunch of engines in it. He recently ditched his big block Chevy and went to LS Power. He apologized for going to sort of the de rigueur engine of the day, but he's like, you know what, man, air conditioning, and watch what it's about to run. Not a super fast car, but a whole lot of fun.
Gears over there as the Mustang convertible heads down. We're actually a pretty decent drag race here. At 1,000 feet, the Mustang has put a fender on him. Mustang goes 1184.7, 111, and the LS Power Classic Corvette goes 1205.4, 114 miles an hour. And here's the pair I was talking about. Look at this.
You got to see these gassers run. In the left-hand lane, you've got our number 2 car. He's been averaging a 980 in this thing. He is chasing Dennis Taylor.
Chisholm and Stasiak 55 Chevrolet. I talked to these guys last night when they were at the one of our checkpoints on the route, and they're happy to be where they're at, but they know they got to wick it up.
And the right-hand lane, Jim Forbes coming all the way out of Arizona with a completely home-built, altered wheelbase Nova.
Yeah, he did a very good job. If you want to see a historically accurate-looking altered wheelbase Nova, go down and look at that thing. Jim is a real nut for the historical stuff, and he went to the bolt and the letter on building that car. It is basically a time warp from the mid-1960s here. Nice wheel stand, nice. 55. And Chisholm 096 reaction time on a Pro tree. That's Pro stock level. And the 55 thunders down 989 with a 1 at 133 miles an hour, making their presence felt, and we have not seen Dennis Taylor come around the corner as of yet.
Yet unfortunately, that is not going to improve that 55 Chevy's position in the running, unless, of course, his competition just does not show up, which is always a possibility at Drag Week. Remember, all of these cars are driving last night 350 miles on back roads of America.
Here comes Christy Reynolds. Christy Reynolds holds the record on the first day. She did undoubtedly the stoutest wheel stand we have ever seen. We've seen some good ones here in Drag Week. Reynolds looked like the Hemi under glass out there in the first day. Put this thing on the bumper and drove it at least 200 and 250 feet before driving through the wheel stand, landing it like a boss, and went 927 with a quarter of the run done on the rear tires. And here comes our big Rose Street El Camino again.
Keeping that car tied down this time. Look at it go.
133 short tire for the wagon. You saw her barely carry that front left, just no real distance to speak of. 956.5, 138, an opening salvo for Reynolds. That's a car that's been making several passes a day. Undoubtedly, we'll see it again. And here they still, look at the line out the gate. We got them stacked up out to the main road. This place is going to be jammed by the time we're done today. How awesome is that?
Spectators pouring into Thunder Valley here, and of course you at home are watching the live feed courtesy of Pep Boys Speed Shops. We need to get a computer up here so we know how live we are. There you go. Fire that thing up. We'll get some questions and answers going on in the chat room on youtube.com/motortrend. If you guys in the stands are unable to follow us over to Great Bend, Kansas tomorrow to spectate, you'll want to go to hotrod.com or look at the YouTube channel for Motor Trend, where you will see all the live action all day long. And of course, you'll have to listen to myself and Brian Loans once again.
Well, here's the AAR CUDA that isn't really. Big block power under the hood of the Plum Crazy CUDA that's leading its category as Bob Guido comes back up in the Mustang on the left-hand side.
Actually, Vince Rash in the Pontiac is leading Super Street Big Block nationally average with average 1022. This CUDA needs to improve from a 1070 in order to bump Vince with the Pontiac.
Well, maybe taking the Michael Myers technique and just hanging in there. 1073.5, 124, going to hang where it's been hanging all week. 1136.8, 120 for Guido.
You know, I think consistency is one of the most impressive things at Drag Week, when you can run the same number on different tracks all week long after driving it. Think about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a testament to the both the construction of the engine and the racetracks we run on. We run on these tracks that are very well prepared, so you know, one of the variables that our racetracks take out for us is the preparation end of things, and so far we've been to 3 of them, and all 3 have been all-star good. Whether you're running a radial tire or a slick, the prep has been just spot on all these racetracks. Sometimes you get into that radial prep situation, can't hook a slick to it. Sometimes you get into the slick preparation, the radials aren't hooking, but these tracks have all walked that fine line.
I hate it when you show up at a track and they've got it prepped for M&H and you've got some Mickey Thompsons on the thing. Man,
yeah, that'll
get you every time.
You get a set of Bucyrus recaps on that thing.
You get your Bruce Slicks out here. Guys have learned to prep a track since 1958.
Oh, man. So the Fox Body Mustang and the Chevy Malibu roll up now. I can't tell if that's a wrap. I think that's a wrap on that Mustang. I can't tell if it's a wrap or a paint job on that thing. Mustang, nice conservative launch. Put the coals to it at 60 feet. 122 at half track, and the Mustang goes 920 with a 6 at 154. Hello.
Yeah, unfortunately, that Malibu is going against Kurt Johnson in that 632 big block Mustang, and he's running 1030s, whereas the Mustang's 902. Unfortunately, he might as well be back in Topeka, as far behind as he is right now. He's not going to be able to pull ahead until his competition breaks, and that happens. Attrition is huge at Drag Week.
Beautiful Pontiac Firebird pulling in the gate over there. Our spectators literally are still backed up to the street. Concession stand is open for making egg sandwiches over there, and I don't know how many people they got making egg sandwiches, but I got a feeling they're doing bumper business. Great looking Discord Nova and our Cougar Eliminator coming back up again. The small block, stroker small block with the Pro Charger on it for the Cougar Eliminator. Not sure in the engine combination on the Nova.
It's a little 3-degree small block.
Tried and true combination.
I can see the shift light from here.
Yeah, he's got the arc welder. He's got an arc welder in there for a shift light. 963.5, 139 for the suntan-inducing shift light-equipped Eliminator. 1052.6, 127 as our class leader Vince Rash rolls up here in his Pontiac Firebird in the left-hand lane.
This car was out of Drag Week last year with valve trains scattered all over the side of the highway and nothing left to fix it. He ran 1018 on day 1, 1026 on day 2. With a naturally aspirated Pontiac smoking the tires in that black Firebird. It's good to see all these actual Pontiac engines at Drag Week. We've seen so many LSs, so many small blocks swapped into the BOP cars, but this is the Pontiac's year.
I'll tell you, it is really cool. Anytime you see like the Buick, the Pontiac, we got some Oldsmobile power out here as well, and it's cool to see that stuff obviously still can be competitive and fast. And Vince has been a Pontiac devotee since the earliest days of this event. I don't think he's ever been anything that isn't a Pontiac, maybe anything that isn't that car.
No, he showed up in a black GTO convertible the first couple years. It rolls a 1080 this time, not improving his numbers. I think we'll see him again
Comes Tommy O'Donnell in a 1957 Chevrolet with some perfect patina in it. You may remember Tommy O'Donnell from his last famous appearance at Drag Week at Tulsa, Oklahoma. He was driving a red 57 Chevy. Did a wheel stand so big and a landing so violent it shot the coil spring out of the front of the car.
This is the same guy?
That's the same guy. Different car, obviously, but you got the incredible photo of that thing up on the bumper.
Oh yeah, you search just Drag Week photo and that thing comes up almost every time. There's always one hero wheel stand at Drag Week.
Yeah, that's Tommy O'Donnell driving that car. He was the man driving that car, the prettier version of that car a couple years back when he bumper stood it. Pretty even drag race here. The naturally aspirated car of Fox trying to hang in there with O'Donnell. 1260 at 100 flat for Fox. O'Donnell goes 1284 at 104 miles an hour.
We do have gasoline available for you here at Thunder Valley. If you need race fuel, head on over to the fuel station, and they have their souvenir stand open as well. So you want to go pick up that t-shirt while you are on your way to the booth to see Michelle and Jenny to buy your Drag Week t-shirt. We do have t-shirts for sale at the Hot Rod Toter Home down here, and we've also got concessions open here at Thunder Valley.
Yeah, the t-shirt situation, you know, normally we're up here telling you to get a t-shirt because they sell fast. We had to have t-shirts air freighted here because we sold everything we had 2 days into the event. So no joke, the shirts are selling very fast. Get a shirt. If you want a Drag Week shirt, this is your only opportunity to get them. You can't buy them online, and somebody will probably be selling them on eBay for 5 times what you're going to pay for it here.
I could use somebody to actually bring me a fresh Drag Week shirt because I'm not sure if you've noticed the fragrance.
I am a decent human being. I put on a fresh shirt today. I realized after 3 days I smelled like the garbage. So I. Oh, and actually, did your the shower in your hotel room have a diving board? My shower had a diving board.
I wouldn't know. I had no time for that.
Obviously, the flies have the indication there.
Hey, thank you very much to Gear Vendors and Rick Johnson for sponsoring this entire event. He is the title sponsor of Drag Week. And the co-sponsor, Pep Boys Speed Shop, also is hosting the live video feed. You know what's cool is Rick Johnson's here with a trailer full of parts, and he will help you with virtually any transmission problem unrelated to his Gear Vendors unit. If you got a Turbo 400 that's puked its guts, you want to go see that guy. If he doesn't have it, he'll know who to go to.
Yeah, you get something that's just getting sloppy, Rick will definitely tell you how to get that thing tightened up and back in business. But the thing about Rick's business is he needs to know about all the transmissions that these Gear Vendors units are going behind. So the guy is literally a walking encyclopedia on transmissions. It's amazing stuff.
What a Gear Vendors is an auxiliary under overdrive that attaches to the back of your original transmission. You just take off your tail shaft in an automatic transmission application and throw that Gear Vendors on there. It's an added planetary gear set that will give you overdrive in any gear. So you can actually turn a 3-speed into a 6-speed. First over, second over, third over.
And so that Terminator Cobra style Mustang, statewide side, left-hand side of the racetrack, and early second-gen Camaro on the Cunningham side. Nice little Papa Wheelie style launch there for the 4-speed equipped Camaro. Another pair of gear jammers. I can't stress enough the fact that it's awesome so many guys show up out here with manual transmissions. 1062 4 128, 1322 5 at 105 miles an hour. And judging by the amount of people that still come in here, that are still pouring into this place, there is not a workplace in Noble, Oklahoma that has a full staff today.
Drag Week has truly gone worldwide and viral. Every track we've been to just packed with people skipping work on a weekday morning to come watch. And then the stats for the live feed, first of all, completely worldwide.
Tens of thousands of people
all over the country watching it. We had 60,000 people the first day check into the live feed, about 57,000 people yesterday. We'd ask everybody watching the live feed, share it with your friends. The way we get to keep doing this is by putting eyeballs in front of Drag Week for Pep Boys Speed Shop. So the more people you can get to watch, the more likely we will do this again in grander fashion next year.
And one thing I will say on behalf of the racetrack, if you're coming out here to hang out with us at Drag Week, make sure you're coming out here to hang out at Thunder Valley Raceway Park on a frequent basis. They run a full schedule here. It's a great drag strip, and you got to support places like this so we can continue to have Drag Week, where we get to hopscotch around the country, and we continue to keep these drag strips open where you guys have a great place to race and come test and tune and mess around that's not going to get you in any trouble. So obviously a great place, obviously packing in the people today, and make sure you make frequent stops here because it's a really nice little drag strip.
You know a track is racer friendly when you run across a drag week racer in the middle of nowhere, sort of resting for his fuel pump to cool down in the middle of a gas station, and he volunteers to tell you how good the new management of the track is and how people are coming back to the place because it is hooking and they're being nice to the racer.
Certainly done a great job for us here today. As 5, 6, 7, and 8 are our lanes, and they're packed full of people.
In the right-hand lane, this guy's been to drag week countless times. Steve Fagan in that Blazer, which is in fact an S10 pickup that he welded a Blazer back half onto. It's got a big block Chevy in that thing. He is in Pro Street Power Adder. He ran 924 the first day, 936 the second day. He is in the 4th spot in that class. Looking for some attrition or looking for a few tenths to move up for a podium finish.
And this Malibu, which is equipped with a roadkill sticker, is running a nitrous injected motor in it.
The roadkill sticker on that thing, that is just not a good call. The luck that goes on with that is not going to rub him the right way.
That was a 3/10 disimprovement.
That's right. If everyone's unaware, Roadkill, the show that myself and Mike Finnegan do monthly on the Motor Trend channel YouTube. You'll see Mike Finnegan later on today in the live feed doing some interviews from the pits on instant replay.
Yeah, Finnegan's kind of the road reporter down there keeping tabs. Big wheel stand for Fagan. I don't think I've ever seen that thing carrying in front of it like that.
He's had it tied down. He used to be a big show a couple years ago, but now he's going fast instead. And he rolls a 934 on pace with what he's been doing all week. But you want to keep eyes on this green Nova in the left-hand lane. This car, I believe that's a naturally aspirated deal, isn't it? Yes, it is modified, naturally aspirated. Another car that has put it on the bumper here in drag week.
He did it twice yesterday, and both times the thing landed like he had driven off the top of a building. And the front end's fine, didn't hurt the oil pan, but as it was coming down, both of us looked at each other up here and thought, uh-oh, because it was coming down like it was going to taco the front suspension or just knock the oil pan right off it.
Well, you know, as a speed tip, the thing you always want to do on day one of drag week is to reduce the clearance between the bottom of your oil pan and the oil pickup, because that generally helps performance. It definitely has not slowed down Brad Dyer, who has run a 929 with that Nova.
And Dyer whips it up. Again, feeds it the power came on. You heard the thing kind of roar to life there about 150 feet down the racetrack. And Dyer on a good clean pass goes 934.7, 144 miles an hour, and no drama.
Now here's what I appreciate about that guy is he is fairly well trampling his competition here. The next closest guy is averaging 10:13. He's running 9:36, but he's going to continue to run drag week, and he is not soft pedaling it. He is going all out at every track for a personal best.
This is full on rock star status. I mean, there is still a logjam trying to get into this place. This rules. Man, I know this is one of your favorites over here, this green Demon.
Paul Kornman is owning the street race small block naturally aspirated class. It's amazing how fast the NA cars have been going. This thing is 997 capable. He ran 10.0 yesterday. I'm sure he's looking for a 9 to keep his overall average in the 9s, because his average right now is a 10.000.
Well, he may have the suds to do it. He might have the air to do it this morning. Winds it up and takes off. Monte Carlo down the Cunningham side. We'll get to the finish line first. 10:13 to 133. You can see a 9er up there? No, 10:11 with a 9 at 133 miles an hour for the Demon.
Now, for the extra 10,000 fans that have showed up since the Super B ran the last time, we'll give you a little info here. This car is a former fast class racer, and that is factory appearing stock tire. Avert your gaze to the Redline bias ply tire on the back of this thing. That's what this car rolled off the showroom with in 1968. And you could punish those things with a Hemi back then, but watch how fast this car runs. It looks bone stock under the hood, and it is capable of 1080s.
And so the Super B is staged, plants that rear tire, and it's gone. Under normal circumstances, that tire will be smoldering till about the 8th mile somewhere.
How do they do it?
Very compliant suspension and magic. 1178.2 at 112, 1172.1. Those two cars at the finish line. Again, they're not racing each other, but 1/10,000 separated them at the stripe when they went down there. So very evenly matched cars. The reaction time's almost identical. That was the tightest race we've had all year.
Unfortunately, though, the Super B way off pace. He's run 1 second quicker than that here at Drag Week. I'd like to see them pull that back together, because it's just amazing to me.
Tens on that tire is unfathomable.
I notice you're slowing down on the polysyllabic words as we get more and more tired as the week goes on.
Well, I don't speak Slovakian, so I don't use polysyllabic words. Boy, the Mustang got it off the throttle. He's trying to find a gear out there, and things just not going his way. The Chevelle running down the statewide left-hand side of the racetrack. The Chevelle goes 11:15, 8 at 120. The Mustang goes 12:86 at 113. As an appreciation factor, you know, again, everybody gets hung up on, oh man, the unlimited guys got to do this, got to do that. When we lose 30 cars in a day, we don't lose 30 unlimited cars. It's the stuff, there's normal everyday stuff that's failing on these guys that they're doing their best to fight through and get from place to place. And there are simply times where you run out of time, you run out of energy, and it just gets to a point where you just got to shut it off. And I know that's a very difficult decision for these racers to make. So when we see a guy that has to throw in the towel, our heart breaks for him. Looks like Tom Hogshead coming up on the Cunningham right-hand side of the racetrack in the mid-1970s Nova. It's got a Blueprint engine, 632, and a big 632-inch crate engine. From the folks at Blueprint, he plugged it in the front, and I think he changes oil once a year and spark plugs once a year and just drives the wheels off the thing.
And check this out. Kevin Clocker in that Vega has run 878 twice.
Wow.
Will he do it again here at Thunder Valley?
A much cleaner launch for Clocker there, now a 130 short time. 125 in the 8, he's going to be a high 8, low 9. He goes 871.6, 152 miles an hour.
Just a little quicker than his previous bests at the other two tracks. I'm wondering if by the end of the week we're going to see Chisholm and Stasiak start to pull some parts off of this thing.
Yeah, because they still got all the chrome on it. They got the bumper's been lightened up with the lightning holes in it. But boy, I stuck my head in that thing yesterday afternoon at the checkpoint, and it was like I stuck my head in an easy bake oven. It was like 600 degrees inside that car. And they're rolling in the old school, you know, it's got a set of like bowling alley seats in it. I mean, it's not like it's, they are not living in the lap of luxury inside that thing.
That thing is pretty legit. You know, I think the solution to their problems would be to stop by a speed shop somewhere and pick up an 871 for that thing.
I vote for that. Man, that thing looks so good leaving.
1-4 short time.
.986 to 134 miles an hour, just living right in that window. And again, it looks like strategy there is just going to be, hey, we're going to go our deal, run our program like we run it, and see where it puts us at the end of the week.
Here's another class move that you'll see at Drag Week. Here in the left-hand lane, we've got Sean Fink, and he went ahead and brought this Suburban despite the fact that he did not get his new Corvette ready. So he was an unlimited class contender, placed third last year overall. And when he couldn't get his car together, he went ahead and showed up in the Suburban, and I'm noticing that he kept his unlimited status. He's got an A on the windshield, which tells us that is an unlimited car. There are no rules on unlimited, so you can roll up with anything you want.
And we just saw Dennis Taylor pull in, the current class leader in the gasser category, rolled in. Nick Bluniak came in the famed stretchy truck, and that whole contingent of racers came in. As we get a nice looking little custom golf cart down there with a flame job on it. More comfortable than some of the stuff that these guys are driving around in.
This pitside grandstand is approaching capacity. Will you check that out?
The whole place is. Look at the road.
Couple of GM A-bodies rolling to the line, Chevelle on the left-hand side, and a Chevy-powered GTO in the right. This is a beautiful car, and you know he means business when he's standing at the car wash earlier this morning rather than tuning up that big block Chevy.
Doug Garrison's a great guy, lives in Pennsylvania. A car I own right now, I bought from him. I bought my Caprice from him years ago.
And you still like him?
Big block, oh, that car rules. Not, with a nitrous, it would be quick enough to qualify for daily driver at this point. But the 64 GTO, it's got a clutchless 5-speed in it, just like you'd find in a Pro Stock car, hooked up behind the big inch rat motor.
Just like you'd find in a Pro Stock car?
Similar to. Ish. Watch that rear end jump in the back of the GTO as he knocks through all the gears. 1084.8, 126, and for Garrison, 971.7, 138. on the statewide side.
And you are about to see an actual side-by-side of the first and second place guys in a single class. That doesn't always happen at Drag Week because the lanes are open and it's an all-run situation. Both of these cars are in Super Street Big Block, naturally aspirated. There is Pontiac power in Vince Rash's Firebird in the right-hand lane, and there is a Big Block Mopar in the AAR Cuda. You'd suspect there'd be a 346 pack in that deal, but nope, it's a Big Block.
An announcement we've never had to make before at Drag Week. I'm going to make it right now. If you're in the pits, if you're walking around in the pits, and or maybe driving a golf cart, please be aware that we got racers trying to get to the staging lanes. They're on a fairly tight schedule here. If you're in the pits on a golf cart or walking around, we love that you're here. We love that you're hanging out, but please be respectful and leave some lanes open for our racers to get to the staging lanes.
And the Cuda trees the Pontiac and rolls through at 1071 to the Pontiac's quicker 1042 at 132 miles an hour.
Well, here's a guy that lived in our impound category. He lived in our impound life the other day. This is Tony Samperano in the Chevy 2 Nova. And Gary Putnam in the Cunningham lane in the red Fox body Mustang that they call Ketchup. Putnam got that car down in the 8-second range yesterday. It was a good moment. They've been working hard on that thing. You see Mark Cicino. Mark Cicino is a guy who normally is racing on Drag Week. Did not compete this year. He is riding with Gary Putnam. And Cicino has that really beautiful gold 84 Grand Prix.
I was waiting for you to say Monte Carlo.
No.
But you didn't.
Well, I would have called him Mike Cicino if I wanted to go all the way. Because he
Okay.
was Mike Cicino with the Monte Carlo.
Did I do that?
Somebody did it.
Tearing the tire a little bit.
Man. With those bullhorn exhausts, when that thing wakes up, it sounds like the end of the world. 852 with a 5, 174 miles an hour for Gary Putnam. 893 with a deuce at 152 over there on the statewide side. Cicino walks away. He's like, no big thing. 850s. That's how we roll. The New Jersey guy, the Midwest guy. They're like the Oscar and Felix. So those are the two guys, the odd couple guys. They communicate via sign language inside that car because the accents just don't jive.
So check out this 70 Grand Prix in the right-hand lane. That is essentially a Chevy Monte Carlo, but it's the Pontiac version of it. It is powered by a big block Pontiac on the bottle. Randy Bellahar has been here several times at Drag Week. He laid down a 986 first day, 989 the second day. Imagine the girth of that thing hauling at 980 and 135 miles an hour. You're about to see it.
I can't believe they put a GoPro on it. You're adding the weight of the GoPro may upset the whole program.
That thing's unaffected. You can pretty much carry concrete with that thing, and I don't think it would care.
There's a yard of loam in the trunk of the thing, and it doesn't care. Wow.
It's absurd, isn't it?
Defying the laws of physics one lap at a time. 109 in the 8th mile. And the USS Pontiac goes 984.4 at 135.
Once again, how do these guys hold it together for a full week on different drag strips and run essentially the same number every single time? This is not a bracket race. They're looking for their quickest ET they can possibly run, and pretty much they're at the wall.
Yeah, it is amazing stuff. And so it's our scholarship award winner over there in the Cunningham lane in the Fox body Mustang. And that first gen Camaro lined up here in the statewide side. The first gen car is a stick jammer. Look at it work. Got a 4.9-inch in the back, but all braced up there, trussed up. Flip through the gears, bogged it a little off the starting line, goes 1230 with a 1 at 117 miles an hour. 1324.7 at 106. And Doug Klein is pulling in right now. Doug Klein, one of our unlimited competitors. Klein in that orange Camaro waiting patiently in the traffic jam. Another testament to the street ability of these cars. They can sit in a traffic jam and not boil over or puke their guts out.
Well, and have a look at that. You've got, your basic minivan, your basic Ford Explorer, your 6-second Camaro, your basic crew cab pickup.
Couple of mom buggies, a 6-second Camaro, and a diesel truck. Just cuz. Less than extreme pickup truck taking on that white Nova with the black vinyl roof here. Cunningham Lane. And the Nova Sprint's down at 11:03.8 at 125 miles an hour. The pickup truck 13:03.6 at 105. Boy, a lot of laps being laid on by the guys in the Cougar Eliminator over there. They're going to line up next to that kind of nondescript blue Nova. MSD Performance welcomes everyone to the 10th Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. MSD has been involved with Drag Week since its first running, and we're excited to keep up with the tradition in 2014. MSD Performance, celebrating 10 years of Drag Week fun. The guys from Pep Boys Speed Shop are here to support you all week, racers. Come check out their trailer full of performance and repair parts. If you've got a want or a need, their mobile speed shop is ready. Stop by and grab a welcome packet for a full list of performance and repair parts on hand, plus a list of contact numbers. They'll be traveling the designated route just to support you at Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. The White Rhino is around the corner, and the White Rhino being a massive Chevrolet pickup truck. Those are the guys we saw hanging out at the gas station, working security to maintain a secure perimeter in the corner of that gas station.
This is their home track. I'm thinking they know what to do.
They were like the Secret Service with a craving for beer. You heard Guido wind the car up and dump the clutch, and the thing just kind of fell over on its face. Climbed back up into the power band again. He's pulling the gears, but the pickup truck, nice clean pass there. 10:36.2, 127. 12:02 with a 4 at 115 miles an hour for Guido.
Now this is going to be an interesting pairing
Yeah.
because the Blazer in the right-hand lane has run 890 twice, and we've seen a string of 910s, 912s out of the big white pickup truck. So this could be a race to the stripe.
And Ron Gibney in the pickup truck's another one of our guys that we talked to who said, hey, listen, the object of the game here is to get me to Friday, running consistently. His best run in this thing has been an 890, I believe he said. Been running in the 910, 90, 910 range. He said, hey, you get me to Friday, and then we'll really put the stick to her.
Yeah, and the thing is, remember Monty Smith and the 4 mother bottles? This is the guy. He's pretty much
guy.
He's got a 555 big block Chevy in that white truck, and he is hosing the thing big time.
This guy's got a one mother bottle a day problem. He lives in Moore, Oklahoma. He actually slept in his own bed last night. Man, that thing is awesome. That thing is just so over the top, huge, and crazy and good. And the pickup truck goes 904. Yeah.
Oh. Meanwhile, we're overlooking the 8.84 second Blazer in the other lane. Man, you just get numb to it here at Drag Week, don't you? Now, that number would have won the first year, wouldn't it? What did Carl Scott average the very first year of Drag Week?
855. Carl Scott's first year average and overall, at the time there was no unlimited category, the overall average was 858. If we look at the progression of the averages in the unlimited category, it's pretty interesting. 858 in 05, 856, then it went to 780, 798, 750. Then we started getting serious. Larson went 707, Larson went 757, 706, and then ultimately Tom Bailey went 683. Yeah, Bailey was the first guy to kind of break the dam last year and go down for the 6-second average over the 5-day period. And now, with what we have out there still around, we still have the potential for a 5-second average even deeper, or rather a 6-second average even deeper into that zone.
Brandon Galogly from Hot Rod. Can you hear me down there, Brandon? He's oblivious.
Haystacks Calhoun, report to the tower. So there's Tommy O'Donnell again. The 57 Chevy going to line up against the C5 Corvette. .1201.3 for the Corvette. O'Donnell goes 1281 with a 4 at 104 miles an hour. I'm a little surprised that we haven't seen some of our 7-second stuff show up yet.
After last night's drive, are you really shocked?
Well, not well. I should say. I mean, show up to the staging lanes, not so much show up to the track. I mean, when we walked around, there was some heavy-looking stuff or some heavy-duty stuff down there. But you're right. There are certainly some cars that actually have not even entered the property yet.
Once again, you really need to check out hotrod.com. I'm surfing it right now, and we've got a ton of photos and video there from Drag Week. You'll be able to see behind the scenes at all the tracks you can't visit and the stuff that happens on the road.
Daily Driver. Daily Driver, we will open the lanes to you at 10 a.m. So a half hour from now, we will do our switch. 1/2 hour from now, we'll do the switch. When we do the switch, all of our class competitors in the lanes will be run through. Then Daily Driver will open the lanes to you to come in. So once again, a half hour, we will make the switcherooski from our class cars to Daily Driver, and then we will run the Daily Drivers for a while, and then we'll have an open session where anybody and everybody can get in here and try to lay one down here at Thunder Valley Raceway Park.
Is this guy trying to out Krusty the Krusty Nova?
This is El Paso crustiness here. This is what happens if you took a Nova and parked it in like a sand dune for 40 years. We have cars up my way that look like this on the outside, and then you try to move them and they break into 2 pieces. And trouble for the Nova. That thing does not sound healthy at all in the head of the throttle as the pair of Chevy 2s there. The Chevy 2 is headed down the racetrack on the Cunningham side, 1089, 121 miles an hour, and kind of a slow roller for the El Paso Nova on the statewide side. Well, we got a second. Check it in on our live broadcast over there, Dave.
Yes, the Pep Boys live feed right now has 3,200 people watching worldwide. We generally see that grow throughout the day as the West Coast wakes up. We hit a peak of, I believe, 5,400 people yesterday. And so, if you're watching that live video feed, we would ask you to share it with your friends. Once again, we need views on that thing in order to make the sponsors happy so that we can do this again next year. I realize that's pretty blatant, but it's just the fact. And you know what? This is a nice service that Pep Boys is providing so that you can have this entertainment at home. So share it with a friend.
Yeah, it's incredible. And those of you that are, whether you're in England or whether you're in Australia, wherever you're watching from, thank you for tuning in. And thanks for having interest in this. We talked about this as we were driving last night. In a lot of ways, this is kind of like the hot rodding Super Bowl. It's a big deal that happens once a year. We come to a racetrack like this, and let's be honest, David, we've never seen a track like we have had crowds, but this place is packed, and they're still flying in the place. There's a crazy atmosphere at this place today. Very exciting kind of vibe coming off everybody. And I think we're going to be seeing, by the time we leave here this afternoon, I predict we see something big from somebody in one of our headliner classes. So our man Glenn Sheely, the Corvette.
There's some people in the live feed who've got some man love for Mike Finnegan and are wondering where he is. He'll be down walking around in the pits shooting some pre-recorded interviews with the racers, and we will play those here on the live feed during downtime.
Yeah, Finnegan's down there kind of keeping tabs on some of the storylines, who's here, who isn't, who's fixing stuff down in the pits and what they're fixing. So when we have time, we'll definitely be checking in with Mike down there. And it's been cool this year with the level of production on the live feed has never been as big as this year. Multiple cameras, all this stuff, and of course having Mike down there adds a different element where we're able to take you inside the event to show you what's up.
Yeah, we're not exactly standing down here with an iPhone streaming the video for you. We've got a crew of 7 or 8 guys. We have an audio specialist, we have a director, we've got 2 cameras on track, 1 on us here in the tower. We've got the roving reporter with Finnegan. This is a big production.
So Eddie Miller is still in competition. I don't think I've seen Eddie pull in the racetrack today, but we look at guys, I'm looking at our list of multiple time winners. And Eddie Miller and Mike Roy, both still in competition, have both won this event 3 times. If they win their respective classes, they'll be 4-time champions, and all of a sudden, people are really starting to knock on Larry's door.
You know, the interesting thing is you talk about these superheroes of Drag Week, it trickles all the way down to other classes. There's a lot of memorable guys, which I'm reminded because I can see Brent McCoy standing here. Give us a wave. He's wearing the coveralls and the farmer hat here on the starting line. That is the guy who showed up with the Buick Skylark with 1 iron cylinder head and 1 aluminum cylinder head. And then the next year he came back with a 59 Pontiac with a big block Chevy in it and won his daily driver category. Just showing up with a car with a lot of character and running hard is a good way to become worldwide famous here.
He also had a pneumatic date that he drove around with in that car as well.
Yeah, we handled that situation on the latest episode of Roadkill. Went ahead and splattered her with the Ranchero.
GTO clears the motor out, stages it.
Bang shifting that thing.
Yeah, buddy. .1061 with a 133 miles an hour for the Pontiac. So, as we've gotten the note at 10 a.m., which is now 25 minutes away, we're going to switch over from our class cars to our daily driver cars for their session. Once the daily driver cars have their session, we'll then go to an open session that is open to anybody. And like yesterday, I've already seen a couple cars pull out with their trailers behind them. They made their run, they like what they see, and they're already heading to the next track. If you get in your rental car like we'll do this afternoon, you drive 300 miles, it takes you a while, but it's no big deal. You get into one of these race cars to go 300 miles, you best plan ahead.
And I will remind all you racers in the pits, if you are packing up to leave the track, make sure to leave your ET slip with Tanya and Tara. You want to pick your best ET slip that does not exceed your NHRA Tech legal speed and hand that in before you hit the road to pick up your map. And I will also mention to everybody on the live feed and in the grandstands, if you want to follow the guys on the road with Drag Week, you can go to hotrod.com and download the directions.
And the El Camino, 107 in the 8th mile for the Elkie. That G-Body El Camino goes 10:48 with a 9 at 129 miles an hour. As a kid, one of my favorite stories ever in Hot Rod was when Rob Canan put a 500-inch Cadillac engine in one of those things, took it out to Terminal Island, that's how long ago the story went, and ran it. And it was like, I was in junior high, I think, or high school when that came out, and we immediately went to the junkyard. A friend of mine and I took my dad and we bought a Cadillac engine and never did anything with it. But that thing spurred the sale of Cadillac 500 engines out of wrecking yards for sure.
I have no familiarity with buying an engine and putting it in the backyard and doing nothing with it.
I have seen your home, sir. So just a pair of clean General Motors products down there. Fire engine red Camaro and the Nova.
I'm suspecting we might have a brief break before we go to Daily Driver while we're brushing up the track a little bit. When that's happening, I'd encourage you to run down and buy a Drag Week t-shirt. We also have the Thunder Valley concession stand open, and you can go visit guys like Gear Vendors, MSD, Monty from NOS. They're all here.
And at the current moment, I tell you not to go anywhere because Jeff Watts is in the staging lanes in the Evil Twin. The nose is off it. They're making their final preparations to uncork that car on this racetrack. And if we talk about two storylines unfolding with Lutz now finding himself in the lead of the category, he's coming out. You see Jeff over there with, actually Jeff with, looks like Big Chief, right? Is that Justin out there in the starting line with him?
No, that's Murder Nova Sean.
Murder Nova Sean.
An Australian car going down the track right now. Recently on the live feed, people were saying we need to get Street Machine Magazine down under to do something like this. Well, Street Machine Magazine is here today with that Capri, Cleveland powered, rolling a 1050. They're finally having some success here at Drag Week. John Ferrone is also here with his, I never know what that is. It's a Valiant Charger.
Aussie Valiant Charger.
Loaded with a big block Mopar, and he's not actually in Drag Week competition, but he is coming along for fun, and I hope he can get out here later today and run a big number. We got guys checking in on the live feed from all over the world. We got Mexico, Sweden, Finland, Brazil.
And IHOP in Topeka. One guy just sent me a note. So once again comes the Nova from El Paso, Texas. Did not sound healthy coming off the starting line last time. They made some changes, obviously found what issues may have been, and they're going to try to get a clean run down the Cunningham lane.
That is Josh Cass. He's fighting a battle in Super Street Power at her. He is running an average of 10:02. Everybody else in his class is 8:99 or quicker.
Well, that's a lot better looking. The car came off the starting line, just kind of dangled those front tires on the racetrack. Nova sounds very healthy going through 1,000 feet, 946, 132 miles an hour. The Camaro goes 1108 with a 0 at 120.
That is not quite improving his number. He ran a 921 yesterday.
Boy, a couple of the best gear jamming cars on the property are down in the staging lanes right now. I see Frank Romano in that gorgeous 55 Chevrolet with Doug Garrison behind him. A couple of big block Chevy hitters down there with stickmobiles. We call it a clutch car back at home in Boston. Norm Tannehill coming up in the Super Street small block naturally aspirated Camaro.
Okay, one in.
So Tannehill going to make a solo hit here in the Camaro. Got a drag radial on the back of it. You know, we talk a lot about the horsepower these cars make and the suspension stuff, but boy, the tires. Try to run this event, and there actually are guys that do make the drive on full slicks. I don't say exactly recommend that. But the drag radial tire that is available and the technology that's gone into drag radial tires and the suspension developments around it have really changed the face of Drag Week over the course of time too, over the course of this being the 10th running. Since we started in 2005 to where we've come today, the amount of times we've seen guys run humongous numbers on a 10.5-inch wide slick and 275 drag radial continues to rise at the event. 11:32.6, 119 for Tannehill on that left side of the racetrack. Nose is back on the 55 Chevy, or the 57 Chevy of Lutz of the Peters. Meanwhile, the Mustang is cruising down the right lane here at Thunder Valley Raceway Park, 993 at 139 miles per hour. Once we finish up here at Thunder Valley, we head to Great Bend, Kansas for action tomorrow. So if you feel like calling in sick and going for a road trip, you can get the route from hotrod.com. Hang out with us at Great Bend, Kansas tomorrow. Promises to be another great day, and this thing is shaping up to be one of our better days. The cadence that we're running this deal at, we got guys just rapid fire out here headed down the racetrack. Bada bing.
Once again, Mark Covey is in that Buick GS 455 with Buick power. He ran 1071, 1074. He did not improve in a pass earlier today, but apparently he's going to beat on it and see what he can do.
Covey went on an 80-mile round trip to find E85. He runs the car exclusively on that fuel, both on the street and on the racetrack. And his E85 app told him, man, you got to go for a hike, and he did. He actually used up the remainder of whatever fuel he had just to get to the gas station, and then he stocked up again.
He is in a fight with that purple AAR Cuda, trying to overtake him for second position in the Super Street Big Block NA class. He's got an average of 1073, and the Cuda is at 1070. That is tight.
That is real tight. And that's the incredible thing. We'll come into Friday with several categories that'll be within a couple hundredths of each other. And it's like, how is that possible? We're beating on each other for 5 days and we're still this close. And the Buford goes 1072, 123 miles an hour, 1247, 8107 on the right-hand side of the racetrack.
I might try a degree of timing in that thing if I haven't already. Or if he hasn't already. Bringing some violence to Thunder Valley.
I'll tell you what.
We've got questions on the live video feed of what is the quickest pass we've seen so far. We did see a 652 and a 654 from Tom Bailey in his 1969 Camaro. Unfortunately, that car broke a head and a block. And so he is out of competition. So the quickest pass that we've got from a car that is still alive here is Jeff Lutz at a 669. And apparently we do have that car prepping in lanes.
And the sand continues to fall through the proverbial hourglass here at Thunder Valley Raceway Park as Larry Larson and Chad Reynolds make a desperate attempt to get here before the cutoff. I sent Chad a text moments ago. I asked if they were still making progress, and his response was yes, but killing ourselves.
A 931 out of the modified Power Adder car of Hank Kronk, that's the 92 Mustang. And he's been running 880s in that car, so I suspect he will be back to try and do that again.
And Jeff Lutz has plugged himself into the 57 Chevrolet.
Okay, Brian, I don't know if you've noticed this yet. If you look out the right side of the tower, which to the audience will be the left side of the tower, you see video guy Ron here. He is on a folding chair on top of a minivan with the tripod for the camera panning, doing the live video feed. It's pretty funny.
Hashtag big budget. Hashtag insurance claim.
Right. Oh, I see Jeff Jr. out here. Is he checking out the track?
No,
he's
he's
not.
checking out
He
his
is
dad.
rolling the evil twin to lanes.
The lines, the
2 hours
lanes.
of sleep, my tongue basically folds back down my throat after if I don't
That
get
was
more
the
than
noise
3
I heard
hours of
emanating
sleep.
from your room.
Oh man, it's been brutal today.
So here it is, folks, the evil twin. There is an identical, virtually visually identical car to this one in the pits, driven by Jeff Lutz's son, Jeffrey. The difference primarily is weight. This car has a composite body, I guess we call it a fiberglass body, where the other car is all steel. We give Jeff a lot of credit for doing two things. One, maintaining that really mean stance and appearance, and two, maintaining the completely horrifying aerodynamics of a 1957 Chevy.
With stock steel bumpers, and look at the fans running
Yeah.
to watch this pass. They're backing him up. This car is running a 632 Big Chief heads on it, a pair of Precision Turbo 98s on the thing, and he's got a Rosser Turbo 400, a gear vendors in the car, and it's running on methanol. They drive it on the street on 91 octane, loaded up with the alky to run down track. You'll see Murder Nova Sean there helping Jeff out. Of course, Jeff spent a little bit of time on the Street Outlaws show. And there was a video going around of this thing leaving like you threw it off the Empire State Building.
Exactly. So let's see what Lutz can do. In some ways, in many ways, this is his race to lose this week. We've just heard back in from Larry Larson and Chad Reynolds, and things are progressing very slowly for them. Jeff Lutz would love to make a good hit here.
Oh, trouble in the first half.
156 in the 8th mile. Lutz off the throttle, rolls to a 789, 133 mile an hour pass.
That will not keep him ahead of the competition. I guarantee you that car comes back. He has been having trouble hooking it up. He says he's been pulling power out of it. He's been trying to hit it harder, and he's just not getting there.
He said if he goes any harder on the launch, the thing will go into tire shake. And really, obviously, tire shake is an enemy of any drag race car. But normally, cars that are powerful enough to go into tire shake are not then required to be driven hundreds of miles. So if you can imagine having to really tighten up on the tire shake problem, because if you shake enough to, and you can break a chassis, we've seen guys shake windows out of cars here. You really need to avoid that because it will end your week instantaneously.
And here you've got Frank Romano out of New York in the right-hand lane in the silver 55 Chevy. You will recognize that car from the cover of Hot Rod magazine, I think January this year, something like that. Alana from Hot Rod went and rode around with these guys in downtown Manhattan with these cars. This one and Glenn Hunter, who I also see in line in the red and white 56 Chevy. Now, also left-hand lane, a drag week legend and many-time winner Mike Roy in the ludicrous Pro Street maroon Monte Carlo. Watch this thing jerk the tires off the ground.
Mike Roy is a three-time champion and a defending champion, 2009, 2011, 2013, all in the same car, all in the same class. And do not be fooled, that is an Abrams tank dressed up to look like a 71 Monte Carlo.
Big twin turbo deal in this thing, and he is averaging, get this, 766 with a 5 at 182 miles an hour. He owns this class. As Brian said, it's his to lose, but I have a feeling he's going to go all out anyway.
If there is a car that you want to take a mental snapshot of leaving the starting line and just remember it for better days, if you're having a bad day, you want to think about something good, watch Mike Roy's car leave. It is as picture perfect as you can get. The thing's about as long as a battleship. It'll carry the front end out. It's got those big honking tires behind it. Watch this. Romano's grabbing gears down there, running for his life. I mean, seriously, what's better than that? Whoa, Roy wagging the tail down there. 772 at 183 miles per hour for Mike Roy.
Which I believe we're looking at, no, he did run a 183 both days. Man, the consistency on the mile an hour and the ET is pretty incredible on that thing.
And the Pontiacs up here coming. I got at least Pontiac bodies as Doug Garrison comes up. The stick shift big block Chevy powered 64 GTO. And this Trans Am GTA, the third gen Trans Am here on the statewide side. It is funny, we don't see too many third gen Trans Ams or Firebirds out here. The fourth gen is the more popular body style of the pair. Fox Body Mustang being, I would say, the most typical body style we see here on Drag Week. They will swallow virtually any engine combination, as we have seen everything from turbocharged V6s to, of course, the mean 632-inch naturally aspirated piece of Kurt Johnson.
And last year's small block Mopar that won class. I think last year there was one Ford motored Mustang that won class. All the rest of them had Chevys or Mopars in them.
And that guy just ran out of time to swap the Chevy in before he came, so it was a default situation. So Doug Garrison goes 1074 at 124.91 miles per hour.
We've got 3,500 people watching us worldwide right now on the web on the live feed presented by Pep Boys Speed Shops.
So Gary Putnam, we saw him go down in the 850s. Big Mark Cicino going to lead him into the beams there as Glenn Hunter backs up. You gotta love Hunter's car, just from a traditional hot rodding standpoint. A beautiful 56 Chevrolet stock body machine with all the chrome, all the trim, well maintained. And you got that big block in there with, like, you just check the box. You can open the Whipple catalog, go to the last page, bottom of the page. That's the supercharger he has on that car.
E85 powered car there.
And boy, Putnam was out first. Look at these two running side by side. 846 at 165. And Hunter goes 848 with a 5 at 160. Side by side, that's actually one of the quickest side by side passes I can remember seeing, and them being so grouped so close together. Very cool.
And that is Glenn's best pass of the week by a couple hundreds. The green Malibu in the right-hand lane is Danny Roberts, who is fighting to work his way up into the 4th position in Street Race Small Block, naturally aspirated. This car does run 1090s, or it's 1090 capable. Let's see what he does here at Thunder Valley. He did slow down yesterday.
Just saw Eddie Miller roll in through the gate as well. He was one of the big hitters that we had not seen yet.
Not looking like a 10-second pass. Nope, 11:48, 1:14. Obviously fighting some demons. They will get you at Drag Week. Now, you gotta look at the AMC Gremlin on the right-hand lane here. This thing has got a 232 cubic inch, or you know what, it might be a 258. I keep saying that. I don't know what year that thing is. I think it's a 70, so it's a 232.
We're not splitting hairs.
Yeah.
You know?
Nonetheless, it's only 3/4 of an actual engine, and he does have this thing on nitrous, pretty much the hose running straight down the intake manifold. Do not pass go. Spray the thing, and he broke into the 13s with it yesterday, and it will pop the front end up just a little bit. We call that a paper slipper.
Yeah, keep your eyes peeled on that left front tire, because that is the one thing that will lose contact with terra firma if he gets good good traction with the negative, like, shopping cart wheelbase he has with the Gremlin.
Yet another case of quitting about 3/4 of the way through designing the car.
Yeah. Remember when they ran these things in Pro Stock? You ever see the pictures of the Pro Stock
Wally
Gremlins?
Booth.
Yeah, baby. 12-11 with a 9.
13-21!
What?
What the H? Oh, man, that Gremlin's awesome.
What? 13-21 with a 4 at 96, and it still appears to have pistons that don't have holes in them in it. What? Get the tech. We need tech officials on that thing stat. That's amazing. Is nitromethane an approved fuel? Wow. He might be earning himself a trip into impound. If he runs 12s in that thing, he goes into impound.
Oh, that would be a good idea. Now, once again, in the right-hand lane, out of Australia, Steve Ryman is here. He's got a 72 Ford Capri. It's not a Mercury. They sold them as Fords in Australia. This thing is right-hand drive. It's got a Cleveland in it. It's running naturally aspirated. He's second in class. He's trying to improve from a 1044.
Such dedication for all our competitors, but the guys from Australia, like I like to say, there's a fine line between hobby and mental illness. He goes 10:31 with a 4 at 132 miles an hour, 11:05.7, 120.
We talked about this Nomad earlier today, but I think the local audience has roughly quadrupled since this car came to the line the first time. That is an actual Nomad, not a two-door wagon. It's not a barn find, it is a forest find. The thing was on its side in the backwoods. He dug it out. It's here running drag week. He's got about $7 grand in that thing. And the good news is that it doubles as a motorhome. There is no hotel bill operation going on with that Nomad. He sleeps in the back at every track.
12:76 with a 3, 115 miles an hour, and the Nomad goes 14:14 with a 2 at 94 with the air mattress. Maybe still inflated. We'll never know.
Guido's making laps in this thing.
We have not seen the likes of Doug Klein yet. I got to check the time here.
No, he rolled in.
We haven't seen him on the racetrack. I mean, I know he's here. We just haven't seen him on the racetrack. And we have 4 minutes. We're switching over to Daily Driver. We're closing the lanes to switch to Daily Driver in 4 minutes. If you want to get in and you're not a Daily Driver, you want to get into this morning session for the class cars, you have 4 minutes to get yourself into the staging lanes before we make the switch to Daily Driver. You know what? It was
the Oldsmobile Gremlin.
Here's the Olds Gremlin.
From the same styling school, clearly.
GM stepped up and spent $14.50 on the styling of this automobile when it came out.
Now, Harold Braun knows we kid. We've
Yes.
sort of been flinging some poo towards the Oldsmobile here throughout this week. That is a 12-second car. He's in the street race big block naturally aspirated class.
And the fact of the matter is, I bet you could crank over to your local Craigslist or Want Ad and buy that car for like the body style for probably $500. There is a lot of merit to start with something that isn't a '69 Camaro that you can actually get cheap and build into something.
The good news is that you didn't continue to insult the guy.
Right.
That's really the good thing.
Yep.
$500, you can own that thing.
No, the body style, not the actual car, man. Come on. This guy's gonna hit me with a golf club. Once again, the Cougar heading down the racetrack, trying to stand on the elapsed time there, pick up a little bit of ET at the top end. 991.6, 140. 1264.4, 107. Left side of the racetrack as we get into our Corvette. This Corvette's been making a lot of laps this week as well. In just about 2 minutes, I'm going to get a text message from Lonnie Grimm telling me that the staging lanes are closed for class vehicles in about 2 minutes. That note is coming, and when I get it, even if you're on your way, you're going to have to turn it around and park it until we open them back up again for the open session this afternoon. It is amazing how quickly the time goes by here. You get to these racetracks in the morning, and all of a sudden you look down, and it's like, how did 2 hours just pass? What just happened?
Go ahead.
So the Malibu, which seems to be really loading up with fuel down there, a bunch of black smoke coming out from underneath it. Going to be lining up next to the Corvette. Driver clears the Malibu out.
Okay, your reset ready to go. Happy birthday.
I see cars jamming into lanes, trying to get in here to the very first session at Drag Week. The class car's running right now, and pretty soon we will bring up the daily drivers. Equally interesting cars, but they are limited to a 1080 ET. Those guys will be running to put themselves on a ladder for a bracket race later in the week. Okay, Brian, I was just doing a little bit of counting here, looking at the results walking into today. Guess how many cars we have here on site at Thunder Valley who have driven roughly 500 miles to get here so far that have an average lap time in the single digits, 9 seconds or quicker. How many street legal cars that have driven 500 miles could possibly be here running 9s or quicker?
160.
No. Really? Is that your guess? 66.
Wow.
I was really impressed by that number. 160 would have been amazing. If you think of that, though, that would have been half the field.
I went
leaving.
big. I went big.
Yeah, you went big. There's 127 daily driver cars
Okay.
here, so automatically you know that many of them are running 1080s or slower. But just think of it.
66?
66
Wow.
of them with an average, meaning they've done it at least
Yeah.
twice.
That is flipping nuts. And this bright yellower Camaro comes up to the starting line now.
Third in Super Street small block naturally aspirated. This is an 11.0 car at the first 2 tracks.
And one of the things that I'm really always impressed with the naturally aspirated guy, these guys run camshafts that have like cliff faces for ramps on them. The valve train abuse that the naturally aspirated guys go through, in many ways even trumps what some of the nitrous, well the nitrous guys maybe not so much, but the turbocharged guys can get away with that much tamer kind of cam, but these guys just have to leave it all hanging out.
Yeah, valve train wise, these guys might as well just stay home and slam their head in the door because the enjoyment factor of changing valve springs, rocker arms, and lifters at the side of the road is roughly equal.
Yeah, it's give or take.
In the right-hand lane, we've got Chance Ray. This is the son of Doug Ray, who will show up later with an amazing 57 Buick Unlimited car.
Yeah, Doug is down in the staging lanes right now getting prepared.
Chance has been on drag week for several years, but not as a driver because he didn't have a license, because he was under 16, but now he is here running this pro street car. And that car has been on the cover of Hot Rod Magazine in the past. Let's just have a look at how he's doing in Pro Street naturally aspirated. He is second in class right now with an average ET of 1082 in that 69 Camaro.
Now I'm just going to get confirmation from Lonnie, but I believe the staging lanes are closed to class cars right now. I believe we have closed the staging lanes to class cars. It's actually confirmed as the Malibu comes up, comes out, wheels up, radial tires hooked to the drag strip. 115 in the 8th mile. And how about 932 with an 8.142 as Chase goes 11.60 or 11.062 at 122.
Slowing down considerably, but holding his position.
David motioning that he needs a new t-shirt, lifting his arm, and a small child just passed out in the back of the room. You're a bad person.
Let's hope a camera was on us for that, because I'm going straight to the armpit.
Oh, you got wetness.
Oh, really?
Oh, that isn't even dried since
yesterday.
yesterday.
That is not good.
You're a disgusting animal.
Where's the air conditioning when you need it?
We need a hermetically sealed bubble to put you in. You can stew in there like a pot roast.
I'm going to go John Travolta on it. Just boy.
We're gonna bubble boy this mother. The rental car is a nose whiff away from it being a gas chamber in there. It is a bad place to be hanging out at any point.
That was the first announcer breakdown. We're just getting warmed up. This will get far worse as the afternoon goes on.
A 1066, 525 7-mile-an-hour shot for the Camaro. 1136.1 at 123 for the Pontiac Firebird. The 3rd-gen car on the left side, the GTA. And look at those daily drivers coming in like we're offering free beer. They are stacking up down there like cordwood.
Now, both the cars that are on the line right now happen to be in the same class, which is Street Race Small Block Power Adder.
And the Firebird being run out of the Biggin Customs stable. And the one guy we haven't seen this morning is Eric Yost, Biggin himself.
Andy Williams in the left-hand lane. That car is 8-second capable. So far, he's put down a 911.
Nanner. The man they call Nanner. The Turbo V6. That dude in the V6 in the Grand National was at the checkpoint at 6 o'clock this morning.
Oh,
we were at the checkpoint at 6 o'clock last night. Yeah.
And he still runs a 1062.
He's a man. That's a man.
And 931 again out of the white Firebird, not hunting into the 8-second zone.
And off goes that great-looking Hugger Orange 69 Camaro, the one that I like so much with the black wheels, got his U-Haul trailer. Again, racers, a lot of these guys make their one hit, pack it up, and head on to the next racetrack. Some of these guys see the racing as the more dangerous end of this thing. Just get it done and roll.
They're on the hit it and quit it program.
That's it. I went to college with some guys that did that a lot. So we have the Pontiac Firebird and the Chevelle rolling up on the Cunningham side. Well, Todd Martin has dropped in here. Todd is surveying the program we have going on here at Thunder Valley, as we will be returning to Tulsa Raceway Park for 2 days.
Unfortunately, it's really difficult to pick you up on our microphones for the live video feed. We can talk to you here at the spectator audience at Thunder Valley, but we're not going to be able to get you on the live feed.
Well, Todd is one of the giant crowd of people here that has foregone any sort of work today and just coming out to hang out at the drags. That's a good thing.
He doesn't work anyway.
No, he doesn't work anyway. He's a kept man. He's a kept man. So the Monte Carlo SS and the Pontiac Ventura rolls up on the Cunningham side.
It's great.
If you call a Ventura owner a Nova owner, they will find you and hurt you. They will break your kneecaps.
Especially when he has an actual Pontiac motor in that thing.
Yes, even more hardcore.
These days you walk up to a car like that and you pretty much expect the small block Chevy in it, and it's refreshing to see the Pontiac motor.
Not even a small block Chevy, you expect the LS. Because even a small block Chevy, like, hey, it's a 23-degree headed small block in there.
Hey,
all right,
that's
man.
a novelty, man.
Look at you.
Going retro.
Look at you going retro. And so the Monte Carlo SS rolls down 1187.3 at 112 miles an hour. 1375 of the 4 at 96 miles an hour. Let's look back. I saw Brad, one of our video guys, walking through. Brad looks as though he's been working in Fallujah. He looks worn out. Those video guys have been getting here before the sun comes up, and then we leave, and they got to clean all our junk up.
Seriously, the effort that the video guys put into this far, far exceeds what Brian and I do here all day long, because they have to get here early, pack up, run cables all over the track. Yesterday they were doing like a high wire act trying to get the cables across the lanes there at Topeka, and then once we're all wrapped up, they have to pack it and go run ahead to the next city.
And listen, we got a man on a lawn chair on a van right now.
Yeah.
And we're not even at the circus. That's a Ringling Brothers act out there. The Wallenda brothers.
Video Dwayne stepping up to actual camera operator status down there.
Dwayne and his 12 video disciples. The two Pontiac racers, I believe both of these guys are from Kanakistan up there, banging gears in their Pontiac-powered GTOs down the racetrack, 12:48.4, 1:15, and Guido very slowly rolls 16:58.8 at just 54 miles an hour, and lay your eyes on that.
Here we go with our non-Buick powered 57 Buick Special. Doug Ray is here with a Larry Larson built car. This thing is gorgeous.
The detail, I happened to be at Larry's shop when this thing was coming together this was a year ago now and change, before Drag Week last year, when it was just the body shell really sitting on the chassis. And he said to me, he said, we have all the factory chrome for this car, and to see it out here, it's resplendent. And especially the fact they ran the exhaust through the factory locations. You see those exhaust outlets in the rear bumper. I mean, really, as far as cars you're just going to look at and drool on, I mean, that's top 10. I mean, that's just all time, really.
Well, and he is a Chevy Buick dealer back home, and I really appreciate that he chose to go the route of the Buick rather than the more predictable Chevy with this thing. And this is the only Lenco transmission car on property.
Which I'm going to start a petition next year. We need to fix that.
We need an all Lenco class?
All Lenco class. Or Jeffco. Lenco or Jeffco is available. Oh, he short shifted third. Maybe the same scenario as yesterday. He just, there's levers in front of him, and he just starts pulling. He's just pulling whatever's in front of his face. So he goes down through a 12:45.4 at 75 miles an hour. The thing actually came out of the hole maybe more aggressively than we've seen him come so far, but I'm sure we'll see Doug back this afternoon. The 79 Civic has rolled in. Little Honda Civic. The fuel mileage award winner, no doubt. Either that or the diesel truck, depending on if those. We haven't seen the diesel truck yet, but that thing's probably getting ridiculous mileage. That sterling white cab hot rod truck. Well, a huge thanks to everybody that's come out here to spectate this morning at Thunder Valley Raceway Park. Oh, Tanya Turk coming in with some waters. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you,
Yes.
Tanya Turk, who everybody gets to see as they drop off their time slip. And we will go ahead with another reminder to all you racers in the pits that if you're planning on hitting the road, come see Tanya and Tara in the tower, hand off your time slip.
Okay, Bill Armstrong is a racer in need. He's the guy in that beautiful red 1966 Fairlane. Needs a throwout bearing support for a Ford TKO 600. Call him at 720-232-7189. Come to the tower or post on Facebook.
Not exactly looking for a small block Chevy rocker arm there.
No.
Good luck with that deal.
Throwout bearing support for a Ford TKO 600. That's for Bill Armstrong. It is a showpiece of a 66 Fairlane. Help the man out. Speaking of stuff that's just awesome and ridiculous at the same time, Brad Barkley coming up here. This is a Datsun 240Z with a supercharged big block Chevrolet, and it's a supercharger of the 1471 variety that will suck small children, groundhogs, and whatever else gets in the way right out of the ground on the way by. It leaves all torqued up and wheels up, and it is running it unlimited. There it goes. Again, hikes that left front up, he shifts it into high gear, just lets that motor lug down and make it live where it makes the power. Gonna spin it up there to the 8th mile through the 1,000 foot, goes 956.8, 145 miles an hour for Barkley.
Brad Barkley's the type of racer I like to see out here because that's a serious car. It's fast and it's punishing. He knows he's not going to win, and he's still here just for the personal accomplishment and the fun of participating in Hot Rod Drag Week, which is going to be probably not quite as fun as it will be right now to be in the grandstands as our number 3 unlimited car, Doug Klein, pulls up into lanes. This is a 680 Performer, one of 4 6-second cars on property.
If you followed this event for any length of time, you can't help but revel in the success that Doug Klein has been having this year. One of the all-time nicest guys to be out here, just a super cool guy, a great dad. He was a guy that really, this car was a longer time coming than planned. His son is a very talented baseball player, and Doug spent a lot of time with his boy traveling to play travel ball, put the car on the back burner. He's been out with it the last couple of years. A couple years ago, we've talked about it to beat it to death, but he had an incident in Tulsa at the beginning of the race that stopped him. They had to basically rebody the entire car. And he's out there this year, and he's doing what we always thought this car was capable of doing, knocking off 6-second passes, drama-free, rolling down the road, just doing it like we all hoped Doug would someday be able to do, and that's coming true for him this year. Larry Larson built this car. It was equipped with a Lenco. It now has a Rossler-built Turbo 400 style transmission in it.
With a gear vendor stacked behind it, I believe.
Yes, with the gear vendors. Doug does not pull a trailer. Instead, he's got a Tupperware container he jams between the 2 wheelie bar down bars, and he has everything, stuffed animals, and I don't know what else he's got in there, but he's got all his stuff jammed in a little Tupperware box.
Taking his time to spool it. 119. 119, 60 foot.
Whoa, 168 the 8th mile. There it is, baby. 691 at 207 for Doug Klein in that gorgeous 1969 Camaro. Wow, that is awesome, awesome stuff.
He is on his way to being one of the few people who will ever run 6 seconds every single day at Drag Week. It's only been done once by Tom Bailey last year. We've got a couple contenders for it right now, and I like that Klein is no longer the concrete kisser. He has got that thing running straight as an arrow down the track. 6s every day. He is going to pack that thing up and hit the road. We've seen that car all over the highway. It is completely legit. There is no crew following him. I have not seen anybody working on the car except for him and a couple of friends. It's just amazing.
I'll tell you what, get down to the pits. He's going to be coming back in a few minutes. He's going to loop the parachute and throw it on top of the back of that thing, come back to the pits, and give Doug Klein a high five on behalf of yourself and everybody else out here, because the guy it has earned it. He's earned all of our respect over the years, and to see this happening for him is really, really awesome.
Oh, he has been kicked in the scrotal area many times on drag week, and it is good to see him actually succeeding.
The yam bag has been damaged once or twice out here. The produce section has been roughly handled, but not this year for Doug Klein. So cool. I have to imagine he's going to sit on the 691. I don't know if we'll see the car go down again, and even so, just fantastic, man. That is great. That is the type of stuff that keeps everybody coming back to this event. And also, oh, by the way, other than just being a feel-good story, Doug Klein is in a magnificent position to capitalize on any slip-up those guys in front of him make. He's proven at this point 3 days in a row the car will repeat, it'll run down, and it has made the drives without, as far as we know, we've not heard of any weirdness or incident with Doug Klein on the highway. Knock on wood for him. It's looking real good for him.
Now, speaking of guys who really need a break, who've been trying hard at Drag Week for a long time, I have an announcement here for Dave Schroeder, which, if you look around, is going to be the unlimited blue Corvette that is dressed up like a road race car that you'll see in the pits. It is the Monty Smith nitrous-tuned car. He is looking for a T&D shaft rocker, number 6 intake rocker for a Brodix Sweet 16 head. Not exactly a specific combination there. I'm hoping that somebody can come up with that, whether it's here on site, whether it's back at a machine shop somewhere in town, anybody in the grandstands, anybody in the pits. Let's keep this car rolling and unlimited. It is a low 7-second car looking for a T&D number 6 intake rocker for a Brodix Sweet 16 head. Do not want to see that car going down track on 7 cylinders.
And so we move into daily driver. Now, our daily driver category is different than our normal classes in the fact that we will run these cars through. They'll run around just like they have their own session. At the end of the week, on Friday, we take the quickest 32 cars and they run in a bracket-style format. So the quickest 32 cars out of this entire field you'll see will run in a bracket format in Tulsa on Friday. The cars will range anywhere from the the high 10s in that 1080, 1090 area, all the way up into the 13s. Our bump spot in the field right now is $11.99. There you go, $11.99. So when you watch these cars go down the racetrack, you got to pay attention to that $11.99 number. If they go quicker than $11.99, they're in. For instance, Camaro in the right lane, bam, goes $11.56, solid player. $13.77, not going to happen. Not going to make it into the field for the Eliminator on Friday unless they find a couple seconds of elapsed time. So $11.99, the cutoff right now, the bump spot for a quick 32 and daily driver.
Actually, to be just a little bit more specific for the benefit of the racers in the pits working against it, the bump spot is exactly 11.93.55. 11.93.55.
So judge yourself with that 11.93.55 number as the old Chevy Coupe heads down the Cunningham side of the racetrack. 1260 with a 3, 104 miles an hour. 1423 with a 1 at 97 on the statewide side. Well, here's a kind of an interesting story on this Street Coupe GMC, or the Chevrolet pickup truck. No, it is a GMC. Rolls in through the water box right now in the statewide lane. This truck had a big block in it with a small supercharger on top. An old B&M, is it? Old small B&M mega blower type
Little Lion unit, I believe.
Okay. So it is now naturally aspirated because the superchargers, the lobes of the supercharger started to eat each other up inside the case. They took it apart on the side of the road on a folding table at one of our checkpoints, looked at it and went, well, this ain't gonna play. So now the truck is running NA, and it still runs in the 13s, but it was certainly a quicker player with the blower on it.
I think it's 3.5 drag weeks in at this point. Probably had it not taken out.
That 4-Gen Corvette is a deceptive piece. You look at it like, it's got that kind of weird aquamarine color. It's got a little wing on the back. It kind of looks a little on the gold chainery side. Then all of a sudden, oh, by the way, it runs 1170s at 115 miles an hour and may actually go quicker than that because a mile an hour at 115 could actually be bumped a little more for that ET. GTS Dart. Matching the paint scheme of the Super B we saw earlier. And we actually have a pickup truck that's got that black with red tail stripe style paint scheme on it as well. That Ram pickup truck, the guy running in Daily Driver. It's a late model Ram. Oh, there's that Sterling white truck as well.
Sterling white truck pulling to lanes. I'm just going to go ahead and leave Brian alone in the tower while this thing makes a pass.
It's all good. We've dealt with it. We've dealt with it together for a couple days now.
It's a little awkward, but I'm getting used to it.
Post-traumatic stress, little set in after. The GTS, 0.3 of a second reaction time advantage, 8:30 light for the Maverick. The Dart is going to get down. No, the Maverick gets there. 13:57, 102. The Dart goes 14 flat at 95 miles an hour. Yes, here is the parade of freaks. The Opel Manta comes on the Cunningham side. We need to open a tent to have these guys park and come inside. So the Opel Manta with an LS motor in it and a 1951 Sterling white big rig cab mounted on a custom chassis with a Duramax engine in it. The Duramax diesel is virtually stock in this thing. The guy machined a couple of plates of aluminum to look like flathead cylinder heads, and there are people that stare at this vehicle at the gas station and still haven't figured out what it is yet. It doesn't roll all that much coal, but it gets out of here. It's got a wide 5 set of wheels on it, a hand-built bed on the back that it has all riveted together to match the cab. And this dude is from Idaho. And I would guess, we got to find out what he's getting for mileage, because I would guarantee you, or bet you, one of the highest mileage cars here. That little Civic with the four-banger at may be getting ultra crazy mileage, but I bet this diesel truck is doing really good as well. So the dude in the Opel Manta is like, really? Really? I did this, and this is the end result. The 1951 Sterling White goes 12:29.1, 105, and the Manta goes 12:94.6 at 109 miles per hour.
Brian, I'm going to abandon you for just a little bit. I have a radio interview to do locally with Rocking M Radio and a little bit of business to handle. So you're probably going to be alone up here for about an hour. I hope you can actually handle that.
I've never done this before.
I don't know if everybody is aware. Brian Lone's here announcing with me. I am honored to be with him. He is a genuine NHRA announcer. You will see him at the top end handling the Pro Mod and Pro Cars at NHRA events, including the U.S. Nationals last weekend.
This is of the first 15 days of this month. I spent 13 of them at drag strips. Whole U.S. Nationals, went home, washed my clothes, went to LS Fest, and came directly here for a whole nother week.
Wow. Is that some kind of record?
For me, it is.
Yeah.
So here comes that little valiant, a wild story. This car, Steve Boyer campaigned this car. Steve was a drag week Devo. Steve actually passed away in his hotel on drag week, and this car is being run by his friends and family as a remembrance to Steve. And it is a very cool thing. One of a few cars that come out here on a yearly basis that are campaigned by friends and family of those that have passed away. 11:18.8, 118 miles an hour on the Cunningham side of the drag strip, and the Valiant goes 11:25.5, 117. So does the Shelby GT 500 Mustang. In the late 1970s, Pontiac Le Mans rolling up now. And a humongous smoky burnout for the Le Mans back here. As a dude in the GT 500 is like, all right, time to go. So the Mustang. Inching ahead, and the Pontiac doing the same. David has gone down to do the radio interview. We continue on with Daily Driver. So those of you that are in class cars that have not run yet, keep yourself occupied and keep yourself listening to a speaker. And we've got a while to go here. We've just started this session of Daily Driver. So those of you in class cars, you're going to have a while to hang out before it is your time to come back to the starting line to make hits. Good time to get yourself and stuff prepared. 1280 at 108 miles an hour for the Pontiac. The GT 500 goes 1236 at 116 miles an hour on the Cunningham side of the course. Do you know the Pep Boys is now the largest speed shop chain in the country? They have over 100 locations across the country with more along the way. Brand racers recognized are being sold there and trusted, like MSD, NOS, Edelbrock, Mallory, Hawley, Nitrous Express, Proform, ARP, all at the Pep Boys Speed Shop, and Mickey Thompson, many more brands as well. Stop by and visit the guys at the Pep Boys Speed Shop trailer on site this week, or visit www.pepboys.com/speed shop. Check out all the 100 Speed Shop locations nationwide, and they continue to expand that deal as well, and it is a very neat program that they have with the Pep Boys Speed Shop, staffed and manned by knowledgeable, experienced hot rodders that are not going to ask you if your car has air conditioning when you're trying to buy smartphone, I promise. And the Camaro goes 12 flat at 116 miles an hour. That's a ZL1 machine, 1451.5 at 98. And here comes a great looking Roadrunner, that lift-off style hood. Roadrunner on a drag radial tire. The Mustang is an interesting case over here on the Cunningham side of the racetrack. That Fox body Mustang is cool because I believe it is virtually stock. The thing's been running in the low 15s, high 14s at about 90 miles an hour all week. And those of you that, like me, that were around, born kind of in the early 80s and came up around the drag strips in the 90s, when you saw a stock Mustang, or you saw a Mustang Fox body run down and went in that time frame in that high 14, low 15 second range, that was the reason why it was all stock. The Roadrunner hooking and hooking with the Mustang spinning the tire there in the launch. The Roadrunner sounds like a clip on the rev limiter. It goes 12.16 with a 3 at 109, and the Mustang goes 15.86 with a 9 at 91. More competitors pulling in through the gate this morning. ProCharge Vega just pulled down the hill and around the corner. The driver of the Challenger rolling up on the Cunningham side actually competes at Pikes Peak, not in that particular car, but he has another classic Challenger that he runs. It's set up as a road race hill climb car, and he races the Pikes Peak hill climb. He has actually featured on some video and in a big feature story in Hot Rod some time ago, but he's now out here experiencing Drag Week, we believe, for the first time, and hopefully he's having fun. Beautiful Super Sport Chevelle on the statewide side. Chevrolet going to have no problem out hustling the Challenger, and again, we're looking at a bump spot of 1193 and some change. 12 flat at 110, close for the Chevelle, but just not quite. 12 flat, 110, 1453.5 at 98 on the Cunningham side. And of course, in the daily driver category, we don't regulate body style, engine, none of that stuff. So we got guys running turbo LS motors, we got guys running nitrous, some guys just running big blocks. We got factory cars like this CTSV wagon with the supercharged LSA motor in it. All you gotta do is keep it slower than 1080 and keep it in the quick 32 to compete on Friday. CTSV station wagon. A nice smoky burn out there for the wagon. Freiberg and I figured these guys probably have the most comfortable ride on the whole trip. It has heated and air-conditioned seats in it. The heated portion of the seat program certainly not needed over the last couple days, as it has been hot as all get out. The air conditioning part of the seat deal would probably be nice to have. The guy in the Mustang's like, man, I wish I had bought a station wagon and gotten done with this thing as the CTSV wagon. 96 of the 8th mile. And the Cadillac goes 11.66.5 at 120, as the Mustang goes 15.55 with a 9 at 90. Currently the second quickest qualified car in daily driver is that 1953 Chevrolet in the Cunningham lane. It doesn't look like a whole lot, but boy, as we know from this competition, looks are very deceiving. The driver of the car is named Scott Brown. He hails from Texas. The engine is a single turbo LS piece. He bought the actual car, the body, like some type of like an estate sale or some sort of like abandoned property sale or something like that. It had been sitting in storage for decades down in Texas where Scott lives. And the fact he runs this thing with the fender skirts on it makes it even cooler. I mean, the thing just, it looks like a grandma mobile, or it looks like something that might just have a little small block in it and run, 15s. But it has run in the 10s before. He ran, I believe, 11.10 or 11.12 as his best pass so far this week. If you see an 11.0 come up on the board, that puts him really close to the top of the pack. And the Chevy 2 Nova. Very nice over there, as Brown is not going to get a time slip from this pass. He rolled through the beams before the tree was activated. And the Chevy Nova having its own series of issues over there in the statewide side. Scott Brown goes down the right-hand side, will not get any information, and we got a piece of paper blowing down the racetrack out there. Hopefully it didn't go through the time beam. If it goes past the timing beam, it's going to throw the clocks off.
Hey, Cody, there's a big piece of trash.
Oh, the wind taking care of plugging that thing over next to the wall. So it is a windy day. I'd ask everybody if you got hot dog wrappers or if you got some trash out there, make sure it ends up in a trash barrel or trash receptacle at some point, because if not, well, this is going to happen. If these two cars come off the starting line and that piece of paper happens to blow through one of the clocks, it's going to make stuff weird. Fourth Gen Camaro had a 1 second head start on the Mustang. The Mustang very slow to come off the starting line, most likely building boost out there. 1191 with a 0-114, and that is the first time in about a million drag races I've announced that the trash has actually delivered itself to the guy on the starting line. That bag came right up and basically blew itself into the guy's hand. If it were only that easy everywhere. 1240 at 106 for the Mustang. Four-speed Nova coming up now. The driver of the Nova on the Cunningham side was the class champion in Daily Driver back in 2008. The Triumph over here. Beautiful piece, convertible style Triumph TR7. Trying to figure out what kind of motor the Triumph has, and I didn't get a chance to see it this morning. I thought it sounded like it had a V6 in it yesterday, but it's definitely drowned out by the sound of the V8 Nova at this point. Good little runner, though. The Nova goes 1166.7, 115, and the Triumph goes 1267.2 at 93 miles per hour. So roughly 120 entries in our Daily Driver category, and you can see how diverse they are with late model stuff, old school stuff. I say this with love, not to be insulting. The Volkswagen Squareback Wagon is the slowest car here so far on the sheet. That Volkswagen has been a consistent 21 to 22 second performer. It is a very, very cool car. It is the only Volkswagen we have here this year. And it is certainly a lot less defined by its speed than it is by its style. If you look inside this thing, it's a neat car. It's got the roof rack on it, the little stinger pipe coming out the back, and an engine that makes like -9 horsepower trying to push it down the racetrack. The big primered Oldsmobile, unless something sideways happens, we'll have no problem putting the VW out. 006 reaction time for the Volkswagen on a Pro Tree. That guy should be driving Pro Stock. The Oldsmobile goes 1189, and he crossed the finish line just before the Volkswagen made it to the 8th mile. Oh, the Oldsmobile went 1189 to the quarter, and the Volkswagen went 1360 to the 8th. 2146 with a 6 at 61 miles an hour for the Volkswagen. The Pontiac G8 GT and the Ford Maverick on the Cunningham side, the right-hand side of the track. The Maverick, of course, a popular body style for some years back in the early 1970s, mid-1970s. NHRA Pro Stock. Dino Don Nicholson and many others had Maverick body style cars. The G8 GT. Great entry from Pontiac. Unfortunately, they pulled the plug on the brand just when things are starting to turn in the right direction there. A note, Session 3 will open. Our open session will begin at noontime. That is 1.5 hours from right now. An hour and a half from right now, we'll open the staging lanes for all classes, all categories. That is at noontime. We'll go into that Session 3, that open session. This session will close at 11:45. We're going to take a 15-minute window to do track prep between the end of this session and the beginning of the third session. That is going to happen in an hour and a half. We're going to go to that Session 3 in 1.5 hours. And our C7 Corvette rolling up now on the statewide side. Driver of the Corvette going to heat up his drag radials. Brandy new Corvette. No idea how much mileage is on it. But this dude has been just hammering the wee out of this thing on the statewide side of the racetrack. And Bob Perrin. Stickers aplenty on the windows. This car has been land speed raced. He goes on the Power Tour in it every year. He drag races the heck out of it. The 56 Chevrolet on the Cunningham side. Well, the big square 56 Chevrolet is going to out-muscle the brand new C7 Corvette. As Bob Perrin's got about a 420-inch small block Chevy, and it goes 11.58.0114. The C7 goes 12.37 with an 8 at 113 miles per hour. And the big Chevrolet Caprice will line up next to the 4.6-liter powered Mustang convertible. 1193 is the bump spot right now. The Caprice of the 91 to 96 Orca body style, like the whale. That's what they call these things, the Orca style Caprice. And the Mustang on the statewide side. Going to come out of the hole with stick shift transmission first. And as you'd expect, the roughly stock Mustang has no big problem knocking off the roughly stock Caprice. 1409 with a 193 for the Mustang. 1628, 222 with an 8 at 85 for the Caprice. The 4th-gen Camaro SS to line up next to Kerry. Kerry coming up in the Oldsmobile, and that is Oldsmobile power in that thing on the Cunningham side. One of the things I like about the naturally aspirated cars, especially cars like Kerry's with the big radial tire in the back, in traffic, that thing sounds unbelievable. There's a whole bunch of camshaft in it, a bunch of compression. It sounds really, really good when you're sitting there idling away in traffic, and especially when you're stuck with a bunch of just modern junk around it. It's a cool. One of the cool things about drag, if you go through some of these towns, you get stuck in a traffic light and you're surrounded by some of the hairiest sounding muscle cars you've ever heard in your life. And Kerry, 86 miles an hour in the 8th. In the old, she goes down 12.27.3, 107 miles an hour. So they're doing the BMW. David was giving a hard time yesterday because he said that we were going to tell him there was a Starbucks at the end of the track so he'd run to the end faster. That little 3 Series has got an LS motor in it. And the bike rack on the back of it, he is not hauling a 10-speed around. He actually slides his slicks. That's how he transports his slicks, on the bike rack. Old 3 Series BMWs, I'm not going to say that they're growing on trees with LS swaps, but they are a fairly common LS swap style. A lot of the drifting guys like to do it, and cool to see one set up to go to the drag races. Like at LS Fest last weekend down in Bowling Green, Kentucky, there was at least one, maybe 2 3 Series BMW drift cars out there with LS power shoved in the front, hanging the tail out, and frying the hide. Launch RPM probably a little bit lower than it needed to be there for the BMW. As you heard, it just absolutely pulled the motor down. 1231.102 for the Camaro. The BMW goes 1169.5 at 125 miles an hour. Beautiful Camaro convertible rolling up. Factory style paint on there. Got a set of steel wheels. I think he swaps off the radials for regular set of street, or he's got a set of slicks on there or radials. Swaps those out for a regular set of street tires when he gets on the highway. And the fishbowl style Barracuda, which, man, these 90-degree days and blazing heat with the no clouds in the sky. Today we at least got a little intermittent cloud cover. That thing has to be getting very hot. The back window of that thing like a magnifying glass, and the driver like an ant under the magnifying glass. Got a nice I was trying to figure out where the breeze was coming from in the tower. I was like, there's the wind coming through the window. I turned around, there's a fan behind me. That is nice. That is good stuff. So the Barracuda and the Camaro convertible lined up side by side with 3,800 of our closest friends watching online, and a great, great crowd here at Thunder Valley Raceway. So many people down in the pits checking out the hot rods as we're watching our daily driver class cars compete. And a multi-time daily driver champion rolls up here. The man in that 66 Chevelle is named Jeff Dugapolowski. He hails from the St. Louis, Missouri area. He has won the daily driver category at least a couple of times. He's a very talented bracket racer, and he's got a car quick enough to qualify. Mungo burnout coming out of the back of the Chevy 2 over there with the drag light wheels on it on the Cunningham side. So we are so happy to be here in Noble, Oklahoma at Thunder Valley Raceway Park this year with Drag Week 2014. Here's Doug Kaplowski. One thing Jeff's been doing that a lot of guys haven't is Jeff's been practicing on how to hit a pro tree, because when we run the bracket race on Friday up in Tulsa or over in Tulsa, or wherever direction Tulsa is from here, it is going to be on a pro tree, and he's been doing a good job cutting lights. 1178.5, 113 miles an hour for him as a really cool pair of General Motors iron pulls up towards the starting line. Joel Nystrom is driving the Olds 442 convertible. Been telling this story a couple times this week. Runs in the 13s, basically a stock style car, and he's owned it for more than 30 years. The car in the Cunningham lane is a bone stock Impala. It's got a 283, a 2-barrel, and a power glide, and it is barely faster than the Volkswagen you saw run down before. That car in the Cunningham lane has the factory smog equipment still on it. It is a 100% bone stock car, and it runs like it. It looks like an old stock Eliminator car with the white wall tires, no hubcaps on it. Those guys are out there just having a blast this week. There's a bunch of B-body Chevrolets out, and they've been having such a great time. Sean Fink, we need Sean Fink to the timing tower, please. Sean Fink to the timing tower. Need something welded? So Sean Fink, we got something we need you to glue together with metal. So Sean Fink, we need you to the timing tower, please. Why don't you come on up to the second floor and see us if you can hear me. Sean Fink, we need to employ your considerable metalworking skills here. Sean Fink to the timing tower, second floor, please. So the big Impala goes 20 seconds, 20.1 to 8 seconds at 67 miles per hour. The Chevelle and the late model Ram pickup truck, the RT model. See that got that black with the tail stripe on it. That's like the most popular paint scheme for our Chrysler competitors, as one of our drag weekers pulls in through the gate in the Pontiac Firebird down there. There's a few guys making it here. Fire Chicken pulls in as the Chevelle runs down the racetrack. Chevelle has no problem dumping the pickup truck. 1137.3, 116. The pickup truck goes 15.18 with a 3 at 87 miles per hour. Carousel Red GTO Judge comes to the starting line with a trailer hitch on it. Not a factory option. A lot of our racers like to pull a trailer if they have a spare set of tires they put on there, maybe a fuel jug. We got on a stretch yesterday when we left the racetrack in Topeka. We got on this highway, I think it was Route 335, and it was 70-some miles before there was even an exit to get gas. And there was more than a couple competitors that were on the side of the road dumping gas out of generators, siphoning gas between tanks. It turned into a group effort of just trying to get everybody to the fuel station. And I do not know of anybody that got completely stranded, but we pulled over once or twice and saw drag reekers really working on each other, trying to get themselves to the fuel stop. 13:37 at 99 miles an hour as the Pontiac goes 11:58.5 at 118 miles an hour. So again, folks, Gear Vendors is proud to be the presenting sponsor of 2014 Hot Rod Drag Week. Gear Vendors overdrives are the highest horsepower handling overdrives for racing and performance. Gear Vendors sponsors Drag Week because all over the world, performance builders watch what is successful used by Hot Rod Drag Week participants. With cars over 2,000 horsepower driving down the street and pulling 6-second passes at the strip, these vehicles prove the strength and reliability in the overdrive product manufactured by Gear Vendors. To both the fans and racers, Gear Vendors thanks you for your participation in Hot Rod Drag Week, the world's most absolute demonstration of speed and street-driven reliability. $13.66.7 at 96 miles an hour. $13.94.7 at 95 on the statewide side, I should say. 1 hour. It'll be 1 hour until we close the staging lanes for this session. 1 hour. until we close the staging lanes for this session of Daily Driver. We'll have 15 minutes to clean up the starting line, 15 minutes to prep the drag strip, and then it is a free-for-all for the end of the afternoon. It'll be a 2-hour free-for-all until the end of the afternoon for all of our categories. All of our competitors will be available to run in that third session, and there is a lot of fast stuff that did not show up until late that we have not seen yet. Tom Foglett is driving that very innocuous-looking Chevy pickup truck down there. The Mustang goes 1140 with a 120. Foglett goes 1207, 117, and I believe Foglett was the winner of Daily Driver at the very first drag week back in 2005. All right, got a racer in need here. Joe Barry is looking for some Mickey Thompson Sportsman front tire, part number 1573. These are 26 by 750, 15-inch diameter, 4-ply sidewall for a heavy car. Please, 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 we're looking for front tires for Joe Barry for his 56 Chevrolet. They are in the pits. They need 2 tires. Joe Barry is in the pits looking for 2 front tires. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Looking for Sean Fink. Sean Fink to the timing. Oh, he came up. He showed up? Really? Magic. All right, so I have been corrected. That Triumph we have seen run down, that's a TR5 or a TR6. My apologies. The TR7, reminded here via Twitter, and thank you to Graham for sending the tweet to correct me. A TR7 looks like a doorstop. It's a very wedge-shaped car, so it's a TR5 or a TR6, and I'll get down to the pits and find out what motor that thing has in it at some point because it is a real cool combo. Yes, just mentioned it's a 6. I've been corrected on the internet and by the dude in the tower, so thank you, sir. A TR6. Oh, hey, what motor's in it? Hey, what motor's in it? 2.3 Ford 4-cylinder turbo in that TR6. Awesome, thank you, sir. Hey, good luck on the drive. And trouble for the Pontiac Le Mans on the starting line. Car kind of bogged and fell over on itself. 11:55 at 119 in the Cunningham lane. So that TR6 has a 2.3 Ford turbo engine in it. Sweetness. So, we got one dude with headers coming in. Gonna hit Sean Fink up when the headers arrive. We got a dude looking for front tires in the form of Joe Barry. We got a guy looking for a throwout bearing support for a Ford TKO 600. Boy, if you got one of those and know where you can get one, Bill Armstrong could use your help. I hope someone's talked to Bill already in that 66 Fairlane. Got my fingers crossed for him. I love that car. And so the Buick, Regal, and the Corvette head off the starting line. The Corvette going down 11:53.5, 122 miles an hour, and the G-Body Regal goes 14:26 at 97. Less than 1 hour. We got 56 minutes, or 54 minutes now, I guess, until we shut down the staging lanes for our daily drivers' cars. So less than 1 hour, daily driver competitors, if you have not gotten into the lanes, you have 1 hour to get into the staging lanes. And my recommendation would be to get there as soon as possible, so if you don't make a run that you like, you can get another double shot at it. But staging lanes will be closing for daily driver competitors in less than 1 hour. Ford Crown Victoria coming up now. That's like the Sport Edition there. It's got the bigger wheels, got the dual exhaust on it. Basically the police interceptor package in street trim as the little Fox Body Mustang heads down the Cunningham side of the track. And the Fox Body starts to slow at the top end, and it's actually the Crown Vic got there. 13.58 with a 9 at 102 for the Crown Vic. Who saw that coming? 14 flat with a 4 at just 70 miles an hour for the Mustang, and the Mustang does make that first turn off. Jesse Mataferri will be coming up next. That's a 496 cubic inch big block Chevrolet in the front of the Chevy pickups, the step-side Chevy truck, painted in the John Deere paint scheme. Got the green and gold going big time over there. And the LS-powered Malibu. You see the top of the intake manifold with a hole cut through the hood of the Malibu on the other side of the racetrack. Still has that factory engine cover on it too. You gotta love that. So Jesse Mataferri in the pickup truck. We followed Jesse for a little while yesterday afternoon. Just happened to fall in line behind him on the drive and cruising through the highways and byways. Truck's running good. Jesse's been out here for several years running drag week in this same truck. It's got a little bit quicker, a little bit faster every year. LS powered now roughly 9/10 of a second late. We're behind Mataferri, the pickup truck. Malibu gets there first, though. 11.93.2, 114 as Mataferri goes 13 flat with a 4 at 101 miles an hour in the square Chevy pickup. Scott Abbott rolling through the water box right now. Abbott in that well-used and well-worn looking Plymouth. And the beautiful Dodge Dart Swinger comes through the water box. The Swinger with the plum crazy purple paint, tail stripe on it, dual snorkel hood. Scott Abbott is the defending champion of Daily Driver. Abbott won last year. He won the bracket race portion of the program on Friday. Looking to repeat this year. Very tough to do. Very tough group of racers. You're going to wade your way through that quick 32. And we'll see if Abbott is going to practice his reaction times in this 4/10 Pro Trig. Oh yeah, 182 light for Abbott. He's ready to go. A lot of these racers are not used to the Pro Tree, so they were taking their opportunities to learn, not a sportsman style tree, but a Pro Tree to be used in the bracket race. 11.53.4, 120 at 12.74.7 at 110 miles an hour on the statewide side as the Chevy Nova and the Pontiac GTO pull into the water box. Both cars head down the racetrack. It's the Nova with a better reaction time. GTO going to give chase. Daily Driver class, the quickest average time in Daily Driver that we had from a winner was a 1090 car back in 2011. I got to look and see what years Jeff Dukapolowski won Daily Driver, because I know he did it at least twice. Again, we got several multiple-time winners that are still racing this weekend. Larry Larson's still in the program. Eddie Miller's still in the program. Mike Roy's still in the program. We did not see Eric Yost in that first session. Eric Yost has the Camaro that's got the wrap that makes it look like it's all rusty and stuff. He did not make a hit this morning. I don't know if I've seen him pull in yet. There goes Gary Hart. That is a Trailblazer engine in the front of that vintage 1950 GMC truck. Gary Hart goes 1662 at 61 miles an hour in the pickup truck. I don't think it was running to the level he wanted to. He's going to make that first turn off. 16:49 at 83.
It's on up here now, maybe on the other side of the building.
He is looking for. Continuing on with daily driver action, we're inside of 1 hour. Inside of 1 hour for daily driver cars before we close the lanes and move back into black style cars. So Tom Bailey has gone to the timing tower and asked what size tires Joe Barry needed. Tom Bailey is going to go look at his race car, and he may be handing Joe Barry a set of tires. Tom Bailey is out of the competition. He's split an engine block open like a baked potato. They're done for, but he's going to try to help Joe Barry out. 12 flat with a 610 mile an hour pass on the left side, a 1439 at 98 mile an hour shot on the right hand side of the racetrack. This nice Impala was on the side of the road the other night with an ignition issue. The boys were working on it it was like the darkest part of the darkest night of Kansas in the history of the world. I mean, it was pitch black out there. They had those miner lights on. You get those headlamps you put on your head. There's 3 guys standing around with the mining style headlamps on, wrenching on the car, replacing or working on the ignition issue. Obviously, they got it fixed. They're continuing on. Mild small block in the car, just out here having a great time, enjoying the road trip and enjoying seeing a bunch of different drag strips and hammering on that car. The Corvette goes down 11:76.8, 115. And the car recorded the quickest elapsed time in the history of drag racing, 1.312 seconds. Unfortunately, hot dog wrapper or something blew through the top end. If you have trash, if you got a hot dog wrapper, you got paper, make sure you find it or put it in a barrel. You see how windy it is. You guys are outside, you know how windy it is. Any of that stuff starts blowing around, that's what happens. Paper blows through the lights, and then we have this issue. Whoever borrowed the tire pressure gauge from the Honda Civic, could you please return it? Those guys are in the staging lanes. If you have a black Camaro, you borrowed the guys with the Honda, their tire pressure gauge, they need it back. They borrowed it yesterday. They're going to run the car now, and they're in the staging lanes anxiously awaiting to adjust their tire pressure. So get them a gauge. It looks like 6 pounds. Just go with it. Yeah, so they would like the gauge to be accurate. If you borrowed the Honda guy's tire pressure gauge, bring it back to him in the staging lanes, please. And that was the guy who borrowed it yesterday. Clark Lamb headed down the right-hand side of the racetrack in his Barracuda, 11:78.0114. Lamb is a native of the Tulsa area. 15:71.2 at 87 on the statewide side. Here comes the Jeep Grand Cherokee SRT8. Running that real small, short diameter tire into that car, and look at the Charger down here. That thing is a showpiece. Again, plum crazy purple, got that nice vinyl roof. More of a pro touring style stance, I guess you'd say, with the short sidewall tires on all 4 corners. Looks like it sits down a little bit. Another announcement, if you borrowed the guys with the Honda Civic's tire gauge yesterday, you need to return that to them now. They want to run the car down the racetrack. They need that gauge back to adjust their tire pressure. So if you borrowed that gauge yesterday, you got to give it back to them now. That all-wheel drive Jeep Grand Cherokee SRT8 just grabs the earth and goes. 8th mile, that thing pulling along at almost 90. That's like a 6,500-pound truck. That's making some power. 12:31 at 108 miles an hour as the Charger goes through a 17:09 at 76. Yeah.
I don't know if these guys are just blowing through nitrous or using it to cool their radiators down or whatever, because we're giving away the
An important announcement from Monty Smith. Okay, we had 12 mother bottles to start the week. We've used 10 of them. So if you're using nitrous to cool your radiator or using nitrous for doing anything other than helping you down the racetrack, you got to cut it out, because pretty soon we're going to run out, and when it's gone, it's gone. So if we appreciate the fact that you've been taking advantage of the service that NOS provides, but we want to make sure that it's being used in a sensible manner so we have enough to get us through the end of the week. So if you're using the nitrous for anything other than helping your car get down the racetrack, you got to stop doing it because we're literally bleeding ourselves dry here in the nitrous front. Monty's been very accommodating to anybody who's come by to get a bottle filled. But once that 12 bottles, the mother bottles, run out, there's no nitrous ferry that's coming to refill them at night. So once they're gone, and please adjust accordingly.
Did they sell nitrous in Tulsa at the track?
I don't know. They might, I'm not sure.
Well, if they did, I was going to try to.
Well, Matt Frost just pulled in. Matt Frost, an unlimited entry he hadn't seen run yet. That green and black Chevy 2 Nova. A lot of racers have taken the long way home, so to speak. We've seen cars continuing to pull in. 45 minutes. 45 minutes until we close the lanes for this category. 45 minutes until we close the lanes for a daily driver, do some track prep, and then move back into our open session. And so just taking a minute here as we're getting our little mop job done on our starting line. And so here comes our next pair of cars. That is an LS-powered Corvair. So there's an LS motor in the front of that thing. Great looking paint scheme on there. The orange stripes, the orange roll cage, and the kind of polar white undertones there. Really nice car. And the late 70s Pontiac Le Mans heads down the Cunningham side, the right-hand side of the racetrack. Normally there's two of those LS-powered Corvairs. The coupe you see there, and there's actually a wagon that runs around too, a blue wagon that's gorgeous. But now it is just the car here. 1095 for 125, 1259 with a 2 at 109 miles per hour. And so does the Camaro SS to come up now. Gonna line up next to that great looking Roadrunner. Guy in the Roadrunner gonna throw the door open and ask his crew guy something. Take a look under the hood. The liftoff looking style hood, but it's on the hinges down there. Is it the A12 option on those cars? Is a liftoff hood or something like that, or A12 package? So the fortune Camaro heads down the Cunningham lane. 1184.7, 115 miles an hour on the right-hand side of the strip as we have a new school and old school combo coming up here. The GT 500 Mustang with a supercharged dual overhead cam Ford engine. And the classic Roadrunner, one of the iconic cars of the muscle car era. The Roadrunner, of course, the budget muscle car. That stroke of genius by Chrysler to really just sell a stripper car. You could put virtually a full range of engines in it, all the way up to the 426 Hemi, of course. Obviously, the majority of these sold with a 383 situation. I'm not sure what the combo is here, but the Roadrunner, of course, one of the great iconic names of the muscle car era. Budget Low buck performance. Go with a nitrous beam purger. There we go. So a little nitrous purges. These competitors know they got to run quicker than And the Roadrunner goes 1160 to 115 miles an hour, well quicker than the cutoff. 1256, 7114 for the Shelby GT500 Mustang. As we continue on now, we get the Bullet Mustang rolling up on the Cunningham side, and Paul Whalen. Whalen coming up in the Mustang Cobra. It's like a 97 somewhere in there, 97, 98 Cobra for Whalen. Paul Whalen's one of those guys that has been at almost every single one of these events. He was at the original Drag Week in 05, and he's been at almost all of them since that point. As the Bullet Mustang backs up and repositions itself by the starting line. So fully staged for Paul Whalen. Whalen will leave first. And you see that fuel mixture enriching as Whalen just starts to drive straight away from the Mustang, or from the Bullet Mustang. Whalen goes 1256 at 124 miles an hour. That's a turbocharged car down there. It's the Bullet car, goes 1476 with a 2 at 98. Joe Barry just came honking in the gate. Joe Barry came in here like he meant it. That creamsicle colored 1956 Chevrolet. One of the last of the all-steel cars in Unlimited has made it onto the property. Barry has run in the low 17s all week. And he has the low 17s. I should differentiate, not the low 17s. That wouldn't be very impressive. The Opel Manta comes back up. Look at the size of the Opel Manta as compared to that 5th Gen Corvette. Or the Camaro, rather. The 5th Gen Camaro looks like about 2.5 times the width and just overall girth of that little tiny Opel Manta. And the Opel Manta may actually get to the finish line first, as the guy in the Corvette missed a gear. 1303 with a 9 at 110. The Opel had a humongous starting line advantage. 1262, 2107 for the Camaro, but the Opel did cross the stripe first. And the next pair up as we continue to work our way through Daily Driver. Another of the Mustang GT500 category, that Fox body that I'm of the opinion that is pretty darn close to stock. Driver bogged it pretty hard last time. We'll see what he does here as the driver of the GT500 just winds it up and steps off the clutch. Big smoke and burn out there in the statewide lane. And the Fox body car over here on the Cunningham side will be lined up next to its much newer and much larger brother. Again, look at the size difference between the Fox body and the GT500. It is, what time is it right now? 11:08. So in 37 minutes, in about a half hour, we're closing the lanes, and we're going to be reopening them at noontime for our open session. And boy, we have put a lot of cars down this racetrack this morning. Keep that up for the end of the day here. 1255, 3117 for the Mustang, 1478 with the 2 at 93 miles an hour on the Cunningham side of the racetrack. Scott Brown coming up now. Brown did not put down the type of run we've seen him be putting down earlier this week on his last pass. We're expecting this thing to go down in 11:10, 11:0, somewhere in that neighborhood. And the Challenger working its way toward the start line. It sounds like we got an opera singer in the other room over there. Someone's singing Happy Birthday to Tanya, it sounds like. So here comes Scott Brown, the 53 Chevrolet, or is he going to go over to that Challenger? Who's getting down the stripe first? I would lay my money on that tired-looking Chevrolet because, well, it isn't so tired. Scott Brown, the better reaction time, and clearly the class of the field here in horsepower is Brown leaning into that thing. 11:15 at 123 miles an hour. How's that for a sleeper? If you look past the front exhaust exit, if you can get past that, that car is nice and quiet. sleepy looking. C7 Corvette and the beautiful Chevelle. Chevelle with that black and gold kind of smoky Unix style paint job. Black paint with those gold rally stripes. Correctly applied over the hood and the deck lid, not up over the roof. And there's more leaving than there are coming in, as it typically is the fashion at this time of the day. These racers are getting a head start on things or getting out of here. So we're leaving at 11 o'clock. I have not looked at the directions for today's route. Yesterday was a 327-mile ride, mostly on country roads. I would suspect today's is somewhere around 300 miles, and again, mostly on country roads. It is a long ride, and these racers are getting advantage of getting out of here and getting ahead of it. 11:53.8 at 1:15. The statewide side, 12:44.6 at 112 for the C7 Corvette on the left-hand side of the racetrack. So the C4 Corvette going to line up next to the Fox Body Mustang.
Well, Brian, I am back.
You're back. How was your radio appearance?
Oh, it was fantastic. I was concerned about, I thought I might be leaving me up here, sort of like, a man in the desert without a glass of water, just dangling in the breeze.
I had no idea what was happening.
Right.
I was lost. My head was spinning. My world came crashing down around me.
no support system whatsoever.
12:35 with a 3:108 for the Corvette. 12:99.0106 on the Cunningham side. Been in communication with the Larson Reynolds conglomeration, and they are continuing to make their way here. They are still on the move, and the clock is running.
Were you able to degenerate into delirium without me? Did you handle that?
You know what? I kept it together.
Okay.
I found out that you were actually the problem.
Right.
We did an experiment. You left, everything was fine, and you were the problem. A couple things that have been going on here. Joe Barry was looking for a set of tires. I was making a call for that. Tom Bailey came up when I had mentioned that. Tom Bailey came up, asked what size the tires that Joe Barry needed. Tom went to look and see what the size of the tires was on his car, so he may be donating those to the cause. Then minutes later, we saw Joe Barry actually pull into the racetrack. We saw Matt Frost pull into the racetrack. A couple of the real heavy hitters just getting here as we were working our way through Daily Driver. One more reminder, we are now down to basically a half hour. We have 1/2 hour until we close the lanes for Daily Driver, do 15 minutes of prep, and then open for our 2-hour third session this afternoon.
While I was out, I did get word from Video Village that we've got some interviews from the pits that we can roll later with Mike Finnegan and a whole bunch of the racers here at Drag Week. So when we do go dark on the drag strip for the track prep before we go into the all-run session, we'll show you some of that stuff.
Video Village?
Video Village. You should see it downstairs.
Is Dustin the carpenter, or is he the policeman?
Video Village?
Yeah, of the Video Village people.
It's much more of a gypsy operation down there, really. You should see it. They've got like 5 guys in a room. There's no air conditioning. They're in the dungeon. Those guys are really putting in the effort to make the live feed happen.
Whoa, the Honda goes 12:16 at 116 miles an hour. That thing was like a high 12-second car, and all of a sudden it's now a low 12-second car. 12:16 with a 3.116. The Honda, of course, has a swapped engine and a modern Honda 4-cylinder in the front of that thing. But, man, 12:16's getting it. Okay, if you're waiting on parts, the FedEx guy is here. He is going to deliver the packages to the concession stand. If you're waiting on parts from FedEx, he is here. He will deliver the packages to the concession stand. I would say, hey, Bad Brad, that's probably you. So that Honda's been quicker than that. I was mistaken. The Honda's been running down in the low 12s, high 11s all week long. Wow.
See, without me, you are nothing.
Lost. Yeah, I don't know why I thought that thing maybe made a non-representative pass yesterday in that 1290 zone, but boy, running down, it's still hauling, low 12s. FedEx guy's here. He's delivering the packages to the concession stand, the Malibu, 11:49 to 1:15, 12:30 with a 3.108 on the statewide side.
So you better be careful. What's going to happen is John Force is going to climb out of the funny car and go, "Where's Freiberger? I don't want this second string program. What are we doing here?"
You know, word is trickled up this way that I heard that Lutz blew a head gasket again in that car.
Again on that last pass where he rolled like a 770.
That's the rumor.
Of course, Jeff Sr. did assure me that Jeff Jr. can handle a head gasket in 1 hour on that thing.
Insane.
4,000 people watching worldwide right now as Drag Week comes to you live from Thunder Valley Raceway.
Definitely seen some of the daily driver competitors step on a little harder, maybe turn the bottle on they hadn't earlier. Now that they know 1190 is where they need to be in the field. Talk about an evenly matched pair. The Malibu makes a move at the top end, 1184, 112 miles an hour. The Camaro close. There's a lot of guys in that 12, basically a 12 flat bubble that are about a tenth off where they need to be. So 1204, 106, not quick enough for the Camaro. 1184 puts the Malibu in contention for that quick 32.
Some more inside information that I got while I was out of the tower, speaking to Lonnie Grimm, who's running the race director program for us here today. We are going to shut lanes at the end of the day here, 2:15. 2:15, it's all over. If you're sitting in lanes, we will run you out with the caveat that if we motion you to the burnout box, you have got 5 minutes to get your car running and getting it down the track. So 2:15 cutoff.
Hey, Dom D'Amato, the bearded one. Dom D'Amato, you need to call Greg Hurlburt immediately, please. Dominic D'Amato. You need to call Greg Hurlburt. Call Greg Hurlburt immediately, please. Nope, he says, I'm not doing it. He literally just told me to talk to his hand.
Yeah,
he was
did.
sassy about it. There was a sass in that movement. So the Mazda RX-7 and the Corvette. Mazda RX-7, this guy has ditched the wankle. He's completely removed his wankle and replaced it with a V8.
Removing his wankle, man, that is a tough deal.
Usually people go to Sweden or Switzerland for that operation, but he did it right at home. 11:32.5, 120 for the wankle-free RX-7. 11:54.2, 121 over here in the statewide lane.
Have you noticed my stench returning to the tower?
Absolutely, I have, and it makes me long for the air-conditioned seats in the Cadillac. You think these guys probably have the comfort deal locked down in this thing? I was trying to see if there's anything more luxuriant than that around here, but there really isn't. In terms of just sheer respect, the Marlin has that thing by spades, but we have not seen the Marlin today.
Really?
It may have that was a smoke fin last night. It was pumping smoke out of the exhaust.
That was absolutely smoke. And not just smoke flavor.
No.
But actually in the smoker.
Literally in the smoker. Tom Fogley goes 11.74.3 at 117 in the pickup. 11.52.0, 115 miles an hour. Left lane for the Cadillac.
So if he blew that car up, do you think he's actually going to mount it over his fireplace when he gets home?
I would. You take it to the taxidermist, they shellac it, so you get that nice, shellac situation going, and you mount that thing. Not in that way. You hang it on the wall. So, come on, man. Come on. Well, the Galaxy, done in the classic NASCAR style there in the Cunningham side of the racetrack, and the Cobra. Outwardly bone stock, but the Cobra runs making some good power. Supercharged dual overhead cam engine in the Cobra. And the Cobra goes 14.08 at 100 miles per hour. Mark Cicino back there, crew chief, professional passenger with Gary Putnam in the Mustang. Not Mike Cicino, his lesser-known brother, driver that the brother's got the Monte Carlo. Mike, of course, has the more refined Pontiac. He's a man of distinguished taste. First, we have seen the Grabber Blue Mustang today, but it shan't be the last.
Really? Did you just look away?
How can we get my name right?
What is it?
You keep noticing me as John Daly.
So tell us what the right one is.
That's what they get you listed as, so we gotta fix it.
Yeah, I've got it right here, correct.
So a case of mistaken identity being fixed here in the tower.
Yep.
Man, we've given a man his life back up here.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Do you keep announcing it that way? Because my sheet here actually says Rick Johnson. I'm thinking what is happening is
It was misentered.
input, misentered
it was
into
misentered in the
the
computer I
copy
think yesterday because we don't have any names on our screen today, so
Yeah,
I
for
might
sure.
have been just defaulting to that.
so we'll just need to remember that. That's that teal 3rd gen.
Yes.
Yep.
And a big smoky burnout from the back of the El Camino as the meter continues to run. 20 minutes, basically 20 minutes until the staging lanes will be closed for daily driver competitors. We got about 20 minutes until daily driver lanes are closed, 15 minutes of track prep, and then a 2-hour push to the end. So here's the deal in the nitrous situation, guys and girls. We started the week with 12 mother bottles. We've gone through 10 of them. Ronnie Smith came up here and talked to me, and the deal is this. We're just asking you, if you're using this stuff to cool your radiator down, if you're using this stuff for anything other than the intended purpose of making your car go faster down the racetrack, we got to cut it out because we're going to be out of nitrous. I mean, the bottom line is if we continue on this pace, I don't even think we'll make it to tomorrow before we are out of nitrous. So that is a situation. Make sure it gets handled.
If you said my last name, if it's spelled the way you pronounce it, it'd be P-O-O-T. We're just giving you a hard time.
Putnam.
No.
Putnam.
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 It'd be like P-O-O-T.
I'll put a W in there if you want me
Everybody
to.
in Wichita's like on Facebook. They're that guy. Blah. He's blah 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 blah. I'm like, it must be an Easterner thing. I don't know.
How do you say it? How do you say it? Pitnam?
Putnam.
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 Putnam. All
A
right.
lot of guys will go M-A-N because it
Putman?
might roll off easier. Putman.
If you're on the
Putnam.
live feed right now wondering what's going on, we got a racer in the tower
I got
trying to
some
correct us
tomorrow.
on the pronunciation of his name. So
All right, good.
just a little awkwardness going
Get
on.
out of here.
All right.
Mind your business.
We're getting that here early. We're hitting the road.
Good.
See you guys.
Putnam.
And Tanya brought me peanut butter cups.
All right, so the pair going down the racetrack now, 13.25 to 100 miles an hour and a 16.44 80-mile-an-hour pass from what looked to be a Barracuda down there as I was getting my diction corrected. So the California Special model
very handled.
Mustang GT and the Pontiac G8 GT rolling up on the Cunningham side. Bunch of late model GTOs and G8s part of the program here so far this week. Knock on countertop, it has been non-stop action from the moment we got going here, as we got 4,100 people hanging out on the live feed right now. I'll tell you, David, it is impressive, and I don't want to jinx us by saying anything at this point, and I hope not to, but it needs to be recognized that the quality of the cars that show up to this event, and I guess it kind of handles itself to some level, and the chafe gets knocked out of the program, but the fact that we're able to run hundreds of cars in as tight a time window as we use in these days is pretty impressive.
Well, yeah, and you know, the freak out about this year's drag week is that we normally had the thing capped at 275 cars. We had a glitch in the sign-up online registration, ended up with 351 cars, and immediately afterwards, people on the wait list, which is here at drag week, and people were just freaking going, there's no way we're going to get down track. And I think once again, the operations at each of the tracks we're running has proven it is doable, which of course raises the question, how many should we let in next year?
How many times would you like to tempt fate? Although you and I go back and forth on this, I can't argue with you. It's a valid question to ask because We get great help from, we got Lonnie and the guys down there helping on our end. We get the tracks that do a great job of making sure this place is prepped and ready to go for when we roll in the gate. I mean, that's another thing to think about. We're able to get on these tracks, blickety-split, 8 o'clock in the morning, and bingo. We're not waiting around for stuff to happen. So thank you very much to the staff here at Thunder Valley Raceway Park, also to our other member tracks this year, as tomorrow's stop is going to be Great Bend, Kansas. That's where the drivers are heading off to. Those drivers you see pulling out of the gate are trickling out at this point. It will turn into a flood pretty soon. We'll be heading to Great Bend, Kansas, and it will not be the direct route. We do not take the direct route on Drag Week. We get to see a lot of the highways and byways of the country, and makes it, for me anyway, personally, one of the most fun parts of the trip is seeing some of these great cities and towns along the way. Jesse Mataferri completes burnout. Big Chevy step-side truck. He loads this bed up with supplies. I'm not sure exactly what he's carrying back there, but he's got more cargo loaded in that bed when he's going down the road than almost anybody else. One of the benefits, of course, of having the pickup truck. Speaking of pickup trucks, we have not had Larry Larson pull through the gate yet. Unconfirmed reports put them about 100 miles away from the racetrack right now. And as we mentioned, that sand going through the hourglass minute by minute. That window begins to creep ever tighter. Mataferri goes 12.99, 4 at 101 miles per hour. Pep Boys has over 90 years of history and over 700 stores nationwide, and now they've taken it one step further with the Speed Shop. Serving the racers, the hot rodder, the tuners, and the off-roaders alike. If you're an enthusiast, you got to check it out. Pep Boys Speed Shop managers are true gearheads with years of experience and thousands of parts in stock. Come check out the Pep Boys Mobile Speed Shop trailer today. If you have there are 100 locations across the country of the Pep Boys Speed Shop, and look them up, find them. This is stuff you can walk in. They keep a lot of inventory of these deals, from drag radials to camshafts and stuff. You can get hard parts that you need right now. You can get them right now from an experienced staff. And the Pep Boys Speed Shop is the organization that's bringing you this live feed. They're the presenting sponsor of the live feed. Without them, we literally would not be doing it. 1250 with a 4, 112, 1318 with a 6, and 101 on the Cunningham side of the drag strip. And the Starsky and Hutch mobile, complete with a 500 plus cubic inch stroker Ford big block under the hood. 1970s Gran Torino with the proper slot mags in the front of it. Got a slicks bolted to it right now. And one of the coolest trucks here, very unassuming little blue Chevy pickup truck over there. You look at it, looks like a nice truck, good paint, a little roll pan in the back, nicely done. Doesn't jump out at you going, oh wow, this thing's really a tear your face off, but all of a sudden this happens. And so that blue pickup that you probably walk past on a used car dealership lot, 91 in the 8th mile, and the pickup truck goes 1187 with a 1 at 113 miles per hour.
We have a nice gentleman who owns this shop. You can call him anytime for anything. 15 minutes until we close the lanes for Daily Driver. 15 minutes until we close the lanes for Daily Driver. And David, what are you holding right there?
Well, I've got a card from a business down the road. Seth Brown runs an operation of welding and fabrication. He said anybody who has trouble here is free to run down to his shop and he will help them out. I'm thinking that's probably an open invitation to stay there all night long if necessary. This place, however, is known as Smash Motorsports.
Appropriate
Smash.
In the background, we're just killing a wasp.
We just killed a
effect.
pterodactyl here in the tower. Seth Brown at Smash Motorsports, welding and fabrication, which is right down the street. We do have his card here in the tower, and if you'd like some help, he is willing to give it. And we see a lot of that from locals all throughout the Drag Week route, and it's really, really cool to see essentially all of America getting behind the racers of Drag Week.
1220 with a 607 miles an hour in the statewide lane. 1282.9, 119 to the Cunningham side. Steve Eden coming up now. Eden in the 4-speed Nova, the 2008 Daily Driver class winner here at Drag Week. Got a 4-speed in it. Got the L88 style hood on it with a square style scoop and the Bullet Mustang.
Brian Lowe's doing some hunting here in the tower. You should see the size of this bug.
I'm just trying to get the baby. I'm
Is.
just trying to get the baby away from him.
That thing will not die. Don't smash it into my phone. Great.
Man,
All right, let's throw him away.
I mean, this thing is like unstoppable. Give me a break. Okay, here we go.
All right, we've now smashed him into the results, so there's no chance I can read what you guys have been doing here. Here, let me throw him away.
You want to keep his leg?
There's a leg sitting here on my results.
Pro level.
I hope they went to this camera for that, because that was pretty funny.
There's a total beating going on up here. Did you get David's crying? His pain screams?
Here's a leg for you.
Hey, man,
take a little bit home.
I got kids, man. I got kids. Keep that away from me. I'm highly allergic to legs.
You get it? No insects were harmed during the live video filming of Drag Week.
That was a stunt wasp.
That thing was prehistoric in its ability to hang out. Armor plated. Hey, you people on the live video feed, if you'd like to throw out some questions on the chat, we will attempt to answer them for you when we've got some down.
So 11:32, that means 13 minutes. 13 minutes until the staging lanes are closed for Daily Driver, and we prepare to go into our open session after 15 minutes of track prep.
And here's the situation at the end of the day, straight from race director Lonnie Grimm. We are going to close the lanes at 2:15 sharp. 2:15, if you are in lanes, we will let you run if you can get down the drag strip within 5 minutes of us calling you. We cannot have you parking in lanes, saying that you're there and that we're going to run you out and having you work on your car for half an hour. That's not going to happen today. So, closing lanes at 2:15, and we'll run you out if you are in lanes. However, if you can't get your car running and get it down the track within 5 minutes, we are going to shut things down and move on to Great Bend, Kansas.
How about this matchup? Squint your eyes, it's 1968 right there. You got the Judge, you got the 442 convertible on the starting line. It's like what you would have seen on a typical Saturday at the drag strip out there. Joel Nystrom lined up next to that GTO. The Judge actually has a set of Ram Air 4 style cylinder heads on it, the Overport style heads, and a Doug Nash 5-speed in it.
Doug Nash.
Yes, it's got a Nash
which,
in it.
as you may know, no overdrive in that unit. It is a 1 to 1/5.
1431 at 99 for the Nash equipped Pontiac, 1427.7 at 99 for the 442 of Joel Nystrom.
Question on the live feed. Is it true everyone's running out of nitrous because everyone's getting high on it? No, that is a super, super bad idea.
It's the type of nitrous you buy to put in your car is denatured, and it will kill you a lot quicker than you'll have experience the ultimate high, which is death.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. However, I suspect there are some people who are simply stocking their own bottle at home off of Monty's supply. If you're a nitrous racer, we would ask you to tone back your usage of the free nitrous from NOS to save it for the rest of the week.
Yeah, the reality is if it's only being used going down the racetrack, it's a different situation than if we get guys cracking bottles open to cool radiators off and do the stuff in the pits. That's just literally just not good.
Uncool.
So you're the turbocharged V6 over there in the Cunningham right-hand side of the racetrack in the Regal. And the supercharged overhead cam engine in the Mustang Cobra left side of the drag strip.
Do you know you can get nitrous bottles filled at my local Pep Boys speed shop?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty cool. 1374, 101 miles an hour for the Cobra. And the Turbo V6 T-Type Regal goes 1448 with the one at 96 miles per hour.
Have you told people the story of this Pontiac wagon in the far lane?
Hasn't run yet, so I haven't told him anything.
Oh, okay.
Do it to it, man.
We ran into him in Ponca City, Oklahoma at the checkpoint last night, and we've been really curious about what's going on with this little wagon. It's a Tempest, I believe, Pontiac Tempest 61. You'll notice it has late model GTO wheels on it. It in fact has a complete late model GTO front clip under it. The inner fender wells, the cross member, everything, and it's got the 5.7 liter LS2. I believe it's a 2, not a 3. In that car, completely home fabricated by this guy. He owns a body shop.
Okay.
And so while I intended to suggest he should leave the car looking the way it does, he said that would not really be good for his image and expect to see a paint job on this thing in the future.
And so the Valiant goes 1134 2, 116 miles an hour, and the Pontiac Tempest wagon goes 1518 7 at 97.
Here comes the Honda, which, by the way, Brian, is capable of an 1190.
He ran 1190. Yeah, I was not correct in my elation.
What do I see in lanes?
It is none other than the Kingfish himself,
The actual Rambler Marlin
Marlene.
has pulled into lanes.
Man, admire it from here. Gonna collect myself for a second here.
For some reason, the sheer natural beauty of the Marlin has just impacted Brian's life in a way nobody expected. And there's just moments of silence in the tower as that Rambler pulls to lanes.
Sometimes things just catch you in the right, you just see that thing in the right light, and you just got to gather yourself. As the Honda Civic, smoking a little bit heavy, goes 1199.7 at 113 miles an hour. Now I get to be impressed.
Called it.
1199.7, 113, 1261, 105, the Cunningham lane. And the guys in the Civic are from Canada, and he came up, he said, could you please ask the guy that borrowed my tire gauge yesterday to bring it back to us? You better believe I can, pal. It looks like you got it back.
Apparently we have a lost driver's license here in the tower.
Justin Spoor. Justin Spoor, please come to the tower to collect your driver's license, please. Justin Spoor, please come to the timing tower to collect your driver's license. All you have to do is show us your driver's license and we'll give you your driver's license back, right? Is that how this works?
Yes, we do need proof of identification.
We will trade you your social security card for your driver's license and all will be right with the world. Early 80s Monte Carlo lined up next to the Coyote-powered Mustang. This Coyote-powered Mustang laid on the laps the other day. This guy was a hot lapper at the end of the deal. 1181 2, 116, and the Monte Carlo goes 1305 102. Seven minutes. 7 minutes.
And hang on there in the live feed because we will be showing you some interviews from the pits as soon as we go dark for just a little while as we prep the track in between classes or in between run sessions.
So proving how the internet can affect e-commerce. You saw I showed you the photos. I ran the story of that Leo Lyons Hemi-headed motor, right? Yeah, I just got text that a guy bought it, saw the item, and paid the 38 grand for the thing off of eBay today.
So he saw the blog item on your site, was like, I think I'll have one of those today.
$38,000 for a never assembled Leo. And no, I don't even know if anybody knows what we're talking about. Leo Lyons built these Hemi cylinder heads for a couple different engines, and on eBay last night I ran across a never assembled small block Chevy based on a Donovan Chevy block with a set of Leo Lyons Hemi heads, and the whole pile of stuff was for sale for 38 grand, and someone just apparently just pulled the trigger and bought the stuff.
Yeah, the spark plug location is weird on those. Completely not, it's a Hemi, but they're not over the bore centers. It's set up with the same pattern as an Arden Ford.
Exactly, yeah, the guy Lyons patterned the cylinder heads off of Arden heads. That's why it has those weird two kind of groupings of spark plug holes.
Once again, drag week degenerating into minutia.
Yep, well, it always does. Why stop?
when we go to the all-run session, I'm looking at some cars that'll probably be first out. We've got Doug Ray's 57 Buick here, and Big and Eric Yost in line right behind him.
Yep, just got confirmed it's bought and it will ship to the guy next week. Which stinks because I had $35,000 to spend on it.
I was about to say, when I got that
Yeah.
38 grand sitting around, I usually expect to buy something with actually 4 wheels and tires, but
No, you don't. No, you don't.
too many zeros by about 3.
Yeah. So the Doug Nash equipped Judge comes up. This Judge, actually, the paint on the car is really nice. It was painted, I was talking to the guy like 30 some years ago, and it's held up that well. It repainted in the 1980s. It still looks really good. And actually, the front wheels on that Judge are cool too because they're a legitimate Pontiac rally wheel that were narrowed. So he's got a little 185 tire on the front of that car. That's a real Pontiac steel wheel that was cut, kind of the center section lopped out and narrowed up. Looks really good.
And it looked like we had a taker for Smash Engineering helping out one of the drag racers down the street. They came and got the business card. So he'll be working late, helping people out, I'm guessing breaking out the welder.
They're down there in the wheels. Do we need some more?
Once again, Justin Spoor, we do have your driver's license here in the tower.
3 minutes until 11:45, and it looks like our staging lanes are almost empty as the crazy diesel-powered truck emerges from around the corner. The driver putting his helmet on.
Getting a lot of comments on the live feed, people asking, where are all the imports? Why don't we allow imports? That is absolutely not the case. They are free to enter. Everybody is all full of the smack talk about how there's supers that should be out here doing this, and I fully agree. They should be. Sign up. You can be here showing all these other cars, you know, the ropes, taking them to school.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping anybody. We got the guys in the Honda here. I mean, that's the whole deal. It's wide open for anybody who wants to come out here and have some fun. As the Marlin pulls around the water, and this is a guy who's clearly gone into just want to finish the week mode. The car has not been the healthiest looking thing as far as the smoke situation goes. So I think we're going to see a very gentle, just kind of lazy cruise down the racetrack here. And honestly, it's like we talked about yesterday. You enter a marathon. Not everyone, most people don't show up to try to win the marathon. You show up to finish and prove to yourself that you can do it. These guys have had a wrench on this Marlin. We've had some fun with them, kind of kidding around because it is a unique and kind of odd car. It's cool. It's just different. And yeah, as predicted, just going to kind of drive it on down home.
You got to admit, the glimmer off of that thing as it leaps off the line just brings a tear to your eye.
It does. A saltwater tear, like that of the majestic Marlin we'll be living in. And then here comes the diesel truck, which makes me cry different types of tears. Looky-loo. A 6-cylinder Cummins engine, a massive diameter exhaust stack, cranking out there in front of where the passenger side of the truck is. And the thing definitely has some guts. It runs down in the 13s. Has a semi-functional posi traction unit that started as a single tire burner, a one-legger, and then the other side decided to become part of the program as well.
Kicking off the week with 127 cars in Daily Driver, and we've got 7 out. So there's 120 of these guys still duking it out to try and get into the 32-car field, which at this point, well, as we came into today, was at an 11.9355 bump spot. And we'll see if that's changed around just a little bit today, because the guy who was just outside the bump spot, 11.9365. So you can see how tight the drag week competition really is in Daily Driver.
And like a coal-fired locomotive, the pickup truck heads on down the statewide lane. Again, that 6-cylinder Cummins screaming away 80 miles an hour at the 8th. And the Cummins truck on the power past 1,000 feet goes 1387.6 at 95 miles per hour.
Look at the bump situation here. We've got Ryan Minyard in a 78 Malibu who is right on the bump spot, 11.9355. It's one of the Gebhardts with that 67 Belvedere that is running on the 11.9365.
11:45 is the time. The staging lanes are closed to daily driver competitors. We're going to go for a 15-minute track prep session, is my understanding, and then it will be our open session to end the afternoon. So the lanes are going to be closed for 10 or 15 minutes, or I'm sure you can come into the lanes. We're just not going to be running cars for 15 minutes, and then it's the open session to end the afternoon.
And on the live video feed, while we are cleaning up the track a little bit, we're going to go to some pre-recorded videos that were done with Mike Finnegan down in the pits. They have a number of interviews, and us up here in the tower don't exactly know what they're going to play, but you will as soon as they actually roll tape. So we're going to go now to pre-recorded videos with Mike Finnegan in the pits.
The El Camino going to be the last car down the racetrack. The El Camino at 2 seconds to 60 feet. The 8th Mille at 78 miles an hour. And the El Camino goes 13.98 with the 2 at 95 miles per hour. And as we're going to close out this session of Daily Driver here, we're going to close out this morning part of our day, and we're going to move into that open session for the afternoon. So before we do that, and while we're doing some track maintenance, we're going to go to some videos that Mike Finnegan recorded down in the pits, some from today and some from yesterday. So check it out. Mike's been working hard down there. Let's take a look.
All right, Steve Fagan, school me. How do you turn a Chevy S10 into a Chevy Blazer without people telling? Because it's pretty nice work here, I see.
Well, when they first came out, the S10 truck was first, and I really liked that second generation, but the Blazers were expensive. I got a crash book out and found out that the doors were the same. I said, aha, all I needed is a truck, a roof, and quarter panels, and I have a Blazer.
How long did it take you to do all that fab work?
I bought this Blazer in '96 out of the salvage yard, and I had it together with the V6 back halved as a cruiser. Then drag week happened.
And ruined your life.
I had to start over from front bumper to rear bumper to make it actually something that handles some horsepower and be dependable. So that's the challenge of how many things don't work to actually survive drag week.
Well, let's talk about the horsepower. Can we look under the hood?
Sure.
You know all about it.
Well, it's no Chevrolet parts, big block Chevy, but it's a Dart 4.5 bore, 4-inch stroke, so it's a 509. My tuning skills have hurt it once, so it's 30 over now. But I started with a Pro Charger. I'd driven them on the street. It's the right way to have power when you want it. Then it's learning the fuel systems and making them dependable. It's still running pretty much drag race stuff, crank, trigger, ignition. But I knew I wanted a computer to run the motor and tranny. I knew that if I was going to make it Steve-proof, all I had to do was let go of the trans brake button and steer. So the computer runs it all. I don't mind tuning it with the laptop.
So it's EFI, is that water meth there, I see?
No, that's actually the stock S10 coolant recovery can. My only thing besides the Pro Charger is air-to-air intercooler.
Okay. What do you run for fuel on the street and on the track?
It'll run on anything. If it's in the gas pump, I can run it. It's 8.48 to 1 compression. On the track, I switched to C16 because of my tuning skills. It's 116 octane. What I've been running yesterday and today, it'll run on 91 octane.
Cool. So how much boost have you been running, and how quick has it gone the last 2 days?
I've been running just 13 pounds of boost. It's run a 920 at Tulsa at 9:30 today. Ran 151 mile an hour in Tulsa and 144 today. It was a perfect launch. The one that wheels up almost to the 60 foot. The woohoo launch. Yeah. And went dead straight. Said that's a keeper. We're packing up.
Smart man. All right. Well, I'll see you at the next track.
Hey, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Well, Addie Ross, I have tried to catch up with you all morning, and every time I turn around, you are hauling butt that way to make another lap. Tell me about yourself in the car, because I really don't know anything about you other than right now this is my favorite 4-bucket seat drag car here.
Well, this was originally out of a 79 Fox Body Mustang, and my grandpa, he wanted something like different that everyone could get in, and I grew up with him. He's my best friend, and I grew up around this, and this year I turned 17, and we built this car together, and it's just been sentimental and fun learning experience. So.
How quick have you gone in this thing on drag week?
On the quarter mile, 10.9, 10.8, and an eighth of a mile, about 6.9, 7. So we're getting there. But
Do you drive it to school ever?
no, but he told me if I finish, if it makes it, I get to drive it to school next week. So.
Wow, that's a hell of a good incentive to finish drag week right there. All right, well, let's check out the motor. Let's come over here. Okay, so tell me the specs here. I see it's NA. I don't see a bottle. I don't see turbos. What do we got?
It's just a 383 small block. It's just, yeah.
What trans is in there?
430 gears, I think. What tranny's in it? Power glide.
Okay. So we got a 2-speed. What's it like to drive this thing on the street? Are people just gawking at you?
Yeah, she does awesome on the road. We cruise about 73. The Power Glide is awesome. We love it.
And are you hauling a trailer too?
Yeah, that's our little trailer that could.
Wow, so you're 17, you drag race, and you can back up a trailer.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
I learned it all from him.
Cool, well thanks for hanging out, and good luck. We'll see you at the next track.
Thank you.
All right, Larry, day 2, we're at Topeka. It's windy. You tell me it's always windy here. Last night, I'm assuming, is the first time you actually put real road miles on the truck. How did that go?
Everything went real well, actually. Didn't know what to expect. The cooling system's a little different than anything probably anybody's done, and just didn't know. I mean, I've never had an automatic, never had a gear vendors. Just everything's different, but everything went smooth.
It sounds stressful.
The lack of sleep is the stressful part.
Did you get any sleep last night?
We got in here about 20 to 4, something like that, and back up at 6:30. So it's about average for the last 2 weeks.
Oh my God. Tell me about the cooling system. What is so different about it?
Proline wanted to dry deck this thing, which they plug off the top of the deck and they plug off the top of the head, so there's no water that passes in between the two. So you have to route the water from the block to the heads externally. And by doing that, the passages are a little smaller, and then what we've done with the radiator and the Jiffy Tight connectors to make the radiator come on and off, everything's just a little smaller in diameter than the normal. But with the Mazir water pump and the Ron Davis radiator that we're using, like I said, everything was good. It was 180 degrees majority of the drive. Tranny was 150, 140.
That sounds relatively eventful. I can't even talk today. Yeah. All right, so it looks like they're running daily driver right now. Then you're up again. Would you run a 699 yesterday? What's the goal for today?
Go 12 faster than Tom.
I believe he ran a 61 today, I think. So
that means I got to go 49.
All right, good luck.
All right.
Thanks.
Bam! 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 Bam!
It's day 3 of Hot Rod Drag Week, and attrition is clearly taking its toll. We've seen failed lifters, failed blocks, failed cylinder heads, small fire in Eric Yost's Camaro. What went down last night during the trip?
It was a little hairy. I have to say, with a foot flame beside your fuel cell, it gets a little hairy. We ran out of fuel, put on the side of the road, put fuel in it, stayed on the starter a little too long evidently, and smoked one of the wires going to the starter, fired up, going down the road, everything cut off, and then the smoke came out. And smoke from the front, smoke from the back, opened the trunk, and there was a pretty good little fire on my carpet, and trying to put it out with my hands, and we finally got it out. So it was a little hairy, I have to say.
You fought the fire with your bare hands.
And I won.
All right, can we survey the damage? How bad was it here? Oh yeah, that's not supposed to look like that. How did you fix this? I heard this is a good story.
Yes. Well, we had a lot of guys stop by. I mean, seen us on the side, and everybody helps everybody on this deal. So we had cables to 3 10-gauge wires. We had all kind of ideas going around, and we finally found a good set of jumper cables and tied them together and duct taped them to the outside of the car. Went to the front power stud and worked great. So made it here this morning with it, and we got new cable to put on. So hopefully we'll be back going and no issues.
Cool. And where are you sitting right now in terms of the standings?
We're in second place right now. So the Monty is a mean machine. It is kicking butt. So I don't know if we have anything for it, but my goal is to try to have a 7-second average with a 275 leaf sprint car. So let's see where it lands.
All right. Well, good luck with that. We'll see you at the next track. All right, I'm with John Ferrone, a man we haven't seen yet on Drag Week. Where have you been? Because everyone's been asking where the Aussies are at. Where's the Charger? We want to see this thing run.
I've been busy changing the head gasket on it. I pushed a head gasket on Friday night, torched part of the deck of the head and had to get it welded and then recut the receiver groove, and had to wait for a head gasket overnight from Chicago. So it was a bit of a hold up, and I finished working on it at 9 o'clock last night.
Wow, so you
working on it since Friday.
You torched the head. How about the block?
The block was a little bit on the edge, but it was just superficial. Didn't touch the head of the sleeve, so I just epoxied it and put a new O-ring in it and put a head gasket on it, and away we go.
Wow, so there's epoxy on the engine block. You've welded and resurfaced the head and drove it here.
Yes, straight here. Finished at 9 o'clock, putting it all together, and drove straight here from Kansas.
Wow, that is dedication. But I guess after you've shipped your car, as far as you have, it's, you've traveled all that way, spent all that money, you might as well show up and try to haul ass here, right?
Most definitely.
How quick are you going to try to go?
We'll start off to try and go as good as I went last year and then step it up from there, hopefully 750s or something, hopefully,
Awesome. Can't wait to see it. Thank you, man. Standing here in Jeff Lutz's pit, and we just watched him go out there and shake the tires. And who do I find but Mr. Celebrity himself, Murder Nova. What are you doing here?
Supporting Drag Week, man.
Yeah.
We really wanted to make it this year. Conflict with filming, so we couldn't do it.
What are you filming right now? 4, 5?
Filming season 4.
Season 4. Okay. And what kind of surprises can we expect?
Man, a lot of racing for sure.
Give us some dirt. Around. Give us something that'll get you fired.
I can't really get fired because they don't pay me nothing. So
they're gonna love to hear that.
Oh yeah.
So how's your car running?
It's running good, man. We finally got a handle on the twin turbo setup, and it's coming around for sure.
Okay. So I have to bring up the interview on Hot Rod because I'm sure everyone right now on the internet is going to be like, "What the hell?"
Bashing the shit out of it.
Yeah, you're getting smoked right now on the internet. Will you come here at any point?
I'd love to. I mean, I wanted to be here this week, but things happen, and if we're still filming, there's just no possible way we could do it. We tried to get them to film us doing this, and obviously the higher ups said that it wasn't possible. So what are you going to do?
They think our event's not cool enough. That's not cool.
From what I heard, it was you guys that said they couldn't film here.
Oh, wow. Controversy.
I don't know.
We need to iron that out for next year.
Yeah, that'd be great. That'd be great. Or if we're not filming next year, we just go without them.
Street style.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, dude.
Hey, no problem.
Robert Berry, you are one of just 2 diesel-powered vehicles here at Drag Week, and the other one I know is not nearly as weird as your deal here. What am I looking at?
Well, you've got a 45 Chevy cab, and it's a 91 Dodge chassis that I just chopped up. I'm tired, dude, so I'm losing my voice. But anyway, we just chopped the Dodge frame up and, put a Cummins in it. It came out of a scrapyard. It's got about 6 different vehicles to put it together. So it's just, it's been a lot of fun. You know what I'm saying?
It's very unique. I like the 26s. There's something you don't see every day on Drag Week. How quick is this thing gone?
We're running 13s. We're going to uncork it on Friday, see if we can make it run a little faster. But, you know, we want to make it through the week. So, anyway.
That is job number one. And for you non-diesel speaking folks at home, what does uncork it mean?
Well, it's got a fuel plate, you know, that allows more fuel, the injectors to put more fuel. So what we're going to actually do is we're going to take that fuel plate out. So whatever the motor will take, that's what fuel's going to it.
So you will be rolling coal on Friday?
We'll be rolling coal. We'll roll coal today. You'll see it'll be a black show.
All right. Well, good luck, and I hope to see you on Friday.
Thanks for coming out.
All right, I'm here with Paul Hendrickson and his amazing AMC Gremlin, probably the only one on the property. And I love the car, but you guys have the coolest T-shirts I've seen here at Drag Week. Why don't you spin around and model this for the audience there? Yes, very good, very good. Tell me about the car. I know you're spraying it, right? How big is the shot?
Yeah, it's today we bumped it 50, so we're around a 120 shot. Wow. So kind of pushing the limits, but.
Tell us about the engine package.
It's a 242 Jeep 4-liter out of a 96 Cherokee. Just have a cam, stock springs. Did some amateur porting on it, so played with that a little bit. That's really about it.
And what are we rocking for a trans and a rear end in this deal?
I've got a T5 that was built by Astro Performance, and I've got a Ford 8.8 out of a mid-90s Mustang with 410 gears and just a limited slip.
Cool.
Nothing too special.
Let's check the nitrous install. I want to see the bottle mounts and all the special fab work you've done here. Oh yeah, that's beautiful. Right to the wheel well. I like it. That's roadkill approved. All right, so how many drag weeks have you done here?
I've only done 2. I tried last year, but that didn't happen. 2012 we made it. Last year we had some piston slap issues right before go time.
So I like that although you've not completed everyone you've entered, you're still upping the nitrous jets even though it's not Friday and we're not even halfway through this thing.
Oh yeah, well we got it running like the day before, so we broke it in first couple days, nice. Now we're gonna give her a little more nitrous. Yeah.
Oh, she's mint. She's ready to go. All right, good luck. We'll see you on Friday.
Bam! Bam! We are back with the Pep Boys Speed Shops live feed here at Drag Week, which is presented by Gear Vendors, co-sponsored by Pep Boys Speed Shops. What's happening right now is we are just about to roll into our fast class cars for the final session of the day. And actually, this is an all-run session. It just so happens that some of the heavy hitters are right here at the front. I'm looking at Eric Yost out here. I can see Clark Rosenstengel, Doug Ray in the 57 Buick. So if you're on the live feed back home, we'd ask you to share this with your friends right now because it is going to get big. And if you are in the pits, you should probably make your way over to the grandstands. We still are following a couple dramas here at Drag Week, and they're going to play out here within the next 2 hours as we shut it down at 2:15.
And the reality is the big story at this point is there are 2 hours left to run today, actually probably a little bit less than that, right about 2 hours right now, and we have not seen Larry Larson pull into the racetrack yet. We have made some brief communication with him. They are on their way. They're coming here. They're doing everything they can to make it and get the truck onto the racetrack. But understanding their procedure of having to convert that thing from street to race mode, I'm not sure if they're just going to get here, unhook the trailer, and try to just get it down the track.
Well, yeah, you got to wonder if they are going to bother putting the Penske shocks on it, if they're going to bother putting the carbon fiber doors on it, even the cooling system. I mean, if they're down to the wire, I'm guessing Larry just rolls down track.
Yeah, because that's the point of getting here. You got to get the thing down the racetrack. Eric Yost, we've not seen him run yet. He's back in the staging lanes. The giant white Rhino pickup truck that I've become very fond of. Those guys are stacked up and ready to go as well. And it is going to be a flurry. This what it usually ends up happening for those of you that are kind of just maybe watching us for the first time here. The afternoon session, normally the first half hour to 45 minutes is rapid fire. And there are people just in desperation trying to go as fast as they can. And then at some point, people are resigned to either stick with what they got or try to slug it out to the end. But this first half hour to 45 minutes is going to be very busy with very fast cars.
A lot of the big guys will come out trying to get a hit early in the session so that if something gets ugly, they can get in the pits, fix it, and get back here just in time. Although I will remind racers once again, I keep pounding on this just to be fair so that everybody knows this slight procedural change. We are going to call lanes at 2:15 sharp. No more cars in lanes at 2:15. Now, yesterday we had said if you are in lanes, we will let you run out. Unfortunately, that got milked into working on the car in the lanes
For a half hour.
for a half hour.
Yeah.
That's not happening. If you're in lanes at 2:15, we will let you run, provided that when we call you to the burnout box, you can actually get your junk down the track within 5 minutes.
Yep. When we point and say you go to the water and you cannot move, we will start the clock. If you cannot get to the water in 5 minutes, your day will be done effectively. So.
That's when Lonnie Grimm becomes probably your least favorite guy.
That's when every second feels like an hour. Well, I'm telling you what, they absolutely fire hosed this drag strip with traction compound a minute ago.
Good.
This thing is going to be teeth central from now until the end of the afternoon. And again, a big nod of thanks and approval to the hardworking staff here at Thunder Valley Raceway Park in Noble, Oklahoma, for their ability. This thing has been prepped right to the nines.
It is
got here
going
this morning.
to bite like a shark.
It absolutely will, like an angry marlin. It'll have does marlin have teeth?
Spear you? No, I think it's got the spear. I know it has the fin.
That's a swordfish, I believe.
I know you
you're talking
shellac the thing, and it's got the eyeball that follows you throughout the room.
But the eyeball is a delicacy.
Here's what's going on at Drag Week. For those of you just tuning in to watch the violence, these guys are basically doing time trials. They're trying to set their lowest possible ET that they will hand in, and we will average that ET over their runs all week long. And the guy with the lowest ET in each class wins. We do make these cars drive from track to track. Yesterday we drove 350 miles. Do you know what the number is today?
I have not. I've not been able to get over and get a copy of the directions, so I will have to do that in a few minutes, so I can give you a little bit of an insight into that. If you're in the area, if you live in the Kansas and the Oklahoma area and you want to hang out with us or see the trip, go to hotrod.com. The directions, the route we're going to take will be posted. And there were people lining the thing yesterday. Corners, parking lots, checkpoint stops. I would say a couple hundred people that we saw just hanging out, drinking beer in their front lawn, watching the hot rods drive by. And speaking of hot rods driving by, we're going to go drag racing right now.
Yep, I see Eric Yost pulling the line, Big and Customs. We do have one guy who is looking for some parts. The red Mustang that's parked in front of the MSD trailer in the pits needs 1 quart of driven racing oil, XP3 synthetic 10W30. Now that is a guy committed to that brand of racing oil.
I'm sure that's what the engine builder said. This is what goes in the motor, and if the guy tells you that, you say, yes, that is what goes in the motor.
You do not want to watch the lubrication program that goes on in the engines used on roadkill, I will tell you that. That guy would probably just pretty much swallow his tongue if he saw what went on. Here's Doug Ray on the line with his gorgeous 1957 Buick built by Larry Larson Race Cars.
You know, there are body styles. There are a couple of guys across the country that have taken like a 57 Chevy Pro-Mod style body and reworked the front end to kind of make it look like one of these cars. But to have one in the correct proportion and to have it be all steel, I mean, this is a special car. Take it in the drag week context or not, it is just a mean-looking piece. I don't know the way to say it.
The stance on this thing is unbelievable. It's all about the stance. You ever notice that there's cars where you're like, I don't really like I don't know, throw it out there, 65 Biscayne, but I like that 65 Biscayne. That's what we got going on with this 57 Buick Special.
And the fact there is no hood scoop, there is no hood bubble, there's nothing hanging out anywhere. I mean, it's just a very tight, well-done car, and Larry built that thing and just a lot of detail. The work that went into the details on that machine, unbelievable.
As we see the live feeds grow as people spread the word and people jamming the grandstands once again here at Thunder Valley, waiting to watch some fast passes from some of our class cars who are just making their first hits in some cases.
Well, we saw Doug Ray earlier. The car went in the nines and not a very representative run for the machine.
It's about the best launch we've seen out of that car. He does a 136 short time.
By a ton, and he's shifting the thing when it needs to be shifted. Doug Ray goes 873 with a 158. That's a great lap.
Yeah, capable of a lot more. He is fresh to that car. It is a brand new car. And I think he ran it once at Bandimere before he showed up here.
Yeah, from the point he let the clutch out to snicking through the gears, that was the most together run that Doug has put down this week, and that is a great run for an all-steel Buick Special.
For those of you unaware, the 68 Camaro you see on the starting line is actually a vinyl wrap. That's going all out when you'll spend $3 grand to make your car look like a rusty pile, isn't it?
That's going all out. Boy, Eric Yost operates a chassis shop, a fabrication business down in North Carolina, Big and Customs. And it's one of these places that's literally tucked down in the woods behind a farmhouse. He's got this building that he's just recently expanded. Turns out some really nice stuff. Eric has built some of the fastest small tire drag cars in the world out of that business, and he is very busy down there. He's actually building a classic gasser. I believe it's Jim Audie's building. He built it for one of the real legends of drag racing. He's building old Willys for him.
Yost right now actually not on the podium. He's way down and placing 6th in Super Street Power Adder, trying to solve that problem right now.
The car just been hung up in that 8-second zone.
Oh, look at him.
Yeah, that looks a lot more like what we expected to see. Skittering the front tires along the racetrack, and Yost 812 at 170.
Yeah, Sorry, he did put down an 810 and an 809, so he's right on pace. He's not finding those tenths.
A repeatable car, and here comes the head gasket NASCAR crew chief over here as they've replaced those things in an hour. The thing put a head gasket. Oh no, this is Jeffrey.
Yeah, trivia contest, or actually, can you spot what's different about these two cars? It's like when I go to the kids' menu at the Mexican restaurant. It's like, what's different about these two drawings? This is the original steel 57 Chevy from Jeff Lutz Race Cars. This is the one that chased Larry Larson down and lost to him by 0.0092 seconds at the 2012 drag week. We've got Jeff Jr. driving this thing, and I am hoping that we can soon see the actual fiberglass Evil Twin here in lanes as well.
So the kid has run this car in the 7s at 180 miles an hour this week, and the car is not set up to run down into the 6s at over 200. It's set up to run in that 7-second, 180, 190 mile an hour zone, and I wouldn't put it past Jeff to ask Jeffrey how comfortable he is and maybe feed it a little more if he feels like he can handle it.
What is with the volume of cell phone users on the starting line here? This is ridiculous.
Welcome to the world. Yeah, buddy, that's getting some there. Pulled the front tire up, and now it's actually really moving. 146 in the 8th mile, and Jeffrey goes 778 at 184, almost 185 miles an hour like a boss. I don't know if you saw that when he staged the car, it was actually flickering the bottom bulb. He had the presence of mind to bump it one more time. That's actually a pretty veteran move. He didn't push the car all the way through. He got it in there. He was in there pretty deep. He went 028 on a pro tree. But either way, great piece of driving by the kid, and it's really cool to see his dad with a mile-wide grin on his face and 184 mile an hour terminal speed on the board.
And I'm guessing that's after he thrashed in the pits to change a head gasket. Hey, Lutz, did you actually get a head gasket today? I don't think he can hear me. He's too busy slapping backs over that pass. Really proud of the father and son team. There's a lot of father and sons that are working drag week. I think we need to get those guys together. It's pretty cool.
Not to mention the father-daughter tandem of the Taylor family.
Absolutely. And I'm not sure what the hitch and the get-along is here, but we do have Joe Barry coming up next. Joe Barry in his 56 Chevy, the all-steel monster, punishing the poor track at 3,700 pounds.
Killing amphibians.
Yeah, he is the frog slayer 2 years in a row. The guy's taken Kermit into the grill, pretty much pureed that thing.
So he has I don't know if those are a new set of front runners. Joe was looking for a new set of front tires, looking for 2 tires. I don't know what happened to the tires that were on the car. He had set a call out, and Tom Bailey had come up to answer that call.
Joe Barry's looking pretty solid here. He has run in the 17s twice. Really hoping to see a 699 out of this car this week.
And look at the burnout for Joe Barry in that steel 55 Chevrolet. We talked about how Doug Klein removed the Lenko from his car and put the Turbo 400 style transmission in. The same has gone for Joe Barry. And you know, there's a guy standing behind the starting line watching Joe Barry intently. I wonder if Steve Morris might have turned some screws on that 56, because Morris is down there just taking a look-see, and who knows if he was able to turn the wick up on the motor in Barry's car. I do not believe he's the guy that built it, but I'm sure he could lend a hand, and you might want to try this.
Barry has had that thing since high school and run it in a whole bunch of street car racing operations. It used to be a nitrous big block car. They went through it, revised the chassis, and he has been running, well, actually, I think he pro-charged it for a little while before he went to the twin turbo setup.
You see Matt Frost down in the staging lane, see Tina down in the staging lane, so the hits just keep on coming as far as our unlimited competitors go. I wonder if most of these competitors decided to kind of bisect that drive last night. Maybe go halfway at night and then finish up this morning.
Perfectly legal as long as you stay on the route. We do require drag week competitors to drive the route that we require because we have mapped out every pothole, speed bump, and ugly driveway completely throughout Kansas and Oklahoma area, and we are dragging these cars over it.
Wow, Joe's car was hanging the front tire at 330 feet. Joe Barry goes a 721.2 at 196. Look at the parachutes blowing around down there. 721 at 196. The first 60 feet were fugly. I mean, 125 is not good. But then the thing cleaned up. It got up on the tire, and it actually was carrying that left front tire to 330 feet. 163 at the 8th, but he gave up too much on that really front half of the run. But still, the back half of the thing, it made 30, almost 40 numbers on the back half of the racetrack.
Robert Admire is down here in the right-hand lane. He is running a 2005 GTO street race small block, naturally aspirated. He's a couple of spots outside of the podium on this thing, but that is a 11.0 car, and I gotta think that he is hunting for the 1099. I think I was speaking to him earlier and discovered he's saying that is the quickest cam-only late model GTO in the country.
Of that color or of all of
them? Yeah. Left me speechless there for a minute.
Sounds nice and clean. Definitely getting it down there.
11.09 once again. He is Mr. 11.0.
Man. And trouble for the driver here in the Malibu. We're going to roll the Malibu backwards. We saw those guys last night cruising down the highway. Dave was hanging out the passenger window of the vehicle, blasting photos somewhere in the Kansas area.
It's amazing what you can do with these new cameras. That Canon 5D Mark III cranking up the ISO, shooting pictures essentially in the dark. My shot of that black vehicle at night was not exactly spiffy. It was no Larry Chen job, I'll say that. Not even close, not in the same league as Larry Chen, who we have down here shooting for Hot Rod all week long.
Yeah, we're looking from the wall, because when Chen appears at the wall, we know that some like acrobatic insanity will be coming, because he's like the king of, I think this is a good position, and every car now has the front tire 6 feet in the air.
Okay, here's where you go to Pep Boys Speed Shop and spend about 10 grand in thanking them, because you're going to get to see this truck go down the track, and it is worth the price alone.
Yeah, this is a cool truck. It is not some weenie, standard cab, short bed situation. We got extended cab,
short bed.
Short bed. Well, yeah, you know.
555 big block in this deal. Pretty much all the nitrous. Oh, you know what? Nitrous shortage with Mahdi? There's our guy. Yeah. What's going on?
And the term used last night was spraying the anatomy off of it.
Spraying the actual
the man parts.
Gonads off the truck. He has not cut an 890 yet. At his home track, I think he's looking for it, but I saw him turning the tire.
Christy Reynolds in the Nova, 118, or rather in the Malibu. The Malibu goes 904, 145, and the truck goes 914 with a 151. That thing is like Groundhog Day.
I think we need to go have a word with that guy and break the news that he needs to put on a show for the home audience here.
There's $1 million bracket race if they run around this part of the country somewhere. You guys need to show up.
I'm telling him to throw away the nitrous jet and show us something.
Bring the hose.
Okay, we've been looking at this fast class 68 Dodge Super Bee all week long. We did see a 1080.
It's like what I guess you would call reverse.
Oh yeah, well that's the 1,000 pounds of lead in the trunk.
Yeah, the spare tire made of concrete. And that's a Mustang with a Mercury Capri hatch on the back of it over there on the Cunningham side.
Elegant courtesy staging going on here, frankly.
Just go in, man. Just do it, man.
Double bulb me.
Just go.
Just give me the double bulb. There you go. 1094 at 126. Did you see that thing? You need to walk in the pits later on and look how the motor in that thing is bone stock. A couple of old Carter carburetors, the whole deal. Here we got Matt Frost rolling his green and black 67 Nova out of Bandimere in Denver, Colorado. He had a couple test shots with this thing before he came to Drag Week. He was inspired by Larry Larson to build this 67 Nova, and we're glad to see him here.
Frost has been in the 780s consistently with this Nova. And I like the fact that he has been out here this year. I like the fact that he's come in with a clear agenda of finishing the week. He's not come in here to go, I'm the greatest guy in the world, I'm going to come out here and try to run 6-second passes. He's out here, he's got a good 780 tune-up in this car. It's been reliable. We'll see if he sticks with the game plan. I'm not sure if he pedaled it there or not, but the car did make a move to the left side. And Frasco, whoa, 797, 169, so he's in the ballpark. I think he might have lifted up there in that 330 zone when the car was kind of trying to wallow out on him.
You know, he's doing a smart thing. He wants to be somebody in the years to come. He came this year just to learn the ropes, figure out how to survive. As Tina Pierce from Street Outlaws pulls into the lanes in the little S10.
That is a 427 LSX combination with twin turbochargers powering the S10 pickup, the extended cab S10 pickup truck on the statewide side.
This car ran 8:48 the first day in Tulsa, and Topeka yesterday 9:17. So obviously, we're all crossing our fingers for another 8.
And certainly continuing that trend we talked about, 10 years ago, did you ever expect to come to an event that's like the majority of the cars would have front-mounted exhaust?
Yeah, oh, I know. Turbos out the fenders is the new style point. I'm thinking they will be selling those soon where you don't really need the turbo, you just need the hater pipe coming out the
Yeah,
side.
you just need the pipe out there.
You can go get one of those tapes that plays the tweets off the blow-off valve and bypass. Coming up soon, we've got that big 41 Willys with the big block in it. I see Bill Fowler in line. See Alex Taylor in line. Starsky and Hutch coming back.
And we're just getting down there at the top end here.
Got the hood off the Nova.
Get the hood taken off the Nova down there. Oh, it blew off the finish line.
Apparently it blew off. We weren't looking at that. Roadkill style.
Wow. Paintwork on that car is beautiful, so unfortunately that...
Actually, he informed me. I attempted to inform him that the paintwork was beautiful, and he corrected me and pointed out just the most minor flaw that nobody would possibly see from 10 feet away or even 10 inches away. I had trouble with it. He's repainting the car anyway. Yeah, he's at that level. He's going to go for some House of Colors, like candy green. He wants to put a little bit more flake in it.
Flake is good.
Kind of like I bring you along because I like to put a little more flake in the program.
You do. No, you do. That is good. That was a really well played moment right there. So congratulations to you. Thank you. And here comes that beautiful Willys.
Just in time for the live stream to come back up.
Steve Marine, is that the name of the driver of this Willys? I'm trying to...
I believe so.
Steve Marine, yep, 1940 Willys.
If you're watching the live stream at home, do us a favor and tell all your friends that we are back up and the good cars are coming up, or the fast cars rather are coming up. Please spread the word. Live feed is back up.
So the Willys down through half track with Marine going 114 miles an hour and the 968 at 139 miles per hour. So Marine going down that 968, 639 mile an hour pass keeps him right in the same ballpark. Ran a 965 out there in Tulsa. He actually only ran 1260 yesterday, so that puts him right back where he should be in that 960 zone. Well, here's a couple of guys that have been working hard this week. The dude's running this little Vega coming up. 434 cubic inch small block Chevy and a Pro Charger making the boost. They actually take the Pro Charger completely off the engine to drive it between the stops. Look down, there's a big gaping hole in the front of the deal where the Pro Charger would normally sit. It's got a gear drive set up on it. They just disconnected it. Boy, those exhaust pipes now mounted at a 90-degree angle of the body. They just shoot the stuff, they just shoot the exhaust and smoke right out the sides. Everybody got a good face full of it out there in the starting line. Bill Fowler coming up on the Cunningham side of the racetrack. Fowler in that silver Mustang convertible. 500 plus cubic inch big block Ford engine, about 1,000 naturally aspirated horsepower, and the word has come in that Larry Larson is about 50 miles away from the racetrack and is coming in fast. So Larry Larson will be here before the day ends. He will have about an hour or less. If I had to guess, he'll have about an hour or less to get that thing down the racetrack. But Larry Larson within 50 miles of the facility and is coming in fast. As Bill Fowler, away he goes. $9.98 at 138. $9.98, 138 miles an hour down the Cunningham side, the right-hand side, or the left-hand side if you're watching it from our down-track camera that looks up toward the starting line. The Biscayne with the cherry bombs on it, supercharged motor. As far as our B-body contingent, this is about the nastiest one we got in the house today. And that really clean bead-locked Malibu, we said it every day, and I will continue to say it, the bead-locked wheel cars certainly have a much more industrial strength appearance to them. They look really neat. A lot of bead-locked wheels out here this week, more so than we've probably ever seen, especially on the radial tire machines.
Brian, do you recall what Tina Pierce ran?
Yeah, she ran down to the 860s.
860s. People on the live feed asking to know. Inquiring minds.
So I can only imagine the zoo it's going to be when Larson and Chad come rolling in here with such a short time left to run. The Malibu going to lead the big B-body down the racetrack, 9:23, 144, as the Biscayne goes 10:94.4 at 122 miles per hour. See Brian Macy down there, Nick Pluniak down there with a stretchy truck. Be coming around the corner in a couple of minutes here.
Interesting, we're starting to see a couple of guys running air dams in the front of their stock body door slammers here. That tends to be able to pick you up a few miles an hour in the top end. As far as ET in a car in this ET bracket, I'm thinking hundredths maybe.
Okay.
You know, they're not really going to pick you up tenths, but we have used that technique in drag weeks past for people who are just trying to get a mile an hour number. We'll tape their grill.
Yeah, tape the grill, tape everything you can. It's a between the drag strip and also the land speed realm. That is a the quickest aero upgrade you can make. The cheapest too. .866, 161 miles an hour, 11:04.0, 122 for the Nova and the Cunningham side. Statewide lane, that 866.1, 161 mile an hour shot.
Pulling up here, we've got Fred Cullen, who's got this 40 Chevy Business Coupe. He's been running in the hot rod class the past few years, and he has been a top 3 finisher. Right now, he is just outside. He's in the number 4 spot, looking to bump in, although he's got a 14.15 average over the last couple days, and he's fighting against a 13.02. And in the close lane here, we're looking at Dennis Taylor and his amazing gasser.
And Taylor completes his burnout. Boy, this thing has been a... Uh-oh, he's got pieces falling off from under that thing. What was all that stuff?
Oh, now he's running over it. Hopefully tools left under the hood, nothing more dangerous than that. Oh, it's a timing light that was left under the hood.
Oh man, they're trying to get the little clips off there to get the rest of the operation out from under the hood, which they just did.
There's an interesting drama going on in the pits over all the gasser class cars on tires that are too wide. We limited them to an 11.25 inch tire. And if you go ahead and glance under that truck, you might see where the drama begins.
So Taylor is heading down the racetrack in the Ranchero, 98 miles an hour at half track. And Taylor goes 1084 at 121 miles an hour.
Not improving his situation at all. That is a 9-second capable gasser.
And that is the Chisholm crew maybe looking at that going, so you're telling me I got a chance?
Yep. And here comes his daughter, Alex Taylor, in the twin turbo 9-second 68 Camaro. What's your intel on the far lane Malibu there?
Just pure evil looking. The Darth Vader edition Malibu over there, I'm not sure. I don't have a lot of intel on that car whatsoever. It's there are cars here that just kind of float in and float out and run fast and you never learn anything about them. This is one of those.
Well, this is Mike Sleeper, apparently not going with his last name as far as the design of his car. And this thing has been running in the 1189 bracket in Super Street, small block, naturally aspirated. Super Street means that he's got just a little bit more modifications that will bump him out of the street race class, which is a really hardcore, bone stock, bolt-on muscle car type of class. Super Street's just a little bit more mod.
Alex Taylor comes off the starting line of the turbocharged Camaro. 118 at half track, and Taylor goes 961, 148 miles an hour. Again, continuing that 940, or rather that 950, 960 number that's been the hallmark of that car so far during the week, 961.8, 148.
I believe her best, a 9459 at 147 miles an hour. Here comes the Oldsmobile. This car powered by a turbo small block Chevy, and almost a novelty at this point, an actual classic small block Chevy and not an LS1.
Hey now.
This guy has run 9.0 the first day, 889 the second day. Is he going to tickle into the 8s at Thunder Valley?
And the Mustang convertible with the top down, so you can see all the jungle gym of pipe there. That is a funny car style roll cage inside that vehicle.
Is it just me, or do these two guys always line up against each other?
Yeah, they got a thing going on.
Oh,
wow.
Blazing the hides.
That thing is spinning the tires. Look at the back of it walking around at the 8th mile. It finally settles down, and the Oldsmobile goes 931 at 163. Laundry out at the top end. 960, 62, 146 for the Mustang.
What he's doing there is trying to hold his position. He is a top 3 finisher right now. He's battling against another guy, and so he kept on it down the track to make sure he was going to get a pass in today, because when the lanes close and it's all over, it's all over.
And it's Brian Macy, the EFI guy from out there in Arizona, Lake Havasu area is where Macy comes from, the EFI store. His business, see the name on the side of the car out there. That 4th generation Camaro.
Super Street power adder entry. So far 980s and 960s out of this car.
Lined up next to the Buick. I believe this is the Grand National that was at one of our checkpoints at 6 o'clock this morning.
They all look alike to me.
They all run together. Macy, get his launch program situated. He is out of here. Wow, that thing is wound tight out there. 129 in the 8th, and Macy screams down 879 at 161 miles per hour for Brian Macy.
Clearly his best pass of the week, because he only improved by about 1 second.
Give or take.
You know, it's only a second. You know, in drag racing, that's not a big deal.
That's it, right? Right, huh?
What's amazing is you watch these cars and think that people are only here for the personal accomplishment and glory. There is no money to be had in Drag Week. We do have a big award ceremony. It gets emotional. The stuff means a lot to a lot of people. And of course, Rick Johnson is there with the gear vendors. He pretty much loads up a piñata with a bunch of gear vendors' overdrives and asks people to take a swing. The guy's very generous with his parts.
He's working on that gear vendor's revolver technology.
That's right. The gear vendors, in case you're unaware, is an auxiliary transmission that goes on the back of your existing automatic or manual trans. It's a separate planetary gear set. I believe it's a 0.78 to 1 unit, and you can engage it in any gear, so it turns a 3-speed into a 6-speed.
Yeah, you can effectively split your shifts, or when you get into high gear, you kick that sucker on and you drop your 555 gear ratio or your 513 into something more realistic for cruising.
Apparently that's news to that guy in the Challenger who was screaming last night.
Yeah, the dude in the Challenger has.
Yeah! Oh, look at him go!
Our first big wheel stand of the day, and he did a nice job of lifting but not crashing the thing back into the ground. He modulated the throttle very well on that one. 964, 138. The wagon goes 1095, 123, and that had potential to be the taco salad out there when you take your foot out of it and the whole thing just goes Eeyore and smashes its nose into the ground.
Apparently trying to show up Shane McClellan's performance at Indy last year. That was the most epic wheel stand we've probably seen out of a drag week car. He's got this thing tied down now, and once again, hunting for eights. He pulled that off yesterday, didn't he?
He did. It was another good-looking Challenger rolling up and the Cunningham, on the Cunningham side of the racetrack. The Challenger may have the tallest cowl scoop in the joint. That is a man-sized cowl scoop. There was actually, they found a family of 4 sleeping under it last night to evict those people before they left the hotel.
So Krusty Nova, currently 3rd in Super Street Power Adder. He ran a 912 and then an 887.
Wow, picture perfect launch for Cunningham. Really, that was beautiful. Got some wheel speed to it. It lifted the front end up, settled down, and he is booking. 862 at 158 miles an hour as the Challenger goes 1161.4 at 118.
Best pass to date for Shane McClellan in that Nova, who you did refer to as Cunningham. Were you having a flashback to the first drag week?
Oh boy, was that? That's a name that brings back some memories. I was looking at the Cunningham lane, unfortunately, down here, so stop trying to paint me into a controversial corner.
Once again, 2 hours of sleep, probably combined for both of us over the past 3 days. I feel like Larry Larson, with the exception of the fact that I have no idea how to build a 6-second car. It sort of takes the edge down.
We're practically the same person, minus all the talent and skill.
Yeah, twins separated at birth.
So the 11-second sleeper pickup truck rolls up next to that Coyote Mustang. As the clock continues to roll, we are basically an hour and a half away from closing the book on our visit to Thunder Valley Raceway Park. And there goes the Coyote Mustang, 1151, 119, 1194, 5, 112 for the truck. That 11-second truck is a cool piece. ZL1 Camaro coming up now. There was supposed to be another ZL1 Camaro here today. That was actually a car built by Larry Larson. One of Larson's customers brought him a ZL1 that he bought brand new. It had 30 miles on it, handed it to Larry and said, I want to make this into a Pro Street car. Larry cut the car up, put a funny car cage in it, back-halved it with the big giant slicks, and maintained all of the factory stuff. So he essentially made a Pro Street car out of it. It still has the backup camera and all the functioning creature comforts of home. But Tom was not here this weekend. I keep saying weekend because that's just the default thing you say at a drag race. You say weekend. That's what happens. $12.56, 106 miles an hour for the ZL1, 1176, 114 on the right-hand side of the track.
And we have the whale body contingent coming to the line here. Whole bunch of these guys cruising together with these GMB bodies, which is of course the full-size cars. That's a 65 Impala there. They were working on that at the side of the road the other night.
They were. Largely just a very kind of mild small block.
And they were having trouble with the ignition. Imagine the world at Drag Week where there's one guy fiddling with the power wire to his points, and there's the other guy completely rewiring his fuel injection from scratch. Oh, look at the brutal launch out of that Impala.
Yep.
He's making a move.
The boss move for that guy would be at about the 330, roll the window down, and as you're going down the racetrack, put the gumball deal on the roof as you're speeding.
Oh, Starsky and Hutch, Torino.
Yes, exactly.
Yep.
1219, 110 for the Ford product, 1769 at 78 miles an hour for the Bel Air.
Right now, 5,000 people watching the live video feed, courtesy of Pep Boys Speed Shops. These people are worldwide. People are checking in from Sweden. Oh, who did we hear about that was here on site from foreign country looking to build a drag week competitor for next year?
Denmark. There's a couple of guys here from Denmark that came over to basically observe the event in its natural state in person. They are planning on bringing a car here to compete. The dude from New Zealand that wrote me the email last night is planning on bringing a car here to try to compete. We got guys from Australia here. There was some dudes from Australia that used to come over. They had bought a car that we would store here. Remember those guys? Russell Brody and his gang, and they'd hop into it.
They were around here earlier on day one. I'm not sure who they're riding with. They are hanging out.
And it, you know, not to go on a complete diatribe here, but we don't, in terms of drag racing, we don't realize how good we have it in comparison to everybody else. You know, you want to do a drag week in Australia, it'd be like a drag month. The country is so gigantic and they don't have as many, they don't have the volume of racetracks.
If we did drag week in Australia, they'd have to turn the whole place back into a jail colony because essentially none of these guys are making it 20 yards. Oh, the comments are going to roll in from down under here on the live video feed. If you haven't seen it yet, I would suggest gluing your eyeballs to the Honda Civic. And I don't think I've ever made that statement in my life.
No.
But you want to watch this one.
The dude's from Canada. And the
dude
he's getting super annoyed at the guy in the Mustang. The guy in the Civic is like throwing his hands up because the guy in the Mustang, for some reason, is not pre-staging. Okay, there he goes.
Oh, there he goes.
Wow, he dove all the way in.
Will the GT500 on the Honda?
That's why he did that. He wanted the dude in the Honda to take a solo.
Oh, I see. Save the embarrassment.
I think that's what he was looking to do. Wow. 1177, 116, but boy, that smoke is getting thicker and thicker on each consecutive pass.
I hate being in my GT500 when the Honda drives around me.
I can't really tell. I mean, there's a lot of smoke, but I can't tell if it's dry or not. It's not, man. I'm sure it's not.
He just seems to be lubricating the exhaust system a little bit up there.
So Chad and Larry in the truck are heading this way. They just sent a couple of photos in, one of which has a Honda generator ratchet strapped to the back of the bed of the truck. And another one, a shot of, kind of a shot of the highway, it looks like, out there. I'm guessing that's their current location.
I think they've got a problem with a dead alternator, and they're pulling the roadkill trick, which we've done a couple times, the Wambulance trick from Drag Week a few years ago, where you've got a dead battery, so you go ahead and get a generator and strap it to the back bumper and run it to the battery charger that is operating on the front end, say a couple prayers to Don Schumacher, and hit the road.
I say prayers to Don Schumacher every night, whether I'm driving a car or not.
Those of you not catching the reference, Don Schumacher, who owns virtually all the teams in the NHRA, also makes virtually every battery charger in the world.
1263.7, 105 miles an hour, and 1406.6, 98. Schumacher involved in one of the weirdest stories in drag racing history. He was a successful funny car driver in the 1960s and into the 1970s. There was a guy in New York named Broadway Freddie Dename. That is what he went by. He was a mafia guy. He killed people. He was on a murder squad. And he wanted to race a funny car. Well, he stole Don Schumacher's entire funny car operation, truck, trailer, car, the whole works. And Don found out who did it, and he went to track the guy down, and then he found out who the guy was and what the guy did, and basically asked if he needed help with the tune-up. But that's a 100% true story.
Well, they might have been, connected.
Yeah. Joe Timney of the ECTA tells an amazing story about in the early 1980s, or maybe the 70s, wanting to buy a Hemi engine, and they got hooked up with Broadway Freddie, who was, one of the hot rodder guys. So they went in, they gave Broadway Freddie the money for the Hemi engine, and 20 minutes later, a wrecker came flying into this parking garage with a Hemi hanging off the hook with coolant coming out of it. And they were instructed to put it in the truck and leave quickly, so they did.
We have some wagon-on-wagon action going on.
Daphne Reynolds in the wagon on the statewide side. And that beautiful Chevelle wagon on the Cunningham side. No sweat. 11:10 with a 522 miles an hour, and Daphne with the hammer down goes 15:26 at 94.
Man, that was a nail biter, though.
It did come down to the wire. A four-second differential, tight.
What we got going on here in the right-hand lane in the black and orange Camaro is David Pierce. husband of Tina Pierce, and he's here running this car, which has been in the 920s and 30s the first couple days of drag week. Apparently this guy neglected the burnout contest down the street, decided to invite himself here to do it.
I like it.
Because you know you can never get that tire too hot, especially when you have the issue of the surface not exactly being prepped for that brand and size of tire.
Yeah, this might not be a Hoosier prep. We might have a Goodyear prep out here. We don't know. See, I think this guy's got a sense of humor because that's clear just a naturally aspirated like small block of the thing.
Right.
So he sat there for 4.5 seconds just to be the guy.
Spooling his carburetor.
Yeah, exactly.
932 out the back end. A lot of people probably will not get our facetious comments about this track prep. Brian and I are making fun of all these guys who are criticizing track prep for not being exactly right for the drag radial. No, the guys got the M&H prep on that thing.
We got the 1956 pie crust prep on this thing as Nick Pluniak comes up in the stretchy truck. I would say probably still the king of the drag week freak shows out there this week. If I need to explain what this is, for those of you not able to see it, it's an extended cab Chevy S10 with a twin turbocharged big block mounted behind the cab. There is no bed on the truck. Everything from the back wall of the cab to the taillights is just kind of hanging out in the breeze.
It's a 580-inch big block Chevy with a couple of turbos on it, and this thing has run 889. And then, of course, you've got another somewhat freak show, roof rack Mustang going on down here.
Yes. Yeah, the industrial strength roof rack on the Mustang.
You need to go ahead and pave your driveway, and all you got is a Fox body in there. You can just load some concrete up on the top.
Yeah, you can get about half a yard of gravel in that thing before there's any kind of a problem. It's mounted to the roll bar as well, so you get that extra structural strength inside. I'm sure it's tied all together.
I wonder if that's contributing to chassis rigidity at all.
I'm sure it is. Well, we might have looked into a rule about that. Your roof rack can't weigh more than a Volkswagen.
You know, it's really all about the accessories at Drag Week. You got your beam handle, roof rack, you've got your tail hanging out the back, you got your blow-up doll.
953 at 146 for Pluniak. And the Mustang with the roof rack, if the car kind of laid over off the launch there, he's going to drive down, go 1728 at 64. 1250 is the time. An hour and 25 minutes before we close the staging lanes. An hour and 25 minutes before we close the lanes. Ooh.
Left-hand lane, you're looking at Scott Kleppinger. He was here last year with a Buick Turbo V6 and a Fox body. More conventional LS turbo in this third gen right now. He's just outside the window of Street Race Small Block Power. You're gonna have to ask him to move out of the way so we can mow.
We got to get the lawn tractor out there, sir. 12.5 seconds. We had some weeds come up in the time you were there, so.
I thought he was going to break out a lawn chair for sale sign. 986, not improving his 913 from earlier in the week.
Typically, as is reads in the Drag Week rules, if it's more than a 10-second reaction time, we ask you to fog a mirror at the top of the racetrack to make sure that you are still functioning.
Now what you saw there shows that reaction time doesn't matter at all at Drag Week because these are time trials. And as I hope you know, the reaction time is not cumulative with the elapsed time as you go down the track. You could sit there for 20 minutes and go down the track and still get a 10-second ET. That is all going to change Saturday at Tulsa, where we have our first ever Drag Week heads-up shootout. We're going to take all of these cars, pick their quickest ET of the week, put them on a ladder, and run them out. Battling for the stripe, having to cut a light at the tree.
Battle Royale.
We're going to see some guys probably spooling up their turbos while the guy in the 8-second car next door is going down track. While the guy in the 13-second car next door is eating his lunch.
It will certainly be a testament to both the setup and the driver ability down there as the bulbous hatched Mustang. I'm surprised that the Mustang body has not outwardly rejected the Capri hatch. There's not been some sort of organ failure there. 11:15.4 at 121 miles an hour for the Mustang. 13:72.3 at 106 on the statewide side. Gotten a couple of photos we just mentioned of Larry and Chad trying to make a desperate run here. They're going to be down to under an hour and 15 minutes by the time they get there at least. It may be down under an hour by the time they get here. And then there's the whole issue of trying to get the truck set up into drag mode.
And just so everybody knows out here, we are shutting lanes at 2:15, and once you're in the lane, we will let you run out, provided you can get your car running and down the track within 5 minutes of being called. We're not going to sit around for half an hour while you are wrenching. You must get the thing running when Lonnie Grimm gives you the evil eye.
John Gatliff coming up now. That's a Grabber Blue Mustang GT. Lining up next to one of the Gebhardt racers. That's Valiant. Which I incorrectly design lineage.
Apparently you completely fell on your sword on that deal.
Flamethrower.
Spreading misinformation worldwide.
1093, 122 miles an hour. The Grabber Blue Mustang goes 1371 at 104 miles an hour with Gatliff at the tiller. Fuel station is closing at 1:30. The fuel station is closing at 1:30, which is approximately 30 minutes from this moment. So if you need race gas, you need race fuel, 1:30 is when we're shutting it down. Speaking of race fuel, we'll be remiss if we didn't talk about Jack Day a little bit and his seemingly endless support of Drag Week since the first time, the first year, the first iteration when only 40 cars showed up. Jack Day was there to help us with Drag Week, and of course Jack Day with Rocket Brand Racing Fuels. What a guy and what a run of support he's given us here for a decade of Drag Week.
He is the only sponsor who's been with us all 10 years. Bill Fowler, huge, I think, 557 big block Ford in this thing, working on squirting it.
1016, 138 miles per hour for Fowler.
Looking back in the lanes, I see Eddie Miller has graced us with his presence. He has been doing the Hit It and Quit It program on Drag Week the past couple of years, proving a point that he can show up, be the fastest Pro Street naturally aspirated car, change some rocker arms, and hit the road.
Hey, we just summoned Jack Day. We were just talking about Jack Day.
As if by magic.
Yeah, we were
That's
just talking about you, Jack.
We were just talking about the 10 barrels of fuel that you're giving away here at the end of Drag Week.
Mentioning how you've been the only sponsor to be with us on all 10 Drag Weeks, and we thank you very much for your support and Rocket Brand Racing Fuel's involvement here with this event. It has been spectacular.
All right, live feed folks, you'll have to let us know if you can actually hear the chewing of the nachos and the fries.
Major kudos to start off with here for Thunder Valley Raceway Park. Hand-cut French fries right there. That's the good stuff.
And Jack Day spreading the love back towards Brian and myself, appreciating the live feed and the announcing that's going on here. Once again, he will be there at the final ceremony, carrying drums of fuel on his back to personally deliver.
Like a circus strongman.
That's right. Actually, Jack does cover the delivery fees on those drums of fuel, which, as you know, can be a significant hit when you're talking about a 55-gallon drum. The live feed people are claiming they can hear chewing. I hope you enjoy it because this is some pump cheese action going on right here.
Yeah, I got the French fries and a hamburguesa happening here, so 2 thumbs up for the Thunder Valley Raceway Park concession stand because this food is legit. We're on a hot streak. This is like 2 meals with actual food that is your food. Clark Rosenstengel comes off the starting line. This is one of Clark's, maybe his second shot of the day. 121 in the 8th mile for Rosenstengel, and Clark goes 9:12 with a 7, 150 miles an hour, 11 flat with a 6, 125 for the Chevelle. And Dave Schroeder is in the staging lanes. All right. Everybody's favorite nitrous Canadian nitrous racer.
Speaking of nitrous, I keep getting these texts from Monty. Monty from NOS, of course, he has filled or topped off 51 nitrous bottles today. Today, 51 nitrous bottles. and we are going to run him dry if we keep it up at that rate. If you are a nitrous racer, we do ask you to be reasonable for your requests of the nitrous out of Monty from NOS. Don't be using the stuff to cool down your radiator or your beer, whatever you got going on. I could be wrong. I think there's no posi in this truck.
All right, the license has been returned. He's got his identity back. So the diesel truck, Cummins inline 6 Reno with the diesel, the turbo diesel I should say rather, and the Nova. A pretty tough looking little wing coming out the back of the deck lid. It did actually do a 2-wheel burnout the last time. I think that may be the last 2-wheel burnout that thing has done or will ever do. The Nova, heavy on the throttle, goes 1046, 125, and the pickup truck on the binders actually goes down through 1611, only 64. That truck has been consistently in the 13-second arena for the rest of the week.
Here's the bent rod brigade. What technology do you exactly employ to bend all 8 rods in the engine?
The gang that couldn't rod straight. Can we go there? Can we
What?
do that? The gang that couldn't rod straight because all their rods were bent. See what I changed the movie title?
No.
No, nothing, huh?
Got nothing.
I don't know. I mean, if there was water in the thing or something, right? I mean, if you had some sort of non-compressible liquid, but I mean,
Even I cannot compress 8 cylinders worth of water all
I'm
at the
trying,
same time.
man. I'm
There's
just
these
trying.
things called valves in an engine, and they're open at different times,
Really?
as you may be aware.
Unaware. Okay, so the camshaft broke and it filled up with water, and then they turned it over. How about that?
Yeah. When the cam breaks, the valves hang open.
Nah. I'm trying, man. I'm trying to come up with a scenario for you, but I don't know how they bent 8 rods. 1187, 113 miles an hour for the pickup truck. 1138, 115 on the statewide side.
And we're looking at Eddie Miller in the purple duster.
Or as you affectionately call him, Eduardo.
Eduardo.
Well, that Duster has certainly been a staple on drag week, and Eddie a 3-time champion. Eddie, a guy who is certainly not afraid to speak his piece and or rile people up to the edge of mania on the internet. But, as we said yesterday, 7 out of 10 times, he's right there to back up his words. The other 3 times, he has escaped out the back door and no one can find him.
I know what you're thinking. The answer is yes. That is silicon tubing poking out of the hood, going to the throttle bodies, and in theory supplying some ram air. Watch this thing go. Little soft off the line for Eddie. 160 foot. 962, significantly off pace for that 880s car with a big block Mopar in it. We'll see if he comes back. He has been doing the hit it and quit it. He might want to make another round if he can.
And one of the things that Eddie does as far as getting his car prepared to run, he actually swaps the rocker arms of that thing. He goes to a different rocker arm ratio to drive down the highway with, as opposed to the one he races on. Obviously, the one he races on a little bit steeper than the one he goes down the highway with, but he basically swaps the rocker arms off that thing every single time he gets to the racetrack.
Which I at one point considered absurd and time-consuming and brutal until I actually laid eyes on the Larry Larson program this year, where they're changing tires and shocks and doors and pulling out fuel cells and pulling out the radiator. Those poor guys have worked so hard thus far, and we're guessing they're what, 30 miles away at this point?
They got to be. I hope they're closer than that because it's already past 1 o'clock. They're going to be down to maybe an hour to get that thing into the lanes. I'm not sure how long the actual switchover process takes, but I thought it was on the order of more than an hour. I don't know.
Has Dave Schroeder made a hit yet today? I don't think so.
No, he hasn't. But in the realm of feel-good stories at this drag week, the Schroeder one is shaping up pretty good. This is the farthest those guys have made it. In their multiple attempts at the event, this is the farthest they've gone in competition. They don't want to stop now. They obviously want to make the end of the week, but it's great to see that program progressing. And really good guys, always get a smile on their face, always happy to help. And Dave would actually be in a better position than he is right now. Unfortunately, a licensing issue on the first day required us to count his first pass as a 22nd pass. He was then granted a license by the National Hot Rod Association, so he's now free to go as quickly as he'd like. But that first pass got counted as 20 instead of 17, a 17 level pass, which would have really changed his position.
And that brings up an interesting scenario in the world of drag week stats for the future, which Brian mostly has memorized and will later on be chiseling into stone at his home. What's going on with him is that he ran 7.11, 7.17, something like that. Probably the quickest nitrous pass in all of drag week. Now, the car that has finished with the quickest average nitrous motor is Todd Maschmeyer. Unfortunately, Todd broke their Camaro on the first day. They will not be back. Now, Todd needs to hold on to that quickest average nitrous car, even though Schroeder is much quicker, because Schroeder is not going to average in the 7s with the 22nd time that he got on the first day. So while he will have made the single quickest nitrous pass in drag week history, he is not going to have the best nitrous average in history. How complicated could that possibly be for you in the grandstands?
Yeah, that was some Chinese algebra just laid out right there. No extra charge for the pyro, folks. Mustang popping out there. You pull all the timing out to spool the turbos up, and you get that combustion in the pipe. That's what it sounds like. 1118 at 146 miles an hour. 1218, 107 on the statewide side. As we continue, both of Freiberg and I keep looking over our shoulder out towards the entrance of the racetrack to see if we can make an eye contact or make a visual on Larry Larson.
This thing's about a mile long. Can you give any clue as to where?
"17-year-old Alex Taylor here is really big on the internet. You've probably seen the videos, seen the posts, as she builds her twin-turbo 9-second Camaro.
Yeah, certainly a lot of publicity surrounding Alex Taylor's effort out here. We'll see how she fares.
She's driving that thing.
Dude in the Shelby's going to have a complex. First it was the guy in the Volkswagen, or the guy in the Honda. Now it's Alex. 970, 148 miles an hour as the Shelby goes to 1341 at 112.
Now, as cool as her program is, I really like the car that's pulling to the line here. This is her dad, Dennis Taylor, with the Gasser Ranchero, powered by a big block Chevy. And I really dig the work on this car. When I was thinking up the Gasser class, this is pretty much what I had in mind, is people taking modern technology, making the most of it, and having it look right.
Dennis is going to run that unique strategy of operating the timing light and adjusting the timing on the way down the racetrack last time. Now they'd actually they'd timed the car, not taking the timing light out. He'd spit out of the bottom of the car before he made his last run. No such drama here after the burnout.
1082, not improving the situation. He has struggled on the last 3 laps. I don't know if there's something hurt there or what's going on. He ran a 941 the first day, his best pass of the week, and then yesterday a 971, laboring a little bit in the lights, and today he has not put together a pass any quicker than these 1080s.
Yeah, things have not been the same since that pass. He went through the lights at full tilt and the motor was just really laid down.
Tina Pierce back on the line. Can I thank the sponsor before she double bulbs gets it staged right now? Thank you very much to Pep Boys Speed Shop for delivering at no charge this incredibly complex live video feed to you as Tina rockets off the line. 1:28 short time, turning into an 8:58 at 156 miles an hour. That is 1/10 off of her best run of drag week so far, so pretty solid run there. It is 1:10 right now, which means you have exactly 20 minutes to purchase fuel from the track. They are going to padlock the fuel station at 1:30, so if you need gas, get over there now. You've got 20 minutes. And while you're on the way, you'll naturally want to stop by the Hot Rod Toter Home and pick up your Drag Week t-shirt. We are really close to selling out on the t-shirts. If you want one, you might want to jump out of the grandstands and go pick one up because we literally run out of these things. We'll probably need to FedEx some more into the next track. And if you come with us tomorrow to Great Bend, we're going to have a special commemorative shirt. Actually, I think we're already selling those. They're really cool. They show Larry Larson's Nova on the line at the 1955 NHRA Nationals. We photoshopped that together and it's been pretty cool. So once again, buy t-shirts, get gas, and wait an hour and 5 minutes for the lanes to close and see how the drama plays out.
Eat at Joe's and get gas. I did grab a copy of the directions while you were going on that beautiful soliloquy, and our route will take us through Calumet, Oklahoma, Alva, Oklahoma, and through Pratt, Kansas. So if you're listening there, we have a 307 mile trip to make this afternoon and this evening. So about 20 miles short of yesterday, but that really doesn't mean much. We're going to be going down Route 51, looks like 58, and it says Farm Road 24. What does that mean?
Yeah. All I know is I've been living off pump cheese and sprees and slushies.
At this point, if we died and there was a toxicology report, no one would be able to figure it out. Keith Richards would be confused when he looked at that paper. When I snuck over there to see Tanya and Tara, there was a bunch of racers handing in time slips and a ton that already have. You can see the pits have thinned out significantly. And again, we are awaiting the arrival of Larry Larson. Okay, so Larson said he just got off Route 35. How far away does that put him? They just got off 35?
He's probably 20 minutes.
About 20 minutes out. Okay, so we'll be looking for Larson to pull through the gate at about 1:30.
Which gives him 45 minutes to get his poop in a group.
Yeah.
And get in lanes and be ready to run when we call him.
Just the human endurance factor, as we talked about. The report was that those guys slept 1 hour last night on the floor of a garage at a drag strip in Topeka, Kansas.
You say that as if it's a bad thing.
Well, in that scenario, it is a bad thing. I lived in the Tower New England Dragway in summer, but I was not trying to then wake up and drive for 24 hours past that. Chris Oding going down the racetrack, 132 in the 8th mile, and Chris goes down 884 at 126 miles an hour as Dave Schroeder in this absolutely spectacular Corvette rolls under the bridge and towards the water box.
Now here's what's interesting. I believe Jeff Lutz did not put out anything better than a 770 today, and we have not seen the evil twin back on the line. There must be a thrash going on there to improve that situation.
I would just report there was a hole in the cylinder head. They're welding the cylinder head back up, is what we were just told.
Welding a cylinder head on Lutz's engine.
Yeah, that's what we just got the information here from one of the tower guys.
Wow, just torched it between a couple of cylinders? Don't know. It's a bloodbath down there in the Lutz pit.
It's a bloodbath. It's not somebody swinging a sword down there trying to fix a cylinder head, man. This isn't the Hindenburg disaster going on.
You're bleeding some 1030 weight down there. Wow, that is going to build some drama. Will Larry get here? Basically, at that point, Larry needs to just roll down the track, and his average could end up ahead of Lutz, although Lutz...
All of a sudden, Doug Klein is sitting in the driver's seat of this thing. If Lutz's deal is ruined and hurt and he can't get back out today, if Larson's not able to make a representative pass, Doug Klein makes a leap run.
And here we go with Dave Schroeder. Looking for a 699 out of this car.
153, and big smoke down there at the 8th mile, 3/4 mark. 726 at 185 miles per hour. Some smoke out of the left bank of the engine there at about 1,000 feet. He got the parachutes out and went through 726.9, 185.
No, the thing is, piston rings are really overrated when you think about it.
Oh, yeah.
Why change them all the time?
It is a
Just
waste of
go
time.
without.
A lot of work.
Oh, look who we got in line.
Ooh, sweetness.
Check it out. John Ferrone is down here.
Something we can guarantee you've never seen before here at Thunder Valley Raceway Park, or probably anywhere for most of you. A 1972 Chrysler Valiant Charger, a car sold only in Australia. And note where the dude driving it is sitting. On the right side. He shipped this car up. This is John Ferrone.
These time I'm like, yeah.
It is a twin turbo setup, and he is running exhibition because he melted one of his cylinder heads. It seems like it's a virus that's going around. Melted one of the heads in the car while testing, was not able to get it fixed to beat us to begin the race in Tulsa. He did ask if he could meet up and make some exhibition passes, and since he has spent tens of thousands of dollars getting the car here from Australia, we felt like yes was the right answer on that.
His number is ZZ, indicating he might be snoozing at the light, but he doesn't care because he's just in it for the time and the fun. He is driving this thing on the road as well. I saw it at the hotel last night with a U-Haul behind it.
2 years ago, these guys blew up, what was it, 6 power glides in the course of 5 days?
Something like that. They had a quick release deal on the bell housing, pretty much snapping them in and out.
You pin those things in. And Ferrone, 131 in the 8th mile, and the man on the right side of the car goes 846 at 161. That
Nice.
thing weighs 4,200 pounds.
Wow.
That's a 4,000 pounder, 2 tons of fun.
Crikey.
Crikey! R.I.P. Rest in peace, crikey guy. Just like the racers, MSD continues searching for ways to improve performance. The advanced performance PC programming capabilities of the power grid ignition can now be used to control boost pressure, timers, and delays, and of course timing with RPM. MSD also offers an atomic transmission control for a number of electronic transmissions that can be used in conjunction with their proven atomic EFI systems. I got a car at home with atomic EFI on it, and I will personally tell you, it's awesome.
I realize you're going to have trouble believing this right now, Brian, but there's rumors going wild on the internet.
Wait, rumors on the internet?
Actually, on the internet.
So the internet is perpetuating a rumor situation.
That's right.
Not based entirely in fact?
That's right. People are actually saying that we, Hot Rod Magazine, disallowed the Street Outlaws guys from coming here and racing at Drag Week.
Crying out loud.
And you know it's true.
Could someone, whoever started that, David and I will buy a shovel at Home Depot. Just send your address and we will come and hit you with a shovel. Nobody told those guys they couldn't come. They make a TV show. They were filming the television show. They couldn't be here. They're hanging out here at the racetrack today.
Yeah, that's right.
I
mean, Big Chief was signed up. Murder Nova Sean didn't make it, and if he's still on property and not welding up a cylinder head with Jeff Lutz, I'd say have him come up into the tower, and he can tell you personally, with his fuzzy face, that we did not outlaw him from anything.
Blimey. The guys from Pep Boys Speed Sharp are here to support you all week. Come check out their trailer full of performance and repair parts. If you're going to want or in need, their mobile speed shop is ready. Stop by and grab a welcome packet for a full list of performance and repair parts on hand, plus a list of contact numbers. They'll be traveling the designated route all week just to support you, Drag Week racers. Some cool checkpoints on tonight's route. Giant roadside Native American guy at a trading post of some sort. Yeah. Eli Gould going down the racetrack now in that well-worn Pontiac Trans Am. This car has been a staple at Drag Week for a few years now. 1197.5 at 111 miles an hour. And still the clock turns. 118 we have now, so we are now at 57 minutes before we shut the staging lanes off. 57 minutes before we shut the staging lanes off.
I'm thinking this literally comes down to minutes once again, but Larry Larson has proven his ability to stop time before, alter the universe, and make stuff happen like no one else on Drag Week can.
Man.
What?
That was like I was listening to an old NFL film.
This is the wide world of sports.
On the frozen tundra of Thunder Valley Raceway Park. One man. In a world where one man can stop time. And the pea green judge with the bright green accents dumps the clutch and the driver starts to shift through the gears. Boy, the dude in the Oldsmobile is hanging on to it out there. The Olds goes down through 896 with a 1 at 165 miles an hour.
So he does score another 8-second run. Like seeing that with that 65 Cutlass.
And he worked for it as well.
This is the time of day when lanes get real thin, and we just got our stragglers trying to hit the number at the very last second. Or just making laps because they can.
Exactly. There is a contingent of guys that like to come out here, and one of the benefits of Drag Week, if you're in a car that can kind of hot lap, is when you get to this part of the day, and if you're here out to just make as many laps as possible, well, you can pretty much get your fill.
Oh, you get your money's worth here. It's pretty much $300 to sign up for Drag Week, but if you judge that by the lap, there's some guys here who whittle that down to, you know, pretty much 28 cents. 28 cents a lap.
It's like about, I think it may even be cheaper than like sponsoring one of those kids you see on the TV.
The LS Dragon Wagon coming back.
You know what I'm just so angry about? I'm angry that the secret, the cabal that we formed to ban the Street Outlaws guys was somehow, we have a leak, and we need to find the leak, because that was the big deal this year. So the thrash continues in the Lutz pit. They're on the clock. Larry's is certainly on the clock. As the Chevelle Dragon Wagon heads down at its own 11.06.7, 120 miles an hour. And as we get to that time of the day, I can't really say it enough, thanks to the staff here at Thunder Valley Raceway Park for their hard work for getting us in here. And I know it's kind of a weird deal when a ton of people show up on a Wednesday morning at your racetrack, and you guys handled it awesome. Had the concession stand open, and you know, back in 2005 when we did this for the first time, there were like 41 cars that showed up on the first day. We'd show up to racetracks, we'd almost have to call the owner to have him come unlock the gate for us.
That's true.
There was nobody showed up. It was literally like showing up to a ghost town. In that respect, it was interesting because it was very few times you go to a racetrack and there's nobody else but the 40 people that you're with there, and no one knew what we were doing. No one knew anything about what was going on. And in contrast to that, we stop in Visalia, wherever it was, Oklahoma, to talk to this cool old dude in the sidewalk, and he's camped out waiting for Jeff Lutz to drive by. You know, that's where this has gone, which is amazing.
Now, once again, this might be a first, but our comments just a moment ago actually led to a flurry of activity and conflicting opinions on the internet.
So people started arguing about things we were saying.
Can you believe it?
I am not. No, actually, let me. Are they insulting each other too?
No, I think they're probably insulting me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much universal, not wavering from that program.
Have they commented on my weight recently?
No, not yet.
Okay, here it comes.
For those of you who really think that Hot Rod outlawed the Street Outlaws from Drag Week and said you cannot come, I would direct your attention to the episode of Roadkill where we drove Mike Finnegan's Hemi 55 Chevy across the country and stopped in at Midwest Street Cars. Pretty much spent a full day laughing our asses off with those guys and having a good time.
Hold up a second. Okay.
Wait, what?
Well, the tension was evident. You watched that video. It was all very much for the camera. I thought at one point it looked like Finnegan had a shank in his hand. I thought someone was going to get cut.
You know, the reality show thing, they do try and play it up. We had no producer there really telling us to get in the argument. And so that tension was really left unsaid, kind of on the cutting room floor, the stuff that we didn't want you to see. But the fact is,
I don't know.
We did not ask them to not come. As a matter of fact, Big Chief was signed up.
Don't make me cut you was yelled several times during that episode.
I think the biggest question is why are we continuing to talk about it? Why is it such a drama?
Yeah, right back into the bro bros.
Ah,
yes.
You know, you disagree with this, you got to go straight into the bro.
Go straight into the man boobs.
Yeah. All right.
It's a man's ear. Finnegan's 55 was also banned from Drag Week, actually. That's another thing we hadn't told you about.
Apparently, yeah.
The 55 was also banned from Drag Week.
How many people have I really banned from Drag Week over the years?
I think that list is pretty much 0. I think it stands at 0 currently.
But what's the actual belief in the general public about how many people
There are
I've banned
thousands.
over the
There are
right.
thousands.
Yeah. Pretty much any media outlet known to man is not allowed to show up here. For example, the Discovery crew that will be here and showing up later today was at Topeka yesterday. For example, Dom down there shooting for a 1320 video and drag scene. Yeah, those guys aren't allowed.
No. There are actually 4 or 5 people in Guantanamo Bay who crossed you regarding Drag Week rules, and they're in a very dark holding cell. Fun facts to know and share. The blacklist grows.
You know what one of the problems is that sarcasm and facetiousness don't play on the internet.
No.
Not at all.
Not at all.
Oh, look at that freaking chip right there.
That is not a chip anymore. That is a weird, wet, yellow thing.
That is a piece of floppy corn.
That is
so
wow.
Pump cheese.
Yeah.
Ah, drag strip food. Live on it. Oh yeah. A cheese food product.
1% cheese, 35% 90 weight, and 12% hair gel, actually.
Speaking of 90 weight, my armpit smells like junkyard Ford 9-inch rear end right now.
It has that grapish smell of putrid gasoline. And we're now at 1:26 p.m. 45 minutes. We're entertainment professionals.
This is comedy gold.
45 minutes.
45 minutes, yeah. Well, a little bit more than that. I think we're looking at
2:15. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 49 minutes.
Yeah. It could matter.
You know, it actually could.
People are informing me that since we have the microphones, we're beginning to get childish in our operation here. I would suggest that guy didn't tune in first thing this morning.
Yeah, or ever. it didn't just get bad this morning.
Yeah.
It's been bad since
I think they should change the name of the internet to the Knee Jerk.
the beginning. Knee jerk. I like that.
Well, we're going to send another pair down, and then we do have a complete break in the staging lanes. So I think we'll go to another interview. Excuse me, another interview with Mike Finnegan down in the pits.
All right, so we have an interview with Mike Finnegan. We'll see this pair go down, and then we will send you off to that interview while we have some downtime. And that high 11-second Chevy pickup truck going to line up next to the good-looking Biscayne with the side exit exhaust there. Pair of cherry bombs. I'm sure that thing isn't. I'm sure there's not too much residence inside that thing with a pair of cherry bombs tucked under the floorboards. And right down to the timing traps here. Chevrolet going to turn, the Biscayne rather goes 1091.3, 121, and the blue pickup goes 1192.0 at 112.
I'm here with Kevin Studaker of Phoenix, Arizona with the, looks like it's factory back to your Mr. Total Seal, Total Seal, Total Seal. Is this your own deal? What do we got going on?
It's my own deal. I've had a little bit of help, but mainly me, yeah.
And this is LS powered, runs low 11s. Do you have any goals this year for drag week other than finishing?
I'd like to see a 1070 out of it. That'd make me happy.
Well, school me on what's under the hood, because the rumor is you're on E85, you ran out of it, and this thing's like 14 to 1, and you're still managing to get down the road on pumped gas without wounding it. How are you pulling that off?
91 octane gas, and Adam Lehman from Holly is in the passenger seat helping me tune it, and a lot of it has to do with the camshaft, I believe. It's bleeding off a lot of cylinder pressure. It's like a 116 centerline cam, so that helps a lot, and we're driving it easy.
Wow, Adam's a good guy to know. Used to work at Steve Schmidt Racing, now works for Holly in the EFI department. Not bad, and I've heard you have some top secret stuff under here that the public shouldn't be seeing, but that I get to see first because I came to Drag Week. Top secret stuff being tested in cars down the drag strip. Right now I'm here with Adam from Holly, and he just showed me Holly's brand new touchscreen dashboard. Does it work with the Dominator and all the other EFI systems?
Yeah, because right now,
it's plug and play with our Dominator and our HP and our Terminator systems.
So school me on this thing. What can I do with it?
Right now, it's set up any channel that the EFI system has. You can set up as a gauge, whether you want an analog gauge, a status light, a bar graph, a digital meter. It's 100% customizable.
Can I put the gauges where I want them? Like I want AFR over here, I want the TAC here, I want the the oh crap warning light right there. Lift.
Absolutely. You can make them. You can make them sized however you want. You can place them wherever you want. You can change the sweep angle. You can change the background. You can change colors. It's pretty neat piece.
Wow. How much trouble are you going to get in for me showing everyone on the internet this?
Well, hopefully Doug and Shane don't get too mad at me, but they're coming out soon.
All right. Well, thank you.
Well, some exciting stuff. When you were watching that video, we had some exciting things happen out here on the racetrack. The people at the track have already heard me say this and David say this, but Larry Larson and Chad Reynolds pulled in about 2 minutes ago, literally 2 minutes ago. They're on the clock now. They have a grand total at this point of just under 50 minutes. They have 45 to get it to the staging lane, or 43 at this point, and then they will have another 5 minutes once they're in the lanes to suit and run.
You look at 45 versus 43, that is going to make the difference here. And probably Larry has done everything he can to get on the horn and find out what Lutz has done here at the track today, which is only like a 770. And he's got the calculator out and he's doing the math, and I'm sure he knows precisely the number he needs to or wants to run in order to get ahead of Lutz here. And I haven't done that math, but I'm thinking he can almost putt down the track and continue to be somebody in the top three.
I'm sure he can. I think more so than Lutz is Klein. I mean, I'm not saying that this is you, it's both of us, but Doug Klein's been like just going out here running sixes, and no one's really going, hey, it's Doug running sixes.
Yes, there's no drama.
Yeah, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, wait a second, Doug's running sixes every lap.
Yeah, oops.
Yeah.
Ruh-roh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it'll be interesting to see. I might actually, if we go off camera and we're not talking for a bit, do some math and see what I can figure out. I know that rolling into this morning, the numbers being what they were, if Lutz had slowed down to a 680, Larson would need to run a 650 to tie him. And if Lutz had sped up to a 660, then Larry was going to have to run a 640 to tie him, the way the average works over the 3 days. And with Lutz having put down the 770, that gives Larry a lot of window room to make something happen.
And a somewhat sobering thought, I guess, for Larry and Chad is the fact that they get here, they make the run, they make the hit, and then you just gotta go. I mean, that's it. Just the thing, we talked about this last night, is as we were driving. You think it's a 5-day event, but the reality is if you lose an 8-hour chunk inside of those 5 days, you get into this kind of death spiral, which they're almost trapped in right now, where you can't catch back up again.
Oh yeah, if you think about it, they've got this 45-minute jam right now. They get the car down track, then they have to put it all back together, load up all their stuff again, hook up the trailer again, and they need to get to Great Bend, Kansas by tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
And it's another it's only a 20-mile shorter drive, and that could be deceptive as well, because we did a couple of long highway stretches on the ride last night where these guys, I guarantee, were able to go 75, 80 miles an hour.
Right.
The 300 miles we're doing tonight could very well be country roads and railroad tracks and who knows what.
Impossible to know. And we already know that he is coming into the day with an alternator problem, apparently simply because they could not find a special cog belt to run the thing. Now, what's interesting to me about that is that car has got to have a heavy-duty fuel pump going on, probably 2 of them. It's got the complete EFI. EFI does not like to run on a low-voltage situation. So we'll see what happens there. My guess is out there in the pits, there's probably a mass of humanity piled on top of the S10.
Right there in the center of the joint, you can see where just about everybody is gathered around. That's got to be where they're at.
That is going to just put the hurt on those guys, because they are going to need some elbow room to make stuff happen instantly. Once again, looking like a NASCAR crew diving onto that truck to make it race ready. And you got to know that they have been talking for an hour and a half in the car. What are we going to do? What's the program? They probably have every move orchestrated. They know what they're not going to do. Perhaps they'll leave off those Penske shocks. Perhaps they'll leave the steel doors on the truck. That's a call I would definitely make.
Yeah, I think at some point it's like you just got to figure out what is the most critical thing, because I'd almost say you'd want to have enough time to make 2 hits. I mean, you need to give yourself as much time as possible, and that would mean literally hot lapping the truck. There is a question of, they run that dual fuel system setup. They normally, under normal circumstances, they pull the radiator out of the thing and get the water out of it. Do they have time to do that? And if you leave the radiator in the thing, how much does that change the weight balance of the truck? Obviously, it's set up. That's what? A full aluminum radiator of significant size, 20 pounds?
More than that.
30 pounds
full of water.
Hanging on the nose?
Yeah, exactly. And at a truck of this level, that type of thing makes a difference in the chassis setup, which is, again, what makes it a miracle that the very first pass ever down the track was a 699. And I think Larry's experience with the Pro Mods and the data he's collected from that, and help from Joe at Pro Torque, I believe, is the converter in that car, getting all of that stuff scienced out before the thing ever set tread on a track is pretty stunning.
Absolutely. And at this point, we're at the mercy of the clock, and we're at the mercy of our eyeballs to see if and when that thing comes around the corner.
We have an announcement here that a participant is looking for a ride just by himself. He needs to go to Tulsa. If someone is going to Tulsa and can get this guy a ride back there, please go to the Toter Home, where we're selling t-shirts for Drag Week and Hot Rod Magazine, and see if you want to give that guy a lift. I'm thinking it's probably Larry sending Chad back for something.
No, he'd be going to Topeka if he was going to get something, right? Oh, we left that wrench in the garage.
That's true. Timing light fell out of the engine compartment halfway. I need you to go back and grab that for me. All right, we'll just go ahead and dispose of that delectable nacho treat.
It will look like that in 50 years. If you left that out there, it would look like that in 50 years.
What's the half-life on that thing?
The cheese was mega soggy hot when it came out.
Oh man, Brian and I have been doing the road trip together in our Chevy Captiva, and the thing is, he is absolutely captured in the same car with my lunch. Let's just put it that way. Got all sorts of notes people been handing us here up in the tower.
Yeah, on the whole, a normal drag race announcer will kill more trees than a crew of lumberjacks in the forest over the course of a weekend or a week at the races.
It's true.
Paper, paper, paper.
Okay, we got 123I coming to the line. Let me look at my cheat sheet. This is the guy who's in 3rd place in street race, big block, power adder, Walter Hare. He's run a 955, a 971. Imagine being a guy with a street legal car that runs 950s and not being at the top of your class. There's other guys showing up running 930s. He's looking to better that here. This is a power adder car. He's probably got some nitrous jet or some boost that he can throw at that thing.
Yeah, and part of the cool thing when you think about Drag Week is most of the guys that come to Drag Week are the baddest dudes in their own area. You know, most of the guys, usually, like this guy, 9-second street legal car, I'm guessing where he lives, he is probably the guy.
Right.
You know?
And why wouldn't he be?
Right. Exactly right. There's no reason that he wouldn't be.
Once again, 66 vehicles here at Thunder Valley today that run 6-digit elapsed time. The double bouncer.
.982, 141 miles an hour for the Camaro.
That does not improve his position.
I want to thank you guys for coming to Thunder Valley.
Oh, absolutely. We got Larry from
Hell of a
Thunder
job,
Valley
man. You did a
thanking
hell
us
of a
for
job.
coming
This place
here.
has been great.
You guys have done an amazing job with the track and taking care of us and everything else. Thank you very much.
You're quite welcome.
All right, this has got to be the busiest Wednesday you've ever had here, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, good.
That's probably
All right,
true.
cool.
Thank y'all.
Thanks, Larry.
I understand Larry's a fairly new manager to the
Couple years,
track.
I think, yeah.
Couple years, and has been bringing the hook back to the place.
Larry's worked at some places. He was down at No Problem Raceway down in Louisiana for a while. He's been his name has been above the door at some great tracks, and he has certainly done a fine job at this place. And I know that there was some displeasure with the previous management group, and Larry's been in here doing a good job. And multiple people have told us along the way that this place has really turned a corner.
He worked at No Problem.
Yeah.
Remember that place?
Oh yeah, No Problem's
Yeah.
No Problem is the place where people go. Stock and super stock guys in the fall, they run down at No Problem. It's below sea level, and a lot of national records in stock and super stock just get annihilated at that place.
I believe
Mission too.
I believe that Massachusetts Brian Loans was about to suggest that track was the reproductive organs.
No, it was headed that way. It was headed down the road of trouble.
You cannot go an hour without mentioning the chicken skin duffel bag.
Well, I'm sorry. It is part of the vernacular from where my people. That track is the stuff.
The poo. Okay, we are getting a little bit punchy here. We have been pulling the same hours as some of these racers. It's like, literally, I slept 3 hours the night before last and 2.5 hours last night. I'm obliterated. I'm swallowing my tongue. I'm being inappropriate. They pretty much need to get the hook.
Was it the unknown comic or whatever, the no-name comic?
What we need on the live video feed right now is for all of your kids that are sitting in school watching the live feed on your phone behind your book. We need to let us know if that's what you're doing. We've had so many kids thrown out of class watching our live feeds between Roadkill and Drag Week. I think we're a little bit backed up on actually our reaction time on the comments that are coming in.
Patrick Hodge asks, do you allow electric cars at Drag Week? And I don't know why we wouldn't.
Unlimited?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. It would have to be unlimited.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know how to classify it otherwise because we do look at whether it's supercharged or naturally aspirated. I guess that's naturally aspirated. And we do look at the displacement. And there's no real displacement on an electric engine.
Like a 62 gigawatt motor in this thing.
I know for me it displaces a lot of water at the bottom of the lake while it's holding my boat in place.
Oh, trolling motor.
Truly getting punchy.
Truly a trolling motor.
Trolling motor. This guy says that bam between segments has gotten him in trouble at work. The unexpected bam. 5,200 people watching our Pep Boy Speed Shop's live feed worldwide of Drag Week, which is presented by Gear Vendors and co-sponsored by Pep Boy Speed Shop. "33 minutes. 33 minutes until the staging lanes close. If only I had a live feed off what Larry's doing down there. Unfortunately, our cameras are actually tethered to a cable. There's no chance we can run down there and show that to you, or believe me, we would. We probably should have pulled him right here and made him start tearing his truck apart.
Put him on center stage.
That would have been great. Thinking there's a few things he doesn't really want the world to witness on that thing, though. Not suggesting that, that means bad craftsmanship or anything like that. I'm talking more like race secrets.
1190 with a 4, 112 from that deadly consistent truck. Big smoky burnout for Travis. Travis, the dude's name, he brought up those rock arounds for a race.
He is. Apparently he lives down the street here, and he delivered a couple of LS rocker arms to another racer there yesterday. Or is it the day before? It's all running together.
It was a week ago on Monday.
It's all in the basic stew that is my brain.
The cess.
Somewhat trans brake like.
Weird. He had the motor pull way down when he stood into it. 1172, 122 miles an hour through the lights.
Krusty Nova once again. Have you ever been to Ron Leake's deal over there with the wheel stand competition?
I have been to Byron Dragway, but I've never been there for the World Power wheel standing competition.
We have got a treat for you as soon as we watch this pair go down the track. Little pre-recorded video that you are going to want to see. 5,300 of you on the live feed. Once again, the courtesy staging operation going on here. Oh, tearing the tire loose. Follow these things down the track. Now this is going to be some breaking news that we're going to show you here in a moment on the live video feed. The news about what is going on in the Jeff Lutz pit. Filmed just moments ago, run into the tower, and about to be broadcast to you worldwide right now.
Day 3 of Drag Week is over in 45 minutes. Jeff Lutz has not gone down the track with a number he feels confident in. He's also hurt his engine. Right now, he is reinstalling the driver's side cylinder head in an effort to go make one more hit. Meanwhile, Larry Larson, who we have not seen at all today, just rolled through the gate. We're not sure either one of them are going to get to make a decent lap today, but we hope they do so we can watch the fireworks.
We're back to us in the tower as the 440 powered Gremlin makes its way down the track. I'm not sure I've seen that one yet today.
First time, definitely. First time he has hit the track. It goes 930 with a 1 at 141.
That is a really simple 440 in that thing with a basic street aluminum head on it. And I think he's got an NOS nitrous plate on that thing. Probably soaking up some of that free gas out of Monty over at NOS.
Andrew, what's his last name there? Shane's McClellan. Andrew McClellan coming up in the Malibu. This is the engine that got rebuilt on the tarmac in Tulsa. One of 100 such rash stories. Another one playing out in the pits right now.
I trust there's Hot Rod staffers down there that are collecting a lot of photos and information about what's going on there in the Larson pit. So you'll want to tune into hotrod.com later tonight, hotrod.com, where you can see all kinds of coverage of Hot Rod Drag Week. We got literally hundreds of photos. We've got videos that we're posting up. Some of the things that you've seen with Mike Vinnigan interviewing people here in the pits on the live feed will also be posted to hotrod.com so that you can see them. And you can follow us all week long also at our Facebook page, facebook.com/hotrodmag. And on Instagram and Twitter, we are Hot Rod Magazine, and we're blasting out tweets virtually relentlessly coming down like water over Niagara Falls, keeping you in touch with what is happening at Hot Rod Drag Week, which is presented by Gear Vendors.
I was going to reference a water treatment plant, but Niagara Falls is probably a more majestic scene.
Oh, wait a second, Brian.
Yes.
Get out your computer, man. You're going to want to blog. They're actually arguing about the merits of Top Gear USA.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Differing opinions.
Right there on the internet.
Right
Differing
to the
opinions.
core of the issue. Bam. Both sides being represented. Or is there 2 sides or is there like 9 sides?
You know, basically the whole gamut of society is represented in the commentary on Drag Week. Yesterday we had monster truck action.
Yep.
Then it began to get racial, and then we went into the Andy Frost conversation. And today we've been deep into street outlaws, and now U.S. Top Gear versus British Top Gear versus Roadkill.
I gotta say, the episode they shot at Gainesville this year was probably the finest piece of television that's ever reached American eyeballs.
Really?
They used my voiceover. They used my voice to call some of their racing.
Oh, I asked Rutledge about that deal.
Yeah.
That was funny. You told me about the big old wheel stand.
Can we tell that story here?
Well, I can tell that story basically because I was with Rutledge and I'm like, okay, dude, you got to spell out the Gator National situation with me. And apparently he tried to take a drag pack Challenger for an absolute moonshot.
With one of the V10 drag pack stock eliminator Challenger. He stands on the throttle and the thing goes, I mean, I'm talking vertical, and it goes vertical for like 200 some feet. And then it was going to land on the retaining wall.
Yeah.
And he felt it started to turn, and he just took his foot straight out of it, and it was like something out of the cartoons.
He told me it was there was a whole big scene behind the scenes about all of that. I guess we'll leave that for him to spread. You know what I think is probably going on in the pits right now is Chad and Larry are delayed by the weight of the controversy over Top Gear USA versus Top Gear.
They've gotten
UK.
involved in the argument that this may cost them the whole deal.
It really might. God forbid
Each of them
Eddie
firmly.
Miller versus Doc McIntyre subject comes up.
There'll be pink jackets flying around, hats. There'll be headwear.
That was a funny one on the Drag Week sort of poop throwing situation between Eddie Miller and Doc McIntyre. Doc had a pink members only jacket made a couple years ago for Eddie when he didn't show up.
Yep.
And I think that might have slightly perturbed Eduardo. And so he came back the next year with his big block Mopar and that purple Duster and just, I'll say it, laid waste to the number.
It was a scorched earth approach, and Miller backed up his claims there. Just absolutely annihilated. He dropped, I believe he dropped it, was it 3/10 or 6/10 he knocked out of it? I think it was 3.
I can't swear to that. All I can tell you is that it looked like basically a bomb had gone off in the rule book or the record book because it was all over at that point. 880s Eddie is running with that thing. Although he did slow down today, didn't he?
"25 minutes. 25 minutes remain. 25 minutes, and each day we go through Drag Week, we are establishing one day closer, and it becomes a little bit harder to change these averages. Each day you set a number, and it becomes a little bit more difficult to make an effective change to that thing. Ultimately, only one competitor will hoist the tranny guy.
That's right. You know, we do not race Drag Week for cash. This is all about the glory, and the glory is represented by a jacket. Everybody who is a class winner gets a jacket, and the overall winner gets the tranny guy, which is the Gear Vendors trophy. You should see it. It is a 3D replica of the Gear Vendors logo, which is the guy riding the engine with the transmission on.
Hanging out of the Hemi for dear life.
And it is like, it reminds me, remember those Mylodon shirts of the... Yeah, wasn't there something like that? Okay, I'm derailing. My brain is going this way.
That's all right, just stay with it.
Do you remember the Centerline guy with the tank t-shirts?
No.
Oh yeah, you're way too young for that. Back to Gear Vendors, yeah, they give away this trophy every year for the overall winner at Drag Week. For the first time ever, this time for the 10th running at Drag Week, we're going to do this heads-up shootout in Tulsa on Saturday, where we're going to put all these cars on a ladder and make them actually have to cut a reaction time and race to the stripe. And once again, Gear Vendors will be supplying a Tranny Guy award for that overall win.
Certainly one of the more recognizable trophies in all this type of activity. So you get that thing, you put it in a place where you want everybody to see it. First thing they walk in the house, boom, right in the face of the tranny guy. No escaping it. So we got some guys down there at the top end. I'm not sure if we're cleaning or what we're doing down there. The track staff has run back and forth once or twice. It might be something we need to pull off the racetrack. What is it? One of the guys.
Sure, with that yellow 44 spilled something.
Okay, so we did have something come out of that yellow coupe that went down the racetrack. You never know which lap it's going to be. Every once in a while, some of these things are kind of like a fuse, and you're not really sure when you're going to get to the end of it. And for the dude in the hot rod down there, hopefully nothing too serious.
I see Keith Harrison back here in lanes in that white 55 Chevy Gasser, who I believe he's a part of the drama, or at least has had some discussions with Lonnie Grimm over the situation in that class. And I don't think that I have fully spelled that out to you, Brian Loans. I should
please stop before you do, because there was a graphing calculator at one point, because there was 325s and radials and slicked with.
We had the abacus going on,
yes.
pretty much slide rule coming out.
Yep.
Because the rule in the Gasser category is 11¼ inch maximum tread width on the ground, or a 295 drag radial. Now here's what happened. Often we ask the people who are competing in Drag Week if they have questions on the rules to go ahead and email us. We have an email address where we'll answer questions. And so that went to Keith Turk, who unfortunately could not be here this week, but was acting as our race director up to that point. And unfortunately, his language in the email was not precise enough, because essentially an email reply is a rule.
Yep.
And you've got to scrutinize it the way a racer would. And then you have to ask yourself, what would a guy who's completely out of his mind interpret this as?
Yeah.
But I will say Keith's answer was not as straightforward as it should be. So as a result, the guy thought he could run a drag radial at 11¼ inches rather than reading the rule as you may only run a 295 drag radial. So net result of all of that is that we have two gassers here that are running on a 325 drag radial because we had given permission for that. And so then the next drama that we've got going on is the whole tire thing comes up. People start talking about the rubber on these cars, and everybody's gaze goes directly to the rear tires on current leader Dennis Taylor's Ranchero, the car I've been praising here all week for being really what I want to see out of the Gasser class. It's great. I love it almost as much as that 55 Chevy I fell in love with the last week, and or last year rather. His tires end up being ½ an inch too wide for the class. And so I believe what our race director, Lonnie Grimm, has decided on that thing, he's going to go ahead and let him pick up a number here from Thunder Valley. But when he shows up tomorrow at Great Bend, and when he runs again at Tulsa, he's going to have that 11¼ tire on the back of the car.
And so we get the car off the racetrack, and I think we're getting our final cleanup done down there in the shutdown area.
Oh, we're looking at now cell phone pics in the tower of the epic thrash that's going on down there in the Larson pit. Cannot see exactly what's going on there.
Nose is off and the radiator's still in it.
Yeah, they still have the radiator in, the nose is off the thing. Probably you down there in the pits have got a better perspective on what's happening.
I would say they would, because we're like a couple hundred yards away and they are standing there.
You know, that's a reach for me. I really, it was kind of a 2014 Corvette sort of statement. It is
here we go.
5 minutes to 2 right now. Oh, we're looking at a last-minute repair on Jeff Lutz's cylinder head. It apparently, they've gotten this thing run to some local machine shop who is resurfacing this head after welding it up. Apparently it had a hole in it. This is a drama that we have not been fully filled in on. Apparently, we also have our current #1 in class car, Jeff Lutz's evil twin, down there in a million pieces. And both of these guys have 19 minutes to get into lanes. 19 minutes. And once they do get into lanes, they better hope there's some cars ahead of them if they need to work on the car a little bit, because once we point at you and say you need to go to the burnout box, you will have Lonnie Grimm there, who is a bad, bad man, and will say you have 5 minutes to get that car down the track. We cannot get into a situation we had yesterday where cars pull into lanes and then they work on them for a long time. We need to get Drag Week on the road to Great Bend. So the rule today is going to be pull to lanes by 2:15. We will run everybody out at that point, provided you can get down the track in 5 minutes from when you're called.
Yeah, in this situation we're seeing down in the pits, every year we come to this thing and go, man, what weird, crazy thing can we dream up now? And to think that you have these two big heavy cars down here. They're both blown to pieces with 20 minutes left to go. Both of them scratching for some hope of thin shaft of light coming through the roof to get in here and actually do something. You really can't script this stuff. I mean, other than us banning the Street Outlaws guys, we couldn't script this stuff.
That's true. Now, you bring that up. Lutz himself a Street Outlaw guy, essentially. Yeah. Tina, Street Outlaws.
Street
right?
Outlaws, yeah.
Okay, so here there's a selective process. You go, okay, let's just roll in. Let's have a casting call from Street Outlaws. We go, you're in, you're out, you're in, you're out, you're in, you're out.
No, well, you got to tell the truth. What we had was a set of multi-sided die that had all their faces on it, and we rolled them.
Right.
And the faces that came up on the die, we said, sorry, pal, hit the bricks.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Here's another thing that's going on,
There was a Ouija board that spelled out there. We all put a finger on the Ouija board and it spelled out the name.
Satan told us.
Exactly. With the dark, right. When the Dark Lord speaks, we listen around here, right? Jeez.
Let's go into more stories about Unlimited. Of course, our quickest time of the week was laid down by Tom Bailey, who went 6:52, but he broke a cylinder head and a block and apparently could not get that welded up and machined to get back here in time, so he's out. That leaves us with Jeff Lutz, Larry Larson in the first and second place, which is a replay of what we saw in 2012, where those guys were absolutely at each other's throats in a friendly way all week long. And I've said it before because my mind just continues to just explode out of the top of my skull, that the drag week average ET over 5 laps ended with .0092. I can't even do that math. That's so tight.
No, and it would have ended the other way. If we hadn't raced Saturday, it would have ended with Jeff Lutz winning the deal. If we had called it off on Friday, it would have been Lutz was ahead. I mean, it just, you think about it, and again, we talk about this, these guys come from all different parts of the country. It's not like Jeff and Larry race each other every weekend. They may every once in a while run into each other at an event or something around the country, but then you take them and you stick them on these same racetracks, same drive, same all this stuff, and you get these two cars, make thousands of horsepower, completely different parts, completely different packages, and they're within a couple hundredths of a second at the end of the
Over
week.
5 drag strips in 5 days after driving 1,000 miles. You can't get this anywhere else.
No.
You really can't. The other thing that's going on here, though, is I think most of the audience is aware the reason that Larson is here with that S10 at all is because he wanted to teach a lesson to all of us who are saying, well, me, who are saying the unlimited class should remain unlimited. It should be run with whatever anyone wants to bring. And Larry is very much tied to the steel production-bodied car. And the S10 is that. It is a steel cab on that thing. And he wanted to come and show you that he can win on his terms as well. But he's now chasing Lutz, who has this 57 Chevy that looks just like his old steel car. It's aerodynamically stock. It has steel bumpers on it. It's got all the 57 Chevy trim, but it is a fiberglass car. So this is the battle of the philosophical concepts of Drag Week itself between Larry Larson and Jeff Lutz. And I want to ask another thing right now. This is critical. Maybe we can start this as an internet argument. Why is it that Larry is Larry and Lutz is Lutz? It's not Larry and Jeff. It's not Larson and Lutz, it's Larry and Lutz.
Well, when the sitcom comes out, you need to have differentiation between, you have the two pals racing their cars.
Yeah, we'll bring back Suzanne Summers on that deal.
Yeah, Thigh Master, still selling pretty hot out there.
I could be wrong. People are probably pretty sick of us at this point, and I'm thinking we should go to another video from the pits with Mike Finnegan if we've got that to roll here.
Your timing's impeccable, considering the cleanup is finished. All the equipment's coming off. These guys are going to be headed down the racetrack in about 45 seconds.
And furthermore, this ear has currently been informed that we're out of pre-recorded videos. I suspect we have a video camera down there looking at Larson's pit so that we can get an instant replay on that as we look at 14 minutes. 14 minutes until we have to close lanes. By the way, staff of Hot Rod Magazine, just to put a bug in your ear if you don't see our guys down there with a camera, which I am learning that you likely will not because of the length of our cable, break out your iPhone. This is 2014. iPhone video dominates the internet. Let's have a look at what those guys are doing.
We are down to 13 minutes. The staging lanes will be closed in 13 minutes. 13 minutes. We will be putting the rope across the end of the staging lanes.
My faith is high at this point. These guys did not come this far to throw in the towel over 13 minutes.
They're going down the racetrack.
They're not going to do anything completely unsafe, but I'm guessing they're going to compromise their performance standards a little bit if they have to. They might leave the radiator in the car. They might not change the steel doors for the carbon fiber doors. I think they just need to get down the track, especially if they know what's going on with Lutz. Lutz, however, I think is probably in a mad thrash, knee deep in a hunk of aluminum motor that is going to determine his fate. Think of that. Molten aluminum poured into an engine block.
We're going right back to the foundry of this
right.
thing? We're going back to the
Exactly.
foundry. Let's go to the bauxite mine where they get the ore to make the aluminum. Why are we starting at the foundry? Let's start with the formation of bauxite.
Let's go
with
back
the magma of the earth cooling and compressing the minerals around it.
It all comes together at Drag Week.
Millions of years ago, bauxites were formed. Bauxite mine.
Where there are 5,555 people who never want to hear us again.
Everyone's looking
on
at
the live
bauxite.
feed.
It's B-A-U-X-I-T-E for those of you playing at
Get
home.
out your chart of the elements if you want to follow along here.
11th grade might have been the toughest 3 years of my life, but I came away with something. We need the NFL Films guy here.
Biography on that engine block.
Behind the music. 1240 with a 711 miles an hour for John Gatliff, 1134.6, 115 for Andrew in the Malibu, Andrew McClellan.
Keith Harrison coming up. That 55 Chevy. He gets the nosebleed award at Drag Week. Whatever happened to the 4x4s that used to run out here? They're gone, and he's pretty much taken their place. He's calling Skyjacker later on today. Let's see if he can throw a kid under this thing.
I think he's going to stop at the Praxair dealership for another O2 tank, so he makes it to the next track. Okay, altitude sickness in that thing.
I think he needs to lift some tips from the Roadkill playbook and basically get out the Sawzall, throw some Super Swamper boggers on that deal ahead for the sand dunes. That's definitely what we would do. And it's what we did do with our 74 Chevy muscle truck, that LS6 powered truck. People lost their minds when we touched that thing with a Sawzall, despite the fact it was a Taiwan reproduction Fender.
We are at 10 minutes. We are at 10 minutes to the staging lanes, please. I am excitedly here following photos on a Facebook feed, trying to see exactly what's happening. And these photos are all about 5 minutes ago, and that might as well have been 6 years compared to how hard those guys are working. So Harrison goes 11:24.6. Man.
That is Harrison's best pass of the week. Previously, he had an 11:41 at 116. He knocked a couple tenths off that thing, 10th and a half.
No bog. He was having that bog
That's
issue.
right.
The thing was stumbling right off the head of the throttle. It was clean coming out of the hole, and he kept his foot plugged into it there. 11:24.3, 117 for the high-riding 55 Chevrolet.
Maybe he rolled past that MSD trailer for an atomic EFI setup. Oh, man. This guy was the one who was up here correcting you on the actual pronunciation of his name, right?
No, Gary Putnam.
Oh, Putnam.
Putnam is left. Putnam is on the highway. This is a different car. That has the 93 Cobra style wing.
All right, okay. Ferrone also up here on the line, looking to make a fun run with his Aussie Charger. You know, we're rattling off the time up here in the tower. We really need to be looking at Lonnie Grimm, who has the official time.
Just handling it right now with Lonnie.
Are you direct with Lonnie, or just hoping to reach him?
I am direct with Lonnie.
Okay.
The 93 Cobra Mustang and the wheel standing wagon.
There we go.
Wagon. Looks like a little bit of a mist there in the center of the racetrack. Saw that black smoke coming out of it. $999 at 101 for the Mustang and $964.5, 137 for the Malibu.
Bam! like the ultimate destiny of an aluminum molecule, the next 7 minutes are going to determine the face of drag week.
We're all just Stardust, man.
That's right.
We're all just
No,
Stardust
seriously,
here.
in the next 7 minutes, we're going to find out if Jeff Lutz can get a cylinder head back on his Evil Twin 57 Chevy, and if he can get the thing down the track quicker than Larry Larson, who is out there in the pits doing who knows what to that S10 to actually make it go down the track faster than Lutz. I mean, think what we could have going on here. You could have Lutz disappearing and then Larry stepping up, and almost anything that he would run down track at that point would keep him in the running, even though he might not be in the lead. In the alternate scenario, you've got Larry for some reason not getting onto the track, although I really think we're going to see him up here. And if that happens, then we're going to see another change in the run order. We could end up with a couple of cars that nobody has paid any attention to actually in the top 3 at drag week.
Goes John Ferrone. Look
Oh,
at
there goes
McClellan.
Nova.
Beautiful wheel stand for Shane McClellan. Well, Ferrone goes into the wall over there. He's way loose at the top end. Ferrone goes through 873 and 142, just about completely sideways. 869, 159 for Shane McClellan. But boy, Ferrone had his hands full out there.
Did he actually Carlton Fisk that thing, or did he actually skim it?
I think he was just in the marbles out there. The dust that came up. I think if he had actually touched the wall, we would have seen a lot more stuff flying through the air. I think he just got kind of up to the marbles on the left-hand side of the lane.
Well, plus there is no urgency at the track staff, so we're pretty sure everything's safe up there, which is good news.
By my nuclear-powered iPhone, I have 7 minutes. Lonnie is going to text me the second that he draws the curtain closed on the staging lanes.
Wow. And hopefully he has informed those guys that once they close the lanes, not only do they have to be in them, but they only have 5 minutes to run once they've been called. Now, if I was somebody with the Larry Larson sort of entourage, I might be running around influencing some daily drivers to go get in the lane. It's just a suggestion.
I would be running like my hair was on fire.
Exactly. Go ahead and get some of those guys in lanes to delay some time so that it would slow down when you get called.
Lutz is rolling into the lanes. Someone just said Lutz is pulling into the staging lanes.
And he is. He's being pushed into the staging lanes. Now, I would not put it past Jeff Lutz to have hobbled this thing together on 4 cylinders just to get down the track to stay in competition, counting on maybe Larry not doing anything.
Well, he did already go down the track once.
Well, that's true. He doesn't have to do that. That means he probably has something to give it right now. Man, I'm stoked on this. Drag Week is cool.
Insane.
Drag
This is
Week
the
rocks.
craziest of many things I have ever seen. This is by far the craziest thing I think I have ever been involved with, and that is not in the slightest bit of exaggeration. We got 2 cars that are capable of running in a deep 6-second zone. One guy had a cylinder head on it that was on a mill like 5 minutes ago. It was probably too warm to touch with their hands. They ran the thing back over here and slammed it back together again. And we got another guy out there just doing everything he can in his power, trying to get that truck turned around to some level to get it around the corner into the staging lanes. And man, I'm looking at 5 minutes.
Man, and the fans right here at Thunder Valley are making a decision right now. Do I watch what Larry has going on and see if he's going to make it, or do I get to the grandstands to see what happens with Lutz going down the track? And in the live feed, we've got a top record now, 5,800 people watching.
For good reason. This
I'm
is a
guessing
show.
There are a bunch of shops loaded with people glued to the screen right now trying to figure out what's going to go on. Share it with your friends. Let's get up over 6,000 people watching this play out here. Usually this is the type of thing we see on the last day of drag week.
Some of the crowd is peeling off of Larry's position. I don't know if that means he's going to start moving soon or what. This is just circumstantial evidence as I looking around the corner trying to look over top of a building. I can see they got a boom mic. They got a Discovery Channel TV crew over there filming for a segment on some sort of Discovery Show channel. I can watch the guy with the boom mic. He's still standing there following somebody around.
I'm guessing that producer is not standing there going, oh, wait, we need you to do that again.
Because Larry would wrap that boom mic around the guy's neck. That's why. He'd have a boom mic bow tie on.
Jeff Lutz and Jeffrey Lutz walk into the line to have a look at the track. They're going to pick a lane. They're feeling a little bit relaxed right now, knowing they really only have one shot at this. They've got 4 minutes. They're not going to pull up, try and go down track, and if something goes wrong, they're going to come back. This is their last shot of the day anyway. I see Daphne's wagon come in this direction. She, of course, being part of the Chad and Daphne and Larry and Sherry crew.
I really don't even know what to say. I honestly don't even know what to say at this point because this is literally like something you would, you watch a television show, they edit the thing to make it look like this, but this is how it's exactly playing out in real life.
5,920 people watching live worldwide. Let's get that up over 6,000.
And we're technically halfway through. That's the other thing. This isn't Friday afternoon yet. This is Wednesday.
Man. If you are tuned in right now, you better be here the rest of the week or you're going to miss it. If you're in the grandstands, I would encourage you to go to hotrod.com, download some directions, and follow us out of here. See how this all plays out at Great Bend tomorrow. $5,948 people watching.
So Jeff and Jeffrey out there getting a look-see at the racetrack. A pat on the back as Jeff collects himself and has a drink trying to cool off for what had to have been, I mean, these guys thrash, but that is, I mean, look, we were looking at photos, cell phone photos of that cylinder head that's on that car on a mill.
Literally.
Literally, it couldn't even been an hour ago.
They welded that thing up, sliced it off. 1320 Kyle is on, I'm sure he wishes he was here.
Yeah.
He showed up yesterday. I'm thinking he pretty much tread on his manhood with track shoes on. He should have been here today.
Cleaved, the cleaver came out. So we are we're down into the deep into the single digits here of time left for them to get to the staging lanes.
This is starting to look ugly for Larry.
Literally waiting on the word from Lonnie Grimm, who will be the one that ultimately makes the decision when the staging lanes are closed.
Lonnie has the watch engineered in Sweden that will dictate.
They make Casios in Sweden?
I guess I'm going too far with the deep philosophy on the origins.
Yeah, the Casio.
Yeah, we're going back, and then the Earth cooled.
And it would be a Swiss watch you'd want if you wanted a good one, not a Swedish watch. If a Swatch is a Swedish watch.
Oh, I'm American. What do I know? It's always popular when you say that on a worldwide live feed.
I'm an American.
Look at that. There we are, 6,000 people that came in to watch me
6,025.
humiliate myself live to the world.
And Jeff Lutz is putting on his fire jacket.
Almost in a casual fashion, like a smoking jacket, as he enters a restaurant.
He's been rushing around a little bit. He's going to take
right.
his time and zip up.
It's so hilarious. We were texting back and forth a little bit last night.
I think they're rolling.
No.
The crowd is
Get
not
out.
over there. The crowd is totally dispersed. The minivan, which I believe contains the film crew, is hustling this way.
Lonnie, firm cutoff at 2:15.
Larry is coming to the lanes with no hood. We got a photo of the old, wow, look at what happened. We got a photo up here that unfortunately we obviously can't show you, but we got a photo of the head gasket that came off of Lutz's car. It looks like somebody hit it with a blowtorch and just grabbed it and stretched it.
Wow, who cares about the head gasket, dude? Let's figure out what's going on. Larry fired the S10 and he is coming to the lane with no hood. What is the word from Lonnie on whether he's actually making it here on time? The lanes are closed.
Larson is
and
in.
Larson is in.
Wow.
We got the words from Tanya Turk. She just blasted in. The clock in here, just literally seconds past 2:15. Larry is in. Jeff Lutz is in. I cannot live the next 5 minutes of my life. This is all over. Now keep in mind, when Larry is called into the burnout box by Lonnie, he has got 5 minutes to make this happen.
Why are we not running anybody right now?
I do not know why we're not running anyone right now.
We should be running race cars here. There's no reason for not be running anybody, so.
We're asking the question. We're hosing down the burnout box. I think everybody was just so wrapped in the story.
That was flipping unbelievable.
Man, this is good.
Wow.
6,000 people watching across the globe. I see Tom Bailey standing over there with Jeff Lutz. Bailey is on site.
Bailey was on site, and I'm not sure if it was Bailey that gave his front tires to Joe Barry. Joe Barry was looking for a set of front tires. Tom Bailey came to the tower to ask what size they were. Gave him the information, and I'm not sure if he ended up giving Joe a set of front tires or if Joe came up with a set on his own, but a big move on Tom Bailey's behalf to be down here. He didn't have to be doing that. He could have been headed home, but the guy loves the event. He said it multiple times, and he means it. He loves being here, loves being a part of it, and why would you go home? I mean, honestly, why wouldn't you just follow the deal to the end and see how it plays out?
I'm not sure he's not.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he is.
Have you seen Steve Morris out here today?
Steve Morris was standing behind Joe Barry's car when it ran earlier, and he has been floating around the Lutz camp. They're all bumping taters down there. The door's going to get closed up, and it looks like Jeff Lutz is going to be coming around the corner here momentarily.
From here, we cannot see what must be a mob around Larry's truck, just dogpiling it, making everything happen. We've got some cars to run out of lanes, which is going to buy them some time.
I'm going to stick my head out there and see how many we got.
Brian Lone's running some recon out the back so that we can keep you in the grandstands apprised of what's going on. Here comes the evil twin. $6,222 people watching right now. 6,262. The live feed numbers climb. Brian, what happened?
Rough count, maybe 8 cars down there. Daphne, the stretchy truck, Walt Reynolds, and there's another vehicle hanging around down there too. It's a competition vehicle that are kind of in the Larry flotilla, if you will, kind of waiting down there. So they'll be run ahead of him, I assume. They still have the nose off the truck. I saw Chad really working on the front of the engine.
Now, if I had to guess what's going to happen here, what you're going to see is Lonnie walk up to say Daphne and say, "You need to go now." And she is going to sit there with her watch and pull into the burnout box at absolutely, 4 minutes and 59 seconds. And then they'll do the same thing with Walt. And they'll do the same thing with anybody else who's lending a hand down there. Playing the rules, making sure that they can get around the track.
Well, this is an absolutely pivotal moment here in the entire week, not just for Jeff, but for everybody else in the unlimited category. Did they find out why this thing keeps pushing head gaskets up? Did they find out why the cylinder head torched a hole in it? Did they know any of this other than, or did they just get the thing back together to be able to do this?
35 pounds of boost, I'm reaching here.
Well, no, I realize that, but at the same time, you need to find the root cause of the thing, or else you're going to go out there and do the same thing again, because on the last 3 passes, they have annihilated head gaskets.
I'm not sure he cares as long as he rolls that big beam down there with some sort of a number that improves on the 770 from earlier today.
Well, Thunder Valley Raceway Park, you have seen what is quite possibly the most riveting day of action in the 10th time we've ever run this event. In 10 times we've been doing this, it has never come down to the end of a day like this.
Not in the middle of the week.
Off to 60. Oh, here he goes. 172 in the 8th mile. Jeff Lutz goes 694, 213 miles an hour. That was a run he needed. That was a big, big lap.
Now, he did slow down significantly here. I am going to do this math.
Wow. It is obviously not his best of the week, but he did punch it down into the 6-second zone, which is giving himself a fighting chance. It's exactly what he needed to do. He needed to get down the racetrack in somewhat of a competitive fashion. And if you can, of all the things, to get that car back together again in the amount of time that it was put back together, to go from literal machine shop patient to 6-second drag car in one of the tightest, I don't know what the record on that window is, but I think these guys were pushing the boundaries of it. That's incredible as John Gatliff now comes into the water box. Couple of the Gebhardt family cars down there, 3 of the Gebhardts down there, along with Nick Pluniak. Lonnie Grimm is down in the staging lanes, looking out the back of the tower. He is down there with his watch running.
What's going on here? Lonnie, babe, how much time do we got left? How much time do we got left? Tell me.
We're less than a minute away
And they're pushing the
from our 2:14, 2:15 lane closed.
Count it.
And he will make the 2:15 call. You need to be across this line. Across the line. He has made the 2:15 call.
Holy cow. Wednesday at Drag Week, Larry Larson rolls into the lanes, less than 5 seconds away from being DQ'd. He now gets 5 minutes to actually put the rest of that truck together and make a pass and keep himself in contention for the Unlimited Class trophy. Jesus.
I'm leaving town. I got the wallet. Going to Vegas.
Long day at the office. So you saw, if those of you at home watching, you can see the Larry Larson footage we had, the footage of them pushing the truck into the staging lanes. And here come the brothers Gebhardt, and Larry Larson's truck is now down at the end of the staging lanes. And Larry is going to be putting on his fire suit to climb into the truck right now. I'm watching out the back of the staging lanes. Larson shoving his arms through that fire suit as Walt Reynolds comes around the corner. Nick Pluniak waits in the S10 stretchy truck. 11:31, 116 for the Barnyard Viper. 11:58, also 116 miles an hour for the Dakota.
And I have just done the math. Based on what Lutz just ran, Larson needs to run 665 in order to get ahead of Jeff Lutz. Not at all out of the question. Not one bit out of the question.
Walt Reynolds running daily driver in the Silverado pickup truck, and Nick Pluniak, he's running unlimited in the pickup in the stretch truck because really we don't have another class where you can run a rear-engined twin-turbo big block S10. You build that combo, you build your combo, you take your chances.
So Larry needs to run that 665 to get ahead of Jeff. He has not run that quick thus far this week. I'm positive, no question in my mind, the truck is capable.
Yeah, 0% chance that it is 100% capable of running that.
It's
number.
100% capable,
yeah.
Zero question. The thing is, if they got their prep done in time in order to get that done, and if they can hook it up. The level of experience down here, and from what I've seen in past drag weeks, tells me this is probably happening.
It is.
News from the tower is he does have the carbon fiber doors on the car. Perhaps they never changed those out.
Looks like they drove with them out here. Just looking by the amount of soot from the exhaust, it looks like they must have left those on and drove out here with them.
They've got Phil Fowler down there working with them. Seeing a whole bunch of other racers working on getting Larry to the starting line here.
You call him Bill Fowler, I call him the Hat.
Oh, look, he has even taped over the grill. He's going all out.
Wow.
Yeah. He's leaving nothing on the table. He knows what this means right now.
Pluniak went 9:36.0, 153, and I'm not sure there are any words that I can use to properly describe what is the importance of this situation in terms of what it means to this event. These men left Topeka, Kansas at about 3 o'clock in the morning. They waited out a rainstorm, they slept in a garage at the drag strip, and they motored down the road. No sooner had they left than the charging system began to fail on the truck. They strapped a gas-powered generator to the bed and still they trooped on. Through the night, with 1 hour sleep, and blazing 90-degree temperatures today through traffic, on the highway, through small towns, through the checkpoints, and here they sit with one opportunity to get this truck down the drag strip to essentially keep their hopes alive here at Drag Week.
I'm guessing the TV producer down there was like, Lair, baby, we really need you to do this. Can you do it?
That guy will have broken legs.
That's right.
If he gets too close to that truck. Race director Lonnie Grimm has given the high sign.
4-minute warning.
4 minutes. Larry
4
has
minutes.
Putting on his gloves. We joked around before about how Larry is very good in the bottom of the ninth with 2 strikes. He has done it several times at this event.
We are approaching 7,000 people watching worldwide.
Larry's wife Sherry is standing next to the truck there and trying to keep some fresh air heading into the cab, which is undoubtedly a warm place to be with that 5-layer or 20-layer fire suit on that Larry has.
No matter what happens here, I gotta believe Larry wants to get out of the truck, fall on his face, and wake up at Christmas.
in terms of moments that kind of personify this event and define what it means to be a drag weeker and to not give up and to not stop until literally we tell you have to stop, this is a defining one.
This is it.
No matter what the truck does, when Larry heads down the racetrack, the fact alone that it is sitting where it is right now, pretty much a testament to the iron will of the 2 guys that were in it for the entire way from Topeka to here.
Well, look at the stance on this thing, too.
It is a mean hombre in every sense of the word.
Lonnie, how are we looking on time? There's a big crowd of people down here, and I think they all know to keep their distance off this thing as he fires up the truck.
Larry has started the truck. We do not know if the cooling system was swapped over like they normally do. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe that's why they have the grill blocked off. I don't know.
Brian, I am not seeing any wheelie bars on the back of that truck.
There are no wheelie bars on the truck.
Wow.
Big Smoky burnout? Check.
665 is the number.
These guys won't want to hear it, but that in itself, what you just saw, is probably one of the great victories of the entire history of this event. The fact that it even got up on the racetrack, turned a tire, and smoked them in the burnout. No one can ever take that away from them, is what I'm trying to say.
These guys are stealing Mashmeyer and Gilpin's thunder after those guys were ready to just self-immolate in Memphis the other year. The level of thrash that's gone on here, truly epic.
Chad kneels down, gives Larry the thumbs up, and steps away from a vehicle that has essentially become his home.
7,000 people just tuned in for this.
For the better part of last week.
Look at all the video that's going to be on the internet of this thing later on today.
There are a billion cell phones trained on that truck right now.
Obama's going to have to comment on this deal.
Jeff Lutz runs to the starting line to watch the show, and Larry took the tree and rolled through the beams.
Thinking that was not intentional. Wow. Wow. That is a 20-second ET for taking the beams.
Well, to stress something here, that may have looked like it was a bit of an anticlimax, but I can assure you one thing: in the 10 years we have done this, we have never, ever had anything like we just saw over the last half hour transpire. I have goosebumps on the back of my neck just thinking about what those guys have put themselves through to get that truck staged. Before anybody gets out of the grandstands, could we please give a big round of applause and go nuts for Larry Larson, Chad Reynolds, and everybody involved in that truck? That was an incredible, incredible effort they put on to get to the racetrack and get the thing down. I'm almost beyond words for him right now. It's
that is agony and win. It's not agony and defeat. It's agony and win.
Yeah.
I'm speechless trying to think. We'll catch up with them later. That might have been their strategy. They did the burnout, put on some show. But maybe Larry didn't feel that the truck was truly prepped to safely go down the track. They took the beam. Stay in drag week competition.
And here's the you just raised an excellent point. We wake up tomorrow morning and a 57 Chevy has melted that engine into a puddle of aluminum. Larry still has a fighting chance.
I don't know, 20 seconds averages up pretty slowly when you're looking at 2 other 6-second cars in unlimited competition. I feel like
I
I'm
don't
gonna
even
barf.
know. I've just I did, my stomach's turned over for those guys. And again, if it was what they intended to do, then great. If it wasn't, the words sound hollow at this point. But I hope at some point that they can look back and go, we literally left it on the table. That was,
wow. You know, both of these guys, wow.
Well,
okay.
That is it. That was the last vehicle to go down the racetrack today. The staging lanes are closed. The vast majority of our competitors have already started making their way to Great Bend, Kansas, where we will continue drag week tomorrow. Will it top that? They say you're never supposed to go on stage behind animals or children. I don't even know what that was.
Right.
I don't want to follow that.
Man, this is insane. We will, of course, find out exactly what that was and fill you in on hotrod.com. Make sure to go there because you got to find out how this is going to turn out tomorrow, what we're going to see tomorrow morning. We will have photos from the road going up later on tonight. We'll have a little bit of video. We'll have some of the interviews that you've seen on the live feed today that the people in the grandstands have not. And, of course, Drag Week continues. It's hard to believe after what I've been through the past couple days. We have 3 more days of Drag Week competition before we go into the heads-up shootout.
At Thunder Valley Raceway Park, allow me to say on behalf of myself, David Freiberger, Mike Finnegan, the entire Hot Rod staff, all the video guys and everybody, thank you, Pep Boys, for the live feed, Gear Vendors as a presenting sponsor of Drag Week. On behalf of all of us, thank you so much for your effort today to get this drag strip prepared. Thank you so much for the fans that turned out. This was by far the most rocking place we've ever had. This was the best atmosphere day we've ever had at Drag Week in 10 runnings of the event. It doesn't get any better than this. It doesn't.
Bam!
And boom goes the dynamite. Drops Mike, walks off stage.